I guess I should convert this into this while we're at it. Oh, Ball as well? Yeah, all is doing okay. As well as it can be. Yeah, the top half of this was good. We just need to retool it for the new fluid bus. And then we get to actually load up the real game instead of the sandbox for the first time this weekend. Alright, whatever. Let's just take this. Put it out here so we know what we need to get. Just wipe the whole thing. How much did you need? 5.97. Yeah, that's more than enough. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Some of the other parts might as well remain the same. Why don't I just take the whole fucking thing and then cut out the parts I don't want? Oh, it's wider? Oh. I didn't realize that. Huh. Hey, John. Well, you could, in theory, use those beacons if you're close enough. Kinda, not really. The music coming through my microphone? Yeah, if it's like really, really faint, that's fine. It's not loud enough to get like copyright noted for. I can turn it down a little bit. But yeah, if it's like really faint through the microphone, that's fine. I haven't had issues with that yet. Yet. Yeah, I need to come up with a completely different thing here. You don't even reach out the bottom. So I'm gonna want these like down here or something. Need to figure out how much fluoro we need. 30 times 4 is 120. So I only need 240 per side. Yeah, it's like the same amount of fluoro. 29.8, 29.3, and this is 8 per row. This is only 4. So I only need 1 plant if it's going at like 240. That's it. I don't know if that's going to be able to stay there. Might have to all move up here. In which case, I might be better off just centering this. Yeah, I mean, I can't get a beacon on you anyway. Let's just do that. Just center it. And you don't need any ammonia voiding, because you don't actually need ice for really anything, except for that. And that also needs ammonia. Stalin with the big triple digits. Congratulations, man, finally. Although you got a couple people hot on your heels. Congrats, man. I'd say you deserve an award for that, but I get the feeling you're pretty close to earning that reward anyway. You too, Ruben. Congrats on the 65. I appreciate the support, guys. Yeah, we'll just keep the clocking. That doesn't need to change. You guys are pretty on the inside, though. But I want you on the beacons. So I think it's probably better. If I do it like that. And we got a song request. National Anthem of USSR. Alright, here we go. Appropriate, I guess, for Stalin's birthday. Oko, congrats on the 90 as well. The heavy hitters coming out tonight. Thanks for the request. Appropriate pick. Oh, that actually reminds me. Hold on. Before we go back to the playlist. There was this other, I don't know if you, there was a cover some Russian dude did of the Soviet anthem from Red Alert 3. Actually reminded me of that. I'm going to play that here. You get a bonus one. Yeah. This one over here. I actually can't believe I found it that easily. Yeah. But basically, like, the original one didn't have, like, some translations right or something. So this guy did, like, a fixed version of it. This guy. There you go, a little bonus. Yeah, it's a good one. Alright. Another Henry Ford versus Karl Marx. Like epic rap battles. Or Rasputin versus Stalin. I think we'll do the Ford versus Marx. Alright, after this song. Alright, how do I want to lay this out? Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of room, fortunately. Alright, you guys. Where are we putting you? I have not given myself an easy job with this piping here. I might want to move you over. Alright, which one? Ford versus Marx or Rasputin versus Stalin? I'm not gonna get fucking copyrighted if I put it on the big screen, am I? I guess we'll find out. Yeah, apparently. Bella Ciao is coming up next. That was alright. I've heard better ones from ERB. That one was okay. 420? Yeah. Yeah. Well, starting tomorrow. It's still 419 for another 2 hours here. But yeah, I gotta go to my dispensary tomorrow. Because they're having big specials. Ugh. How do I want to do you? 12:03. So you're like Central Time or something? Texas made THC flower illegal end of last month? Wait, what? Seriously? I thought it was decriminalized in Texas. I thought it was basically like fully legalized. That's kind of nuts. Like, it's like completely illegal again? Like, I need some clarification here. How do I want to do this? To 0.3%, but THCA? I'm sorry, wait, what do you mean by THCA? I'm not like a huge, like, you know, expert on the details of everything. Is like, I know like THC and the CBNs and the CBDs. Like, do you guys have dispensaries there or no? It's THC in acid form. Okay. Yeah, I mean, here it's been basically legal for a long time. Like, there's proper brick and mortar stores that pay taxes and everything, you know. We call them dispensaries. You could literally just walk in, show your driver's license, and buy it like you would buy alcohol or anything else. Like, you don't need any kind of special, like, you know, anything. Like, all you need is, like, ID. That's it. So a farm bill made stuff with less than 0.3% D9 legal. THA is a young bud precursor that turns into D9 when heated. And when you smoke it, it becomes D9. It's not so... Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I just get regular flour. I'm kind of old school like that. Like, I don't do any like the vaping or the oils or any of the fancy shit. I just buy like regular flour, or like sometimes some edibles, and I just roll joints. So yeah, I don't do any of the yeah. I've never even heard of the THA like D8 shit. It's illegal? Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't get Texas people. They're like, it's the best state in the fucking country. It's like, you can't even smoke weed in it. Like, I don't know. Texas has always been kind of a unique place, I guess. I don't know. I genuinely thought, like, dispensaries were, like, a common thing in Texas, though. I thought that was, like, one thing that they at least had. So I'm kind of surprised. But the truth is otherwise. Love to leave? Yeah, it's hard to move when you're broke. It's really hard to move when you're broke. That's definitely true. But yeah, I guess I'll keep that in mind next time I have to listen to someone go off about how much they love Texas. I'm just gonna be like, didn't you guys make weed illegal again? I don't know. It's fucking wild, man. Moved here from New York like 18 years ago. Like, you've just been stuck there ever since. Can you promise us we will not see a kilo anywhere after today? Yeah, actually, kinda, yeah. Because once we get these set up, we're gonna go deploy them, and then... Like, today, I'm literally just going down to everything on my to-do list that's left. I don't think there's much left. But I'm literally gonna go through every line on my notepad. And we either do it, or we remove it from the notepad. And then that means next week all that's left is the remainder of the clocking, which is the remainder of the clocking and potentially moving orange and cryo to uncommon. And then finishing the scaling to 6 million or 7 million or wherever we're going to be at. But yeah, these are the last couple weekends. This weekend, next weekend, and maybe a little more after that, depending if I don't finish everything next weekend. But then we're going to be taking a nice big break from Factorio. Playing a lot of different other games, etc. I might take some like actual time off as well at some point. I was thinking about doing that. I was thinking of I don't know if you guys heard, but Turtle WoW was getting shut down. Like, I never wound up playing it because it was something where I was like oh, I'll play it sometime in the future. But it's apparently finally getting shut down like next month. So I was thinking of taking some time off to play it and enjoy it while it's still, while it's still available. See what the fuss was all about. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, they finally got on Blizzard's radar a little too hard and they're getting shut down. They made it required to put the 10 Commandments in the classroom and added Bibles. Yeah, that shit I've heard about, yeah. Yeah, that shit I've heard about. The whole Christo-fascist shit that they've been pushing. That's a whole nother story. Lots of companies simultaneously the second they solicit dotation. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what I heard, like, really did them in. Is while they were, like, keeping quiet, they sort of stayed under the radar. But they apparently started, like, heavily monetizing. You know, selling, like, $100 mounts and shit. And that's the point. That's the point where they were basically doomed. But I don't know, like, I never wound up playing it because, like, the thing with me and like, WoW and just classic WoW in general is, like, it's something that's, like, not very stream compatible, right? I mean, like, you know, generally, like, unless you're, like, an actual WoW streamer, streaming WoW is always gonna, is a general, like, you know, not something that people really care to watch because it's a very slow game. And you know, they're like, the skill expressions of that game come over a long period of time, right? Like, it's hard to kind of, like, tune into someone's stream and know if they're a good player or not or something, right? You know what I mean? Like, does that make any sense? But yeah, basically, like, everyone I've seen play WoW on stream has seen their viewers, like, really crash. And, like, Derek's been playing it recently, and, you know, he's had, like, 20, 30 viewers. And he has a bigger, like, viewer base than I do. When I played WoW back in the day with Rise, like, you know, I had basically no viewers during that time as well. And his viewership, you know, crashed as well. But yeah, so if I played it, it would be like, you know, I take some time to just chill and play it off stream. But I wasn't planning on playing it anytime soon. That's the thing. Like, I was, like, not in the mood. No, it was one of those things where, as you know, maybe some year I'll get bored and go play it. But now that it's being shut down, and everyone's like, oh, it's the best Vanilla Plus experience, I'm like, I haven't even touched it. I have no idea what it's like. So part of me is like, well, maybe now's a good time, you know, in between the Factorio Megabase and us playing other games. Like, maybe take a small amount of time off, a couple days to go play that. See what the fuss is all about. But yeah, I haven't decided for sure yet. But I'll probably decide for sure, like, tomorrow or something. Because, you know, there's only, like, 3 weeks left now. So if I'm going to play it, I should start soon. Because even though I can level pretty fast, you know, can't get to max level, like, overnight. You know, it still takes time. But yeah, if you haven't heard about that, you might want to look into that. Because it's the last chance. It's the last chance, man. Although I'm sure someone will start up the servers again, you know, with some other, under some other name with the same content. Like, the server shutting down doesn't mean they're going to delete all the content they've created for it, right? The question is, how hard is Blizzard going to come after whatever successor there is? I have 1 year of playtime. Yeah, I had a lot in the past, too. I don't know, I still enjoy, like, the leveling experience. And the 5-man experience to some degree. I'm just completely checked out on raiding these days. Like, once it turns into a job with schedules and everything, and being, like, hopelessly dependent on 19 to 39 other idiots in order to get anything done. Yeah. But I don't know. I still really, really enjoy the game from an RPG and leveling perspective, though. Like, I don't know. I'm one of those people who, like, genuinely enjoys the leveling experience. Like, it's super, like, you know, nice and chill. Great atmosphere, etc. Back when Blizzard still knew how to do world building. You know, it's slow as fuck, yeah, but, you know, that just makes it easy to, like, you know, watch YouTube videos or, you know, a TV show or something on your other monitor, right? It's not necessarily a hard downside. We're ranting about WoW? We were talking a bit about Turtle WoW because it's getting shut down. There was an announcement like a day or two ago that Blizzard finally came down too hard. And even though the servers are located in like Russia or something, they're apparently getting shut down. Ascension is going strong. I looked into Ascension for a while, but like, I don't know. I remember it had like random abilities and shit, and that didn't appeal to me too much. I might look into that as well, but Ascension's not getting shut down anytime soon, so. But yeah, Turtle WoW is apparently gone on the 15th, so. It's your last chance to play it. But yeah, I probably wouldn't have touched it for like a couple years. Like, I probably would have looked into it eventually, but, you know, as I've said before, I have a lot of games I want to play right now. So having one kind of, like, injected is a whole nother story. Are we good? You need the... You're only missing that. You don't have any ammonia. Because I never hooked up this pipe. Shit. I have to hook it up down here. Alright, now you have everything but the holmium. So you're good to go. You're at 249, you're good to go. I need to do the hot fluoro tank. Ah, shit, my connection here is kind of fucked. That kind of works. Oh, you were what, 10 to 3K? Is that it? Are we good? I'm not even gonna think about clocking this shit. It's got fucking insertion limits of 5, 5, 5, 5, and 10. Yeah, I'm literally not even going to clock that, man. Maybe at a future day. No clocking today. Today is a clocking free day. Clocks are banned. There is no time here. We exist in the space, in the void between space and time. This is a liminal stream. You're fine keeping the substations. Your blocks were much bigger anyway. It gets a little funky down here. We can have a pond. Alright, give me my pond lights. Not really any room for pond lights there. I never added lights in the bottom half, did I? Okay, we still gotta do that. And I'm missing some power poles. Okay, we got it. Let's do that now. Revisit a kilo anytime soon, don't worry. We'll be out of here soon. You're the second person to talk about too much a kilo. But yeah, I'm just going to finish these up and we'll be in the main game soon enough. Yeah, I didn't really think about it till you guys mentioned it, but yeah, we kind of have been doing a lot of a kilo this weekend. It's been a lot of work done. Let's do the power first. I might need to go to mediums down here. Mediums up top don't quite... I could kind of make them work, I guess. Well, let's do you. I think I am going to do mediums down below. That seems good. Yeah, that seems good. Here, let me get a better grab so I don't have so much junk on it. Whatever, we'll clean it up in game. That's good enough for now. Alright, yeah, you're fully clocked and everything. The only reason you're not running is because there's no Holmium input now. That's fine. Yeah, that should be about it. Oh, the submerged pipe shit. Kind of forgot. I just realized I was putting down legendary concrete. I don't think it matters though, right? Like if you put down legendary, it just becomes normal, right? Yeah, it just turns into normal when it's placed. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't actually going down as legendary. We're good. We're good. Should make you run even faster? Why not? Why the fuck not? You're good, you're good, you're good. Just a little bit in the middle left now. Alright, that should be it. Okay, that's everything I wanted to do. Unfortunately, there is one last curveball. Andy got hit with insomnia last night and linked this on Discord. He tried to improve the cryo a little bit. So the bottom part's still the same. He rearranged some of the other stuff. But yeah, the big thing he managed to do was get a layout where these are grabbing off straight. That's the big difference. Is they're grabbing off a straight and not an underground anymore. He actually doesn't have enough fluoro in this. Yeah, it's 29.3 times 8 times 2 is 468. Or maybe he has just barely enough? Oh, he has just barely. He has 470. Yeah, barely. It's not clocked yet, though. But I can do that pretty fast. Yeah, the rest is all my same stuff. It's just rearranged. That should be higher. Lowered some of the numbers. I don't know if I care for the lowering. I don't like the mid value. Why isn't it pumping? Shouldn't it be like that? Wait, why was it working fine here? What the hell is going on? A bit of a tonal shift? I don't even remember what the previous song was. This one's a good one, though. I mean, let me clock it and see if it has the same issue that the other one did. I guess. Yeah, it still gets the micro output full because of the overload multiplier. But it doesn't seem to have the ice shortage issue anymore. Hey, Oleg. Give that 1 second to warm up. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Dude, why are you freaking out? And why have you stopped? What is going on? Oh, he has the wrong fucking condition. Yeah, you see, that's getting occasional micro shortages on ice. They both are. Oh, it doesn't change anything. It functions the exact same. Yeah, it functions the exact fucking same. They each get these tiny micro shortages on ice. It's the exact same thing. Alright, we can maybe look at this a bit more later, but like I didn't want to be in the sandbox all night. So, let's go deploy them, I guess. I'm surprised that didn't fix it, though. I would have thought that would have fixed it. But yeah, I think it's a rounding thing. I think when you drop 14.6 into the calculator, this isn't actually 14.6. I think it's like 14.63 or something. So we round it down in the clocking calculator. But yeah. Alright. Yeah, we can come back to that, but as I said... I think I overwrote the other one, didn't I? No. This still had it to the side. And not up top. Alright, whatever. Let me get that fixed. Oh yeah, we'll just deploy that for now. The plugin? I mean, you still have to input the amount up top. You still have to put this number in. Like, if you're doing a full belt worth, then it's an easy 240, but... Alright, let's go deploy. Haven't loaded the game for 2 days. Oh, I'm already on a kilo. Okay. Cool. Okay, ideally we want things to drain out. Or do we? The top half of the blade's not changing. Yeah, minus a little part at the bottom. Yeah, fuck it. Just go for it. Oh, we have to do them all at once. Because the bus itself is changing. This is a pretty big change, actually. So yeah, we need to do them all at once. So let's get rid of you. Everything below the heat pipe. Thoughts on Shapes 2? It's too abstracted for my liking. I played it the week before Space Age came out. I wound up, I played it for a couple days, like 2-3 days. And it was kind of interesting to begin with, but... One, it's just too abstracted. It's just being, like, vague shapes, like... You know, it doesn't really feel like you're building anything. On top of that, you have, like, the goals of the game. You know, let me turn my music down slightly. And hey, well. On top of that, the entire goal of the game was completing, you know, one puzzle and moving on to the other puzzle and so on. So you would set something up, make as many as you needed, and then you would be demolishing your setup to build, like, you know, the next puzzle, whatever. So it didn't really feel like you were working toward anything. You were just, you know, your factory wasn't growing. It was just being redesigned after every level. But yeah, the abstraction level on it really kind of, like, put me off of it. Like, I like to feel like, you know, I'm actually building something. My end verdict when I finished playing the game, I was overall kind of negative on it. Like, I honestly felt it was very soulless. That was my ultimate verdict. It was like, this game feels completely soulless. It's just too abstracted, and what they did regarding the what they did with the train system, I also really didn't enjoy. Because, like, Factorio and Satisfactory use, like, you know, the standard train system, right? Which is effectively based off real-life trains. Yet Shapes, they wanted to do this, like, flipped train system where the trains come back on the underside of the rail, and I don't know, the train system in that game did not feel good at all. So, yeah. Yeah, I tried it. Did not really have a super positive opinion on it. If the abstraction part doesn't bother you, then maybe it's something you'd get a bit more into, but yeah, it was a pretty big turnoff for me. I haven't played DSP yet. I'm gonna be playing it next month. Give me a couple weeks and we'll be on DSP. Sometime in May. You bounced off DSP pretty hard, really? What was the reason? Okay, my fucking night vision goggles are on another planet. So can you go get them for me? Every build becomes the same? I mean, we'll see. I haven't tried it yet. You know, I might really enjoy it. I might bounce off it too. If I do bounce off it, you know, we've got other games to play. But we'll give it a shot, you know. Like Timberborn, Elden Ring. I've never played Elden Ring. But yeah, Timberborn is one of the other games. What's probably going to happen, since we're coming close to the end of the month and I'm getting like a better and better idea of what's going on. The way this is probably going to play out... Today, we're going through everything that's left on the to-do list that is not clocking. There's not a lot of things. But basically, anything that's left on there, we either do it or we're taking it off the list at this point. So, yeah, today is like literally everything that's not clocking. Next weekend, we will finish clocking purple, yellow, and whatever else needs to be clocked. And maybe look into doing quality for cryo and metallurgic, as well as, you know, finishing scaling up our endgame SPM here. That might be, it might be one more weekend after that. Like, it's either, we're wrapping up either next weekend, or maybe one more weekend after that, but it would be one more at most. So either, you know, the last Megabase weekend will either be the coming weekend or the one after that. And then we'll wrap everything up, you know, have our base settled at 7 million or whatever SPM we have. Okay, we need to worry about you later. I'll do you last. And you as well. We need to worry about you later. And you're the part that doesn't matter anymore. And that doesn't matter anymore either. And this doesn't need to go to there anymore. That just goes to there. That fucking oil pipe's a little awkward. I don't know if it's going to be in the same location. We'll worry about that afterward. Alright, they're changed over now. Just got all those factory stuff just started with Satisfactory? Yeah, Satisfactory is a good game. Yeah, you should take your time, enjoy the game. Satisfactory doesn't really have much of an end game, so once you finish building your tower on everything and maybe do a little exploration and fucking around with some of the late game techs, you know, you're kind of done. I only wound up putting about 120 hours into it total. The late game stuff winds up being easier than the early game. The recipes are simpler. And there's certain techs that just kind of eclipse, and the belt system is unrewarding. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Like, it's, here. Let me look at my calendar. Like, so this is the weekend of, what, you know, 18th, 19th? Yeah, so weekend of 25, 26 will be the final clocking weekend. And then if we don't finish everything there, I will play on the 2nd and 3rd, you know, the weekend of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd as well, to finish things up. After that, I think I will probably take 1 week off to do the Turtle WoW shit that I was talking about earlier in the stream. You know, and also just to, you know, take a small little, like, hard break from streaming. I think it's good if I, you know, take occasional weeks off here and there. Prevents me from losing my marbles. And then yeah, after that, then we'll hit DSP, Timberborn, Mindustry, all these other games we've been talking about. At some point, we'll come back to Factorio, do a modded planets run, and so on. But yeah, so mid-May, early mid-May, is when we will be looking into that stuff. Yeah, I have like 3,600 hours in Factorio, although that does include some AFK time on some megabases. But yeah, I mean, I have like 182 hours total. And I'd finished with the game proper at around like 100 something, like 110 or something, I can't remember. And that was, you know, with taking my time. And Factorio, we're up to, yeah, 3,700 now. Although I let the game run for nearly 100 hours off stream last week, just to get levels up. But yeah, I mean, I haven't played that many Factory games. I just have put a lot of time into Factorio. I've played like Factorio, Satisfactory, Shapes 2, and a little bit of Desynced. And that's basically it. I haven't tried any others. Is the belt mechanics not even a home run? It crushes with the zip code. Everything else was really. So the other games have like really bad belting. I need to get this one done first, so that it connects the bots. Turn that up. You know what? I probably have the debug shit still on, right? Yeah, let's get rid of that too. I never really AFK'd much in Satisfactory. I don't think I AFK'd at all, actually. Should probably get these finished first, so the comm ships can keep working. Should switch to research prod soon. Try to finish that level tonight. Are you good? Lithium connects. Alright, we'll check on you in a minute. Let's get the other ones built. Okay. How did that happen? Okay, that should be all of them. The question is, are you all working or not? No. Why? Because I have lithium in here. Did I hook you up to the wrong one? I did. Yeah, what's going on here? Should only be the one in between the lithiums. Okay, oil to the left, fucking oil. Where was my oil connect? It was like over here. Alright, now the fluids look correct. Where are you coming from? Oh, it's still... Ah! Alright, let me just start at the left and fix everything one by one. Yeah, you need to be to there. Icon. 2, the one in the middle, and then the one on the left. 2, one in the middle. And the one on the left. Wait, fuck. I gotta make sure I remove the right one. Okay, I did it correctly on every other one, just not the most recent one that I did. Okay, purge the lithium now. Purge that. How are you still getting lithium? What is going on? What did I screw up? Okay, you've got a green light now. Well, as long as the green lights are coming on. That's a good sign. How do you have lithium on both sides of the belt? What is going on? Oh my god. Hey Doc, how you doing, man? Neptune City is a good song for a kilo, isn't it? How it goes? No. Just trapped on Neptune City, I guess. Hopefully gonna get out of here pretty soon. Today is our last day to avoid clocking as much as we can. I mean, I've already said, like, there's not much left on my to-do list. It's basically all just clocking shit, but yeah, we're gonna go through it line by line today. And if there's any non-clocking we can do, we are going to do it. Because nobody likes clocking. Alright, you're gone now. It's all integrated. You can see Gleba scenes, please. Are you asking me to show Gleba? Yeah, I can't pronounce your name. I need, like, better translating shit on this goddamn client that I have. Are you asking me to show me Gleba? I can't pronounce your name. You need to tell me what to call you. Because I can't read Cyrillic, unfortunately. But if you're asking me to show Gleba, this is what it looks like. Still need to talk about doing like a flow-through design head, potentially. Maybe. Although I'm going to be honest, the Band-Aid solution that we have in right now is working pretty well. Yeah, that's Gleba. That's what Gleba looks like. Jelly's over here. Yamako jelly. Carbon and bioflux. Alright. Yeah, there you go. Oh, this was ammonia. You don't even go anywhere. I mean, I guess you go to here. What do I even need lithium supply to the network for? It's just fusion cells, isn't it? Yeah, because that's done in a blade. I guess fusion cells and cryogenic. And I guess for launching for... Yeah, there's a couple things we need it for. Yeah. You can stay. It's not a very big build anyway. But yeah, the blades are nice and clean now. We got sunken pipes and everything. Also, I broke my something again. You're not getting solid fuel now. That should be coming from here, right? So I broke your oil connect. Yeah, we spent a lot of time on a kilo this past week, so it should look good. We did the recessed heat pipes and everything. And we changed the fluid bus to be hot fluoro instead of cold. So now each blade has all its cooling in the blade, which means we no longer need the exterior cooling that needs to be scaled up. Why are you still struggling? It probably just needs a second. Yeah, we should see green lights soon if we don't see it within the next minute or two. We have a problem. Perfect design? Thanks, man. I wish I thought it was perfect too. We try. Yeah, I don't need these anymore. Just get rid of it. Do the fusion, cryos, and chips not need cold fluoro? I need to still. That's the last thing I need to do. I was just trying to get these going online first. But yeah, I need to like retool this now. I mean, this one's still coasting off that tank right now. But yeah, I need to retool this so this is like, I don't know, at the top, and then cools the hot fluoro, and then this quant's probably needs to be at the top as well, and then the railgun's beneath it. Yeah, we'll be doing it in a second here. Hopefully no Prometheum ship explodes in the meantime. Alright, are we good now? Okay, let's go through everything and make sure you're all working. You're happy. We just need to check the ones at the top. You don't have fluoro. Why? Something's weird. Oh, what the fuck happened here? I didn't remove all the shit up top for this one apparently. Oh, that looks better. Anyone else notice anything not matching? Other than the things I removed? Requested it yesterday during the political session. You mean day before yesterday? I didn't wind up streaming yesterday. Not for the reasons that people think. Because after the Friday stream, I'm sure people thought, like, I just needed to peace out for a day, but that's not actually what happened. The reason I didn't wind up streaming yesterday was a completely different story, completely unrelated. But yeah, I can play it after this one. After the one that's currently playing. Have I redesigned Gleba yet? No. No, we haven't done the flow-through head yet. We might get to it today. Depending on how long everything else takes. If not, we'll get to it next weekend. But I mean, the Band-Aid, the most recent iteration of the Band-Aid actually seems to be working pretty well. We haven't had any more blade freezes or burnouts because of that, because of the spoilage. So yeah, the solution we have in here seems to be doing what it needs to be doing. My one concern with a flow-through head design is, in theory, it's going to burn way, way, way more fruit, right? Like, if the fruit, like, say, comes through here and then goes back... then in theory it might use a lot more fruit. And the goddamn cloud is big enough. It's kind of funny how small the novice is by comparison. Sometimes they all need a day, yeah. I mean, it was less day to myself and more like I did something that really, really, really fucked up my sleep cycle. And when stream time rolled around, I was like, I am in no shape to stream today. Drive-in excavator? Alright. You have fun making your factory in real life, man. I wish you luck. Apply some PWE to... I mean... yeah, we'll see. But, I mean, it's the inherent problem with a good Band-Aid, right? If you have a good Band-Aid, then... you know, why bother redesigning the whole thing, right? If the Band-Aid is doing a good job. Because, you know, we're still launching at 98% freshness. So if we're launching at 98% freshness and the blades aren't jamming anymore, then what's the problem again? Like, what are we redesigning for again? Like, what's the goal behind the redesign? Like, you know, what are we actually going to achieve with a redesign? That's kind of where I'm at right now. Regarding Gleba, that's why I keep kicking that one back. Just because the current solution is one of those things that's good enough. To restart a new run? I mean, isn't that what the VODs were supposed to be for? But no, like, when I do, like, Space Age Megabase 3, it'll be after Linux, not on default settings, and potentially after a CPU upgrade as well. I don't know, I've heard, like, some people rumoring that, like, the 10800X3D is going to be on fucking Zen 6, which I find hard to believe. I didn't believe that. Because there's no way, like, they released Zen 5, only had 2 generations, and then a new platform already. But we'll see. We'll see, man. The idea of upgrading my processor for Factorio is something that I'm also starting to kind of, like, wonder how much I care about, right? Because it's not like I care about, you know, a slightly better processor for Timberborn or for DSP or for K2SC or for Pianodons or for a modded Planet Run. It's very much just a small subset of one game only, right? Like, it's Factorio Megabasing only. That's it. That's it. That's the only reason. And, you know, it's something where I sort of don't have anything to prove, right, or anything like that. And there's always going to be people with a slightly better PC setup than you, right? Like, no matter how good you get things optimized, you know, a year later another processor releases, and then now you no longer have the best PC setup. Like, the main goal of this Megabase was just to outdo last year's. And, you know, obviously we passed that mark a long time ago. You know, we're at 60 UPS at 4.5 million SPM on non-Prometheum and 2.5 on Prometheum. Which is pretty solid, and with Prometheum offline, we can push non-Prometheums to, you know, easily 7 million plus at this point. Ish. I say ish because it really depends on how many research pride levels I get, and while I did a good job running the game offline last week, I kind of haven't done it over the weekend, so yeah. I don't know. As I talked about a bit like a week ago or a couple days ago, I did the math to figure out how long it would take to get from research 80 to 90, and it's something like 500 hours. Yeah, like 2.2, 2.3 million Prometheum SPM constant. It's literally something like 500 hours. You know, it's essentially like doubling the amount of time. Because we were at like 310 hours before I started running it offline, and I put about 80 hours into it offline, just letting it run. So yeah, it's a very long time, and it's just a number, you know? It's just a number at the end of the day. Yeah, I have a 700 X3D too. Yeah, I'm talking about whether the 10800 X3D, when it releases, which I thought it would have released by now, but they're taking their time on that one. But I'm talking about whether or not the 10800 X3D is still going to be an AM5. Because I would think it would be. Someone with a 10,000 computer, yeah. I mean, it's less about the sheer dollar amount and more just having the, you know, the Linux with everything set up and the current best X3D CPU, fast RAM, all that shit. I think we're good. I thought we'd have more issues. Oh yeah, I have to clear the lithium on some of these belts. Because for some reason some of you wound up with lithium on both sides. I don't know how that happened. Might wind up being an AM6? I mean, I don't know. That's going to be really fucking annoying if they do that. Because it would basically mean I built my PC at, like, kind of the worst time. It basically would mean I should have just waited for the 9800 X3D and built my PC around that. Yeah, but the thing is, like, AM5 just came out. That's why it's annoying. Like, them only having 2 generations on AM5 before a new platform again. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, but fuck Intel. You know, I'll go back to Intel processors when I want to fry an egg on my computer. When I want to make breakfast while playing Factorio at the same time. Go to YouTube, Rotten Flecker. You can find it all on YouTube. It's the whole reason why I started dual streaming. Was there would be a permanent record of longer VODs. Or longer playthroughs, sorry, not VODs specifically. You do that every time you play with a Will and group? Yeah, but that's different. Because you're not the streamer. You know? I can't just say, be right back, guys, frying an egg. Or maybe I could, you know, if I left my game running on an aesthetic enough part of the Megabase. I might have to switch off. Because, yeah, the cryo has been, like, interrupted for a good bit. Yeah, they all got hit with it. Nice thing about cryos is they're easy to tell that they're working because you can see the glowy light. If they manage to significantly boost the Affinity Fabric limits, you'll need new RAM. Yeah, but new RAM is like still $1 billion, man. I'm not that rich. I'm not filthy rich. You know? I don't make enough to essentially buy a brand new PC every 2 years. Are you actually full, or... Oh no, you're actually full. We can take a second and just enjoy the sights. Yeah, I should switch to something. We'll try to finish this level. Well, maybe. The last 5% is still gonna take 40 minutes. Yeah, we're getting way up there, man. Way up there. Never done a CPU upgrade without getting new motherboards. Maintaining backward is a waste of effort. Yeah, I've never done one either. I've never upgraded my CPU without upgrading my whole PC either. The only reason we're talking about this shit is because of Factorio Megabasing. But it's also why I don't want to get the 9800. Because it's just one generation more. Like, yeah, it's currently the best I could get, but, I mean... You know, spending, like, a couple $100 just for that, you know. The Infinity Fabric is a hard lock on how fast you can make your RAM. The newer X7 is supposed to support up to 9. But when you do that, the Infinity Fabric is no longer in lopsec. Yeah, that's more of a technical explanation than, you know, like I don't know exactly what I've heard the words Infinity Fabric, but I don't know what it actually means. Like when I hear Infinity Fabric, I think of cloth stretching in between the stars. Like, like I don't know what that actually is. Keep up with it for good. Well, once mid game starts up, it's over for you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what eventually comes out. How to set up circuit requests? I did a video on that. Check my YouTube channel. It should be one of the more recent ones. Under the, actual videos, not the live tab. But yeah, I did a video on how to set it up. The short version is... we put the request with a number here, and then we use a method that I called signal contamination in order to contaminate the values that are actually coming from the network so that it'll request the amounts before it actually hits 0. Specifically, it'll request them when it hits half. But yeah, that's the way it works. Is it's set up to say request 50 red chests. If the red chests get below 25, then it sends the request for the full 50. So it'll oscillate between half that value and 1.5 times that value with the way I have it set up. But yeah, I did a YouTube video on that. You should watch that, yeah, if you want the more detailed explanation. Infinity Fabric is the internet in between the chiplets inside the CPU. Okay. Easier to make small stuff than massive monolithic? Yeah. That makes sense. That's a little hard to disconnect. I'll just leave it connected. I can disconnect it from here though. And just leave this connected to that only. It's a little better for UPS. There's a reason why I'm talking. Well, I mean, my understanding of all this is obviously not the same level that yours is, but my main understanding and critique of Intel, from my, I guess, relative layman's perspective, is that over the past years, Intel has just been trying to make their, CPUs faster and faster and faster. Like, they have, really long pipelines or whatever in their processors. And so while they're achieving higher, clock rates, in terms of, absolute clock rates, the whole thing with the X3D chips was having more memory available. And so the X3D chips were, better with single-threaded stuff. There might be some departments where Intel processors pull ahead, but the thing is, these days, unless you're specifically doing something, that uses shitloads and shitloads of cores and actually uses all of them, just about anything you might get CPU limited on these days, especially in gaming, is going to be CPU limited because of the number of cores that are, yeah, because, you know what I mean. God, I can't speak right now. Because it's all being run on one thread. Or there's one main thread, bottlenecking everything. But like, basically what that means is that, you know, until Intel wakes up and can start designing, you know, change their architecture and design chips to actually have higher memory, then AMD is always going to pull ahead for most, you know, single thread performance things that we actually care about. Once you got a base at the X30, yeah, I mean that's where the whole thing I was talking about like a couple weeks ago comes into play. If you can have your Megabase be small enough that the whole thing basically can kind of more or less fit into the X30 cache, then you should in theory be able to get some absolutely massive performance gains, but I'm not sure that's even possible. You know, to have like a several million SPM Megabase that's small enough to fit into there. Well, you would definitely have to be like on absolute max settings and taking care to not overscout. Which I did, you know, do this run earlier on when I was trying to keep the file size a bit smaller. But I sort of gave up on that. I mean, it's still pretty small. Yeah, we're still only at 124 megabytes. Last year's Megabase was 150. Yeah, last year's was actually bigger. Rayjav's is 180. The last one I have of Will's is 270. But yeah. This song, I totally forgot, dude. I don't know, it's all yours. I swear, like, other people's songs requests I don't miss as badly as I miss yours. I swear I'm not trying to spite you. Oh, I did play it. Oh yeah, I remember I did play it. I think you were gone by the time I played it yesterday, yeah. Yeah, you requested it yesterday, and like I forgot to play it, and then I eventually did. But yeah, I did actually play it yesterday. I gotta admit, I think I'll play it for you again just today because I missed it and I feel bad, but I gotta admit, I don't think a lot of people are as big a fan of this band as you are. Yeah, it's the Demon Hunter, Freedom is Dead. I've always been more of a synth metal guy myself. Okay, we're gonna have to move you down here somewhere. Because I need to change this now. So just remove that for now. Okay, so we need to fundamentally... So this is the big part that needs to change. Aside from all that. Because out of all the things that take cold fluoro... Yeah, it's the bottling here for this and this. And this. I mean, this basically leads to these two. These are handled in blades. That we only had to make once. And so, yeah, it's the railguns and the bottling. There you go. Freedom is dead. Why do I even have this going to the left? Just go to the right. Straight up. Okay, is there any other cleanup I have to do with the connections, or are we good? I think we're good. Maybe put one tank here. Or two. Okay, so the railguns need cold fluoro, and then we also need quantums being made, and that spits back hot fluoro. And then we also need cold fluoro for the barreling thing. Yeah, this thing. Right here. And you need to come out here too. Remove that there. Alright, so with you, we start with the hot floor chill. And how much can you handle? 110? How much do you use? 30? You choose 30 and you use like 18. So we don't need that much. Yeah, go ahead and run the pipe down right there. Yeah, it did dip a little because we started running into cryo and other things apparently. Oh, it's fine. Oh, you know what I do want to push that I haven't pushed in a while? Let's get our regular fizz up. That's like way lower. Yeah, that's only at like 4 million compared to our bots, which are at 8 billion. So yeah, let's get that up to like 25 or something. Alright, and then we need our quants. Also, here, I'm kind of having a slightly different idea on how do I want to lay this out. Do it like that. Now it's easier to run the We're back. Except I need a tank. I'm forgetting I still need a tank. I have to do the same shit I did over here. Let's put this down here, put the tank out here. Where'd you go? Yeah, that's one downside of doing this change. It complicates the other shit. Alright, there we go. Give me those settings. You. That was close. Almost lost a pretty big chunk. That would have been like a lot of engines. Okay, and there we go. And then we need our this thing to load that. Output here. And then your input. Oh, you need like a beacon or two? I totally forgot. Oh, it just... fuck. Yeah, I mean, one beacon is probably enough on that, but it does need to be on that. Okay, hold on. Figure it out. You use actually 30. I didn't actually realize how many you used per second. It's actually a really high amount. Why are my bots so busy right now? We feel so backlogged. I don't know, in my older blade designs, I had the lowermost ones on provider chests, so I could supply more quants to the base. I thought I kind of didn't need it, but I'm starting to wonder if maybe I did. Because, yeah, like... you need a lot of quants. And this is just a trickle. And even if I add a second beacon, like it's still gonna be a trickle, right? So remove this now. Yeah, just remove it. Decided to ignore group policy settings and install a bad driver and break itself. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Nothing negative about Windows surprises me anymore these days. It's kind of insane how far Microsoft has fallen. It's kind of insane how a lot of tech companies have fallen. I mean, even though we know this is what happens, right? Like, this is what happens to every fucking corporation under capitalism. This is what literally happens to every fucking company. But even us knowing that, like, this is how it goes down, it's still fucking shocking to see just how shit everything has become. With all these entrenched monopolies, with zero competition, and constant and shitification and whatnot going on. It's an interface for your oscilloscope. Windows swears is an audio card. Yeah, I can't help you with that. You're on your own. You have my sympathy, though. I am united with you in the fuck Windows bandwagon. It's a pretty big bandwagon at this point, honestly. I think almost everybody's aboard. I mean, I feel like we have the whole Linux versus Windows conversation like every other day on this stream. Is that and the AI thing? But yeah, like it feels like every other day we're talking about like how fucking much Windows sucks. $30 gigabytes off the... Okay, bro. Yeah, it's not even that big of a convo. Yeah, you're right. Like, we all know Linux is better. It's just making the jump is a pain in the ass if you've never done it before. I didn't drop it, did I? Yeah, you need. Oh yeah, you need lots of quants too. Yeah, no, I've got a. Yeah, I'm gonna put some red chest on these. Fuck it. Just do it on like the nearest one only. We're out of superconductors, really? Yeah, apparently. Cargo ship literally just got here though. Here they come. Wouldn't want to blame anyone? Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably deal with it at some point, but, like, I don't even know at this point. I don't know. I'm definitely getting, like... I don't like to use the words burned out very often. Because I think they get overused a bit. But I'm definitely starting to get burned out on just, like, the sheer optimization part of the Megabase, right? Like, I enjoy, like, building things, expanding things, improving my designs. And, you know, progressing from one phase of the game to the other, one planet to the other. Like, seeing the problems that we have to deal with and coming up with designs to solve those. But now that we're kind of in the just pure optimization phase... Like, I don't know. It's burned me out a lot faster than I thought it would. It's definitely something that, like, I've kind of realized that I don't really enjoy it. You know, I do it because I feel like I have to do it. but I don't like fundamentally enjoy it the way I enjoy like the rest of the game, right? But yeah. Windows has been going downhill since XP. No, I think 7 was good. 7 was good, and I had never had any issues with Vista. I never had any issues with Vista, despite everyone else hating Vista. I liked Vista. I never had any problems with it. But yes, I think it kind of peaked with 7. I just went down, like, straight down the shitter after that. The system's on a SATA SSD? Oh, rip. Yeah, I'm with Ravager. Windows 7 was peak, yeah. Yeah, and Smitty. My desktop had an uptime for it. Yeah, Windows 7 was Microsoft finally, like, fully refining their operating system to perfection. You know, hammering out all the issues that had plagued previous versions. But before the inshitification really set in. Before, you know, the full corporatization and just pushing margins and pushing unnecessary changes so that various, you know, programmers could justify their jobs. You find a lot of that, I noticed. Like, did any of you guys notice YouTube changed the embedded interface on PCs like a couple weeks ago? Like, YouTube changed how videos, like, the embed works. Like, the volume is now in the top right instead of the bottom right. So is the settings. The volume doesn't even often work right on desktop, because if you go click on the volume control and then try to mouse over the slider, it'll just close the fucking slider. Like, I don't know why they changed it. Like, I'm sitting there going, like, why did this need to be changed? Like, what was wrong with the old one? Like, I don't understand. Like, there was nothing wrong with the old one. And for some reason, they just changed their YouTube embedded interface. And the new one is just shit. And all I can think about is, like, whoever did this, like, you know, just literally did it to justify the existence of their job. You know, like, oh, look, we've improved the design. No, you haven't. You've ruined it. Windows 7, the last registry in plain text? Really? Was it? I never realized that. Holy. Modern software, instead of clear error messages, says something went wrong? Yeah, that too. They allowed way too low spec hardware? Yeah. Yeah, the new YouTube embed is so bad. Like, I wish I could go back to the old one. I really hate it. Let there be light! It worked too well, it had to go, yeah. But, like, it just feels like everything is further and further pushed towards fucking phones. Because on a phone, like, people just use their phone's audio buttons, you know, their external audio buttons to change the volume. Like, I'm on a PC. I want the fucking volume slider, goddammit. Right? Like, I want, like, an actual proper slider. How long is this going to take? 7 minutes? Yeah, we'll do one more level before we switch over. The ships aren't lining up yet. They're... Oh, one is. No, it's loading. But yeah, like, I don't know. The fucking YouTube embed thing really kind of pissed me off. Like, the volume slider thing especially, because like I said, like, you'll click on the new volume button, and then the slider will open up, and then you fucking, like, try to mouse over the slider, and the slider just disappears. Like it's like actually non-functional. Like why can't we just have the permanent always visible slider in the bottom right? Why does it have to be a fucking hidden behind a button now? It's I don't know, man. Shit is so obnoxious. So tired of all this shit. Yeah, I mean, welcome to the club. Alright, so we should be good now. You're now getting quants from the main stuff, so you should be going a bit faster. How come they aren't grabbing from the right? Why are they only grabbing from the left? I guess they're getting from this one first, because it's closer. Oh, you go at like 8 per second. This is the overload issue? Yeah, I mean, I know what it was. I mean, I'm not watching his whole fucking VOD video. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this before, yeah. I mean, I know what it is. It means once there's a certain amount on the output, it won't load it anymore into the input. But yeah, it's the overload multiplier. We figured that out. The drivers for this hardware violate every conceivable memory policy and we're actually enforcing safety. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like I had decent-ish hardware when Vista on my Vista PC, so it was never a problem for me. Like I had a positive opinion of Vista, much to the dismay of all my friends who thought Vista was evil. But yeah, personally, I had a good time. And no major problems. But that was like, you know, what, 2 decades ago now? I barely remember all that. It was so long ago. It's ancient fucking history at this point. Having hardware for the area. Yeah, but you always just turn that shit off like immediately. Like I remember that was like the one thing where it's like, yeah, just turn off all the fancy like transparent UI shit and just have it be just standard opaque bars and you're good. You couldn't turn the fancy stuff on? Oh. Yeah, I don't remember that. But as I said, it's been a while. My memory is fuzzy-wuzzy. I think we're good on a kilo. Yeah, I mean, the only things we needed, the cold floor, we needed to barrel it, railguns. And then the quants is a different story. But yeah, what's a hot fluoro bus now? Why is it so low? Do I need a third thingy? Here, let me get one more in here while we're at it. Move you guys. And put you like up here. Can I get these off red inserters too? Still a bunch of animation, but I had no hardware, so I just write some shit book with a single core seller and it would have a seizure. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I get that. I never had a shitty Celeron laptop, fortunately. I only ever owned one laptop my whole life, and it was some MacBook I got when I first went to college, and it was the first time I'd ever like really dealt with the Mac operating system, and all it did was make me hate it even more. that was my experience with that laptop. I regretted buying it like within months after I got it. I was like, God damn it, why did I decide to go with a Mac? Everyone was like, Mac makes better laptops. Apple laptops are good. Yeah, but you're stuck using like fucking their shitty ass OS. Alright, now it's going up. Watch my mouth. I will slander Apple as much as I want. This is a people are getting sick of Windows and installing Linux left and right stream. Ain't nobody going back to Apple. Your uncle grandma didn't know if you wouldn't care, but some techies would keep turning it off and bitch about their system out. Yeah. All the rockets are launching. I need to find a rocket. Pretty awesome for my software dev? I don't know. For just the shit that I do, I just... I don't know. I criticize Windows for not having options be easily accessible and transparent enough. And Mac just is worse in that regard. Seriously considering turning to Mac for all online... Really? Really? I thought you guys would hate Mac even more than I did. What? What is going on? Is it that bad? It's just very controlled. Like, it's kind of like... My experience with Apple devices, and my main experience has been that one MacBook that I had that I said, but my experience with Apple devices has generally been that it just feels more annoying to get into like basic settings or to change things than Windows, and Windows makes it annoying enough. Like, you used to be able to do that master control panel shit. I remember that. I never got it set up on this PC. But I don't know if you can still do it. Where you could have, like, most of the settings in one place. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't really care for it. Yeah. Yeah, like, the way I see it is, like, Apple can be alright for people who are just, like, really non-tech literate, and you need to get them something that they just can't break. Because it's relatively hard to break Apple stuff, because it's so fucking tightly controlled. But yeah, when you want to change things on it, then it's a whole nother story. The will of the ghost of Steve Jobs. Yeah, I'm gonna cleanse my PC with fruit juice to cure its problems. That'll work. That's the Steve Jobs method, right? If something's wrong, just use fruit juice. It'll cure all the problems. The man was a fucking idiot. It's like... I still don't call it his death. I still don't refer to it as his death. I refer to it as his suicide. Like, the man did not die of cancer. The man committed suicide by cancer. Like, what a dumbass. His doctors were like, you know, hey, you've got this cancer, but it's super, super easily treatable. And we caught it super early, and you're a fucking billionaire, so good news. You know? We should be able to take care of it pretty easily. And he's like, nah, man, I'm just gonna drink fruit juice. And he dies. Like, that's literally what happened. And people still look up to that guy. Like, I'm just like... You're not upgrading from Windows 10? I mean, I keep telling people, I am on Windows 11. And I keep telling people, yeah, if you can do Windows 10, get it. Don't do 11. 11's fucking obnoxious. Never had an iPhone and was strictly Android? Yeah. Yeah, it does just work. Like, my tech illiterate relatives all have iPhones. But these are people who are, like, completely tech illiterate, right? You know, as I said, they make, like, functional technology. They make functional aesthetic technology devices for people who are, you know, just technologically illiterate. Like, that's, like, their redeeming quality is... It's hard to break their stuff. But it's also very hard to tinker with anything as well. That Bioflex belt's really flowing. How are the calcite belts looking? Not as bad as I expected. But yeah, I mean, that's their whole thing. Like, super closed ecosystem. Apple app for just about everything. That's guaranteed to work with all other Apple apps. I mean, that's the entire shtick. Very, very limited choice, but those choices will always work. And you'll never have to worry about them not working. General for the peak Windows 11 experience. You're up to date. Your device is missing important security updates. Yeah. I think I turned those notifications off. But yeah, I've never had an iPhone either. I had a BlackBerry back in the day I really liked. I really enjoyed my BlackBerry, and then I eventually got Android when BlackBerry went under. My parents' tech support have drastically reduced everyone's. Oh yeah, that's definitely true for me too. Like ever since like my relatives all started getting iPhones, like I don't get pestered to, for them to fix shit on their stuff anymore. So I guess, as I said, that's their one redeeming quality. Android phones sort of started to experience slow as iPhone runs. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Google pushes like worse and worse operating systems over the year. Like I remember my smartphone before my current one was an original Samsung Galaxy, like OG Samsung Galaxy. From like 12 fucking years ago or 13 years ago or whatever the fuck it was. And it would just get like slower and slower with every update. Like even though I'm not installing anything, I'm not adding anything to it. It would just get slower and slower with every fucking update. Even my current phone, the one I got like, 3-4 years ago now? Which has, like, a Pixel. It's a Pixel 6A. I can't remember if it's 6 or 6A. I didn't have a lot of choice, because I kind of had to get whatever, like, I was on my carrier. Because in the US, everything is, like, strictly restricted to, like, carriers and shit. So it's like the phone that I really wanted to get, I wasn't available on my carrier. So I wound up getting the Pixel. And I don't know. It's only gotten slower since I've gotten it. Like it takes longer to come out of like hibernation or like lock mode than like every fucking year, I feel. It's also big. Like that's like one thing I don't understand about modern phones. They're so fucking big. Like when I compared my old Samsung Galaxy to the Pixel 6, it's like, it's so much bigger. Like, I'm not like a super small dude or anything, and like, the thing is like so big in my pocket, it's like, I don't need such a big phone. Like, I actually wish it was smaller. I wish it was like closer to wallet size and not fucking tablet size. They're so fucking big, man. Okay, while we're talking, I need to be working on something here. Alright, so the big thing today was going through my to-do list. Which is a bunch of gibberish on my other monitor. So I'm kind of going to go through it line by line, and we'll see what we can do. I have some notes here that are so old I don't even know what they reference anymore. I don't keep disk images of anything. I just keep all my important files in like one location and periodically back them up. That's it. All my notes and shit. Everything else is online these days, so... Yeah, we did the new Cover X design. We did that. My last one of the requirements were can use with one hand. Yeah, I mean, I can use the Pixel with one hand. Like, I can use it with one hand, but it's just... I thought my old Samsung Galaxy was a good size. And the 6A is, like, so much bigger. Like, I don't know. I don't watch movies on my phone. I don't watch TV shows on my phone. You know, I'm not one of these Gen Z kids who never had a PC and only did everything on their phone. So they got used to doing everything on their phone. You know, I had a PC when I was a kid. I like my big 1080p, or not even 1080p, 1440p screen. And I like my mouse and my mouse pad and my full-size keyboard. I only look at my phone when I actually have to go out somewhere, and I have to, like, you know, and I have time to burn. That's the only time I actually look at it. Am I running graphene? No, I don't think so. That's the launcher, right? I'm running like a tiled one, the one with the square tiles. I can't remember what it's called. How did I come up with this channel name? I don't know. I was like 13 years old. Had just seen Lord of the Rings. I needed a username to replace my old one, which was super generic. If I had known I would be using it 25 years later, I might have thought about it a little bit harder. But yeah. When you come up with your internet username as a young teenager, you might want to think about it, because there's a good chance you're probably going to be using that for the rest of your fucking life. It's an alternative secure Android? Oh, I'm not familiar with it. You can't even reach the top of the screen of your thumb without Rickson dropping the phone? Oh, yeah, like... Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, it's big in that sense, but... Yeah, I can do most stuff with one hand, but... No, I get what you mean, I agree. If you could start on any planet, what one would you? Oh, Vulcanus. Starting on Gleba or Fulgora would take a very long period of time. Like, those planets are definitely pretty slow to get going. We're starting to have ships wait. It's 12 minutes, though. Yeah, we'll just let that finish. But yeah, it would be Vulcanus. No, I'm just kidding. We'd start on a kilo. I'm sure that would work out great. But yeah, like, Dosh did a Fulgora start video at one point if you want to see, like, what all it takes to get Fulgora going early, but it's pretty rough. Gleba would be pretty rough, too. Vulcanus is the only planet which would be smoother / easier to start than Novice. It's an alternate Android ROM exclusive to Pixels and very privacy-focused. Interesting. Okay, I'll write it down. I mean, chances are I won't wind up getting it because, as I said, I barely use my fucking phone. Like, I'm serious. Like, the most I use my phone every week is, like, when I'm at my local Mexican joint, waiting them to make my burrito. And I'm like, I just need to pass, like, 5-10 minutes. like browsing like some random article or something. That's it. Like, other than that, if I have my PC available, I always use my PC. Graphene locked out too many things. Oh, you need call recording. Had a hard line saying it's like call recordings were security vuln. Oh, I see. Yeah, see, I just don't get phone calls. Anyone I know knows to text me. If you call my phone, I have my phone permanently silenced. If you try to call my phone or leave a voicemail, I will never receive it. I periodically just, like, every couple months, I just open up my voicemail and I delete every single one without listening to them. It's always the same bullshit. Here's, like, some fucking offer from my ISP for a slightly better whatever bullshit. Or some other, like, ad crap. So, yeah. Is the ID verification? Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens with that. I looked into that a little bit off stream, not as much as I meant to. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. We need to burn this motherfucker down already, man. That's for sure. I have no idea what I2P or Monero are. These hardcore devs doesn't fuck over. They assume that edge because they're willing to jump through arbitrary hoops everyone else is. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely can empathize with that. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong notepad. Add on-off switch and indicator lights to... Oh, that was the module thing? Yeah, we did that a long time ago. What else? Big buffer cryo psi. Yeah, we did that. Fix the bot regulator. We did that. There was a fix the chisel issues, but then Artelis did the Hermes, and I stopped caring about the chisel. Get dashboards and meters set up. Yeah, we did that. Supply ship needs to bring BCLDS to Gleba, not Gleba ship. Yeah, we did that. Big fusion plants. Yep, we did that. Yeah, when I said today would be going through the list, I meant it. This is the fucking list. This is what we're going through. Right here. Yeah. Yeah, we're just taking stuff out. We're just going through the whole thing and just crossing off the stuff that we've already done, or that we've decided we're not going to do. But yeah, it's a pretty long list, but there's a lot of stuff on here that doesn't apply anymore. What do you want to stare at while I look at the list here? You can watch the disco. You learn about Ethereum Freedom, peer-to-peer browser with a decentralized network. I don't know. The whole like OS level age check thing kind of like blindsided me when we talked about it the other day. Like I wasn't aware of it. I try to stay pretty informed on this kind of stuff, but I had just missed that one entirely. French and your English is not very good. Thank you for this stream. No problem, dude. We don't get a lot of French people, I feel. Of all the European countries relative to population, France and Spain are always kind of underrepresented, I think. Or at least they don't talk much. They lurk. But no, I haven't tried space exploration yet. I will be trying it later this year. Sometime. Well, I don't want to make any promises regarding dates, because I have no idea how long I'm going to be on, like, non-Factorio games for. Like, if I get, like, really into, like, DSP or Timberborn and drop, like, 1,000 hours into it, then, you know, it could get pushed back even further. Crypto browser? What's a crypto browser? Better a board system of trying to load eggs with no quants. Honestly, I think it's good enough. If I haven't had a shit blow up because of that yet, then it's not an issue. Yeah, a lot of these Prometheum things have already been incorporated. I did it like off stream last week. I didn't do much work on the run off stream, but I did a little, mainly to the ships. The guy behind Monero put away for 15 years? Uh-oh. That's not a good sign. Worse French, the Canadian kind? I don't know. Could be. Is there another French Factorio player? I mean, there might be. You can check at the bottom. You can check at the bottom. Down here. There are two. There's a second France player lurking somewhere. I can never remember Belarus's flag. We got Costa Rica in here. Hong Kong. Yeah, the rest are mainly, you know, yeah. The standard European suspects. But yeah, you got one French buddy. Somewhere. Lurking. Yeah, it's in real time. But it doesn't show everybody. Like, if I think if you have certain settings disabled in Twitch, it won't show. Which is why the list in there never adds up to the total number of, viewers that I actually have. It's always way lower. But yeah, I just threw that on there. It's like a fun little thing. I don't have many widgets on there. Added that one. Oh yeah, this was a good idea that I never did. Add like a trip report system to the we have to be careful with that though. Because if I read hand contents on Pulse, then I'm sending egg signals back across the green wire as well. That's unavoidable. See, this is one thing I really wish they would do. Let us pick the fucking wire colors. I think that's pretty much like one of my most asked for features right now for Space Age. For when we select an inserter or an assembler, let us pick the goddamn wire color that the signal gets sent on. Like, the automall would have been way simpler to design if we had that feature. But like, if I just, one like idea that I had at one point, since we're going through the list, was to have something where that it tracks how many eggs it vents, and it stores that number in a memory cell until the next cycle begins. So if we catch a ship like coming back, we can see how many eggs it vented. I mean, I guess I don't need that though, because I guess we can do the math. I mean, it's not hard to do the math, right? Like, this has 683 out of a maximum possible of 750k. So it vented, like 70k Prometheum, so like 20k eggs. So it vented roughly 10% of its eggs. This one got higher at 720. This one was way low for some reason. Only 570 there. I mean, there is some variance. Well, you're back at Earth, so... Or Novice, sorry, not Earth. Factorio Earth. But yeah, if I read the egg count, like the second I check that, I'm sending the egg count back across the wire, and that's gonna fuck with other signals. Yeah. I'm not even asking for more colors, I'm just asking for the option to specify which wire it's transmitted on when you read something. Imagine a rainbow. I mean, I would not object if we got extra wire colors. Like if we had like blue and yellow wires. Like I would be happy with that. I don't know how they'd make it work with power poles and whatnot. You know, with the way things are set up, right? Like I don't know how they'd make that look. Maybe have like a lower pylon. Actually, that's the answer, isn't it? Yeah, that's actually the answer. Yeah, yeah. Even the lower pylon's completely unused. Yeah, the lower pylons are completely unused. You kind of don't have a lower one, but they could add one. Same with you, they'd have to add one. But yeah, the big power pole. The big power pole is already set up for more wire colors. They could be read straight from the that generates the bin. The problem is there's multiple signals that generate the bin. Like there's one here that can generate it. There's the manual switch which can generate it. There's this one. There's a reason I kind of just had it set up so that it's just one big green network. But yeah. Entities reading their own contents or not. Well, I mean, if they did what I'm suggesting, then that wouldn't be a problem. But like on assemblers too, like when I'm doing this, and then say another one on a different color. Like often I want to set recipe using one wire color, and then read ingredients on another wire color. And those two normally won't collide, right? Like, it's not going to set the recipe to its own ingredient. But you have to be really careful about, what you do. Like, it's something we had to deal with a lot with the AutoMall, basically. Was being very careful with wire contamination. Because you only have two wire colors and you can't specify what it's being read to. Cause all kinds of headaches with trying to store extra asteroids within the collector, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have the good early game system for storing 3 kinds of asteroids in one collector. But it really works best with only 2 collectors. Like, if you look at this, with these two. On that, we did a little trick with that, with overflow. To get that to work. But yeah, on the late game ships... I just have every collector only store one type. You only store ice, you're only metal. These are only carbon. And same on these, only carbon, only ice, only metal. But yeah, it would be nice if we had some more elegant ways to do that. So blue and purple, but only the big poles can hold all of them. No, you'd have to make every pole be able to hold it, otherwise it'd turn into a nightmare. Wouldn't solve the issues? Oh. Yeah. Well, what are you what's the specific case that you ran into, though? Where you said you have some entities read their own contents and others don't? What's the specific case you ran into there? Oh, train stuff? Yeah. Yeah, when we sit down and, like, actually get into modded Factorio, we're gonna have to sit down and design a proper, like, train system as well. I have good rails, but I could stand to design a better control system. The wildcard interrupts are just a pain in the ass, though. Like the green icon ones. Like these. Every time I've tried to use these, I can never get them working how I want. Like, they're just dumb. Because, like, this one will only return a fuel if a fuel is present. If there's no fuel, it doesn't return 0. It's really fucking stupid. Like, if there's no fuel in the train, you would think using this would return 0. No, it just doesn't return any signal when it should return a 0. So I wound up just not using them when I did my train system last year. And just monitoring, like, nuclear fuel only directly. I wound up just setting to monitor items. And going, like, if legendary and normal nuclear fuel both equal 0, then go to refuel. That's how I wound up doing it. But ideally, you would set it up so that, if any fuel equals 0, you go to the station. But yeah, it doesn't fucking work that way. Because it doesn't send a 0. It just doesn't send any signal at all. Like, sending no signal at all is not the same as sending a 0, unfortunately. It was a major headache, yeah. Yeah, my train system from last year was pretty simple. Like, overall, it was pretty damn simple. Just a depot-based, you know, station limit enabling, disabling type system. But when we go to, like, modded stuff and we're dealing with, like, hundreds of different items, I'm probably not going to want a depot for every single item type. So we're going to have to set up some, like, truly dynamic train system for that. We'll see. Yeah, that too. Yeah, that too. I mean, I've had the same issue with rocket silos. It's the same problem with the rocket silos. You can't do both. Like, I want to read content, send it to one wire, and then read orbital requests, send it to another wire, and you have to fucking choose. But yeah, that and with chess. The same fucking issue. Well, not that chess type, but yeah. Yeah, it's fucking radial buttons and not checkboxes. That would have been useful in the automall too. If we could have had that. Yeah, I don't know. There's that trip report Prometheum thingy. Caroline by Nestor. Okay, I'll queue it up. And I'm so glad I found out about the add to queue button on Spotify. Like, I didn't know about that for the longest time. Actually makes it so much easier to do song requests now. I just have to type in the name, then hit add to queue. Like, previously I was, like, pausing my Spotify playlist, pulling up the song on YouTube, playing that, and then, like, re-enabling the Spotify playlist. And the reason I was doing that was because of the pseudo RNG on Spotify that I've talked about before. Because the problem with, like, stopping my giant playlist on shuffle is that if I start it again at a random point, it could conceivably start it at a spot. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? I don't need to explain this anymore, right? The pseudo-random on Spotify. I mean, it's the life of a streamer, you know. There's some things I have to periodically explain, you know, every couple weeks or months. But like, everybody in chat kind of knows what I'm talking about, right? With the pseudo-random shit on Spotify. Good morning, Vietnam. What, are you from Vietnam? Or are you saying good morning to Vietnam? The selector combinator is useful, yeah. Yeah, one trick that I've used pretty frequently with selector combinators, that I think not a lot of people know about, is if you're ever dealing with an intermittent signal, you don't want something that only shows up briefly, and you want it to like stick and not show up for a longer period of time, you can just do random input, you know, like 600 delay, right? And then when one signal comes in, it'll stick for that long until it looks for another one. But yeah, that's very useful if you have like multiple brief signals. I think I used that in my Prometheum ship. Here, or no. Oh yeah, no I do, yeah. Yeah, right there, you can see it. It's in my main Prometheum processing. Alright, what else is on the list? Flashing yellow lights on the Prometheum biter eggs. Instead of red. I don't think I'm going to bother having them flash. It's fine as it is. It's just a yellow meter. Yeah, I wanted to have it flash if it was venting. Right now, if it's venting, we just get the light here. It's actually not that hard to code, is it? I seem to have something read the vent. Wait, actually, I might do this. This isn't that hard to do. I just need to have something read the dumpster signal being sent. And then send, like, a negative, like, 500k biter egg signal on, like, a different color wire to the lights. Every X seconds, right? Well, that would work, wouldn't it? And then I can have that light only enable if it's a manual vent. And have these flashing if it's an automatic vent. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm going through this list. I'm just writing things off without doing it. Let's get a little fancy. So which of you has a lot of combinators? You do. Yeah, 9 has a lot. Okay, so we'll do it on 9. But right now, let's get it roughly set up how we would do it. Okay, so let's imagine we have... You're reading the total number of biter eggs. That's coming in. And that's like that. And then we're going to have our trash signal, which... Well, the way I probably just want to have it... Oh, it's not going to work the way I'm thinking. It's not going to work the way I'm thinking. Because if I have it pulse off, then when the trash signal is being sent, then... No, it's not going to work the way I'm thinking. If I have it pulse off when the trash signal is being sent, then if I do the hard enable on the vent, then the lights will just be off, and that's not what we want. But if I have it read the trash signal and then send a pulse signal based on the trash signal being on, that also doesn't work. Because a lot of the other trash signals are sent in pulses. Like on the secondary safety system specifically, the signal is already being sent in a pulse. Periodically. Okay, maybe we're not doing that. Yeah, I mean, like, I could conceivably set up 2 different systems, but I'm not about to add, like, 5 combinators to this ship. Literally just to get the yellow lights to flash. Right? Like... I could use packed RGB to get them to turn red, though. It would still be a couple extra combinators. But I could use packed RGB to get them to turn red. Here, let's write it down. So, prom ship, biter eggs, flash red when venting with packed RGB. Let's write it down. Let's go through everything else I have on my list. And, you know, if we don't have much left to do, then yeah, we can get fancy. But I kind of like that idea. Like, have this just periodically flash red. Like, if the vent signal comes, have it turn red. And that would work for both cases. Because if you have a periodic flashing red coming in, then it would just be... You would see them periodically flash red. And it would work with this, too. Where if the signal was constant, they all just turn red. It would be a few more combinators, but... not as many as the previous one I was talking about. And it would be a fun little project, right? We haven't used packed RGB that much. Like, the one place I've used it is here. But yeah, these are the combinators would be yoinking for it. We even have the flashing system already set up here. We just have to adapt it. Except we wouldn't have it be timer-based. We would have it be signal-based. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Alright, yeah, we'll write that down. What else do we have? Fix the in-betweens on a kilo, 4 robos per power pole. We already did that. Recess all remaining heat pipes. Yep, done. Redo supply blade. I didn't wind up doing that. But we did wind up allowing every blade to be able to supply extra rocket fuel. Because that was the main concern with redoing the supply blade. Was that this thing wasn't able to produce enough ammonia. So this kind of struggles to produce rocket fuel. I'm just going to set you to 2K. But yeah, we have these supplementing now. Which makes sense, right? Having every... I mean, if anything, I maybe could even remove the rocket fuel from here. Like, it makes sense. Every time we add a new Aquilo blade, we're increasing the number of silos. You know, the LDS and blue chips, those have to be shipped in, so those numbers you have to keep increasing. Okay, I thought it was worse for a second. But it's you know, it's the same principle as having the fluoro cooling built into the blades now, in its entirety. You know, we just stamp down the blade, and it automatically can handle its own fluoro cooling, and it will make enough rocket fuel easily to keep its own blade going, as well as be able to supply some extra to the base if needed. We maybe can do some tweaking on that, but I consider it to be a pretty low priority. So we'll write down supply blade tweaking. What else? Prometheum ships better handling of rockets getting low. Yeah, you know how I solved that problem? I just reduced the threshold on the alarm. That's how I handled it. Although, in theory, it's probably not a bad idea to improve the system. The problem is it's difficult to cut fuel to the main thrusters. Because, you know, I'd have to put like 1 million pumps somewhere. And we're a little crammed at this point. Like, cutting thrust to the stack is easy. You know, we just cut this. But cutting into the main thrusters is... I'd have to, like, disable the machines and I don't know. I mean, what's the behavior we would want to have? Like, if rockets get too low, it would need, like, this, I guess the sequence you would want to have is cut speed, start venting biter eggs to a certain degree, and make sure the ship turns around no matter where it is. Like, if it's not already turning around, force a turnaround signal. But unless I have a proper way to cut speed, then the other two are irrelevant. I don't know, it kind of stopped being an issue once I got rocket damage 24. I should write that down in the blueprint. I need to re-upload everything after this stream. So yeah, like 23 is sort of like the minimum for the stacked version, but 24 is better. Oh, we're almost done. And that'll put us actually at 4.5 million SPM. We're like a very tiny bit below it right now. But yeah, in order to get to 5 million, we need Research Prod 90, and that's another 500 hours of letting the game run. So, even though I was dreaming of it, I don't think we're getting to that anytime soon. Okay, what else? What else? More heating towers on the Kilo Fusion. Yeah, I already isolated it. It's got its own heating towers now. What do you set to? 900? How cold do you get? 800? Out of the edges? Go to like 950. I want the glow, man. I want the glow. Recessed heat pipes a kilo. Yeah, I wrote that down multiple times. I already did that. Oh, did we want to temp read? I don't know. I'm not temperature regulating these. Like, I'm not sure if I even want to. Because, like, I wanted these to be as hot as possible to get us as much glow as possible at night. So if I'm lowering that, however much I lower this, this is going to get lowered too. So if I lower this by 50 degrees, this will drop by 50 degrees too. So I don't know if that's worth it. We can't sacrifice too much aesthetics, right? Yeah, fuck it. It's good. Redo the robo pattern. Yeah, I wrote that down twice. I already did it. Shut up. Thruster enable disable switch for the Prometheum ships is the alarm switch. Yeah, I already did that. That's one of the things I did last week for those of you who missed it. And yes, I know these haven't been uploaded in a while. I'm going to be doing a lot of re-uploading after tonight's stream. I might do it early tomorrow, depending on how hard I crash tonight. But yeah, it's just one switch now to enable disable everything. It's just one priming switch. Having it off disables some of the alarms and shuts off the thruster stack. And then once you're ready to start runs, you enable the switch. Having a safety alarm... Having a safety alarm... You know, okay, you know what? I actually think I do want to do this. This is something I thought of a bit. Having a safety alarm that goes off when certain conditions are met is not a bad idea. So, for example, if eggs do not equal 0 and the priming switch equals 0, send an alarm signal. Or if... This is just to prevent against user error, basically. If biter eggs do not equal 0 and quants equal 0, also send the alarm. What else? What other like what other like user error kind of conditions could we have on the Prometheum ship that would be good to like sound off an alarm that you done fucked up? Those are the two big ones, I think. If you somehow try to load biter eggs without quants, or you try to load biter eggs without the priming being enabled. Those are the two big ones I can think of off the top of my head. Does this sort of logic do anything to UPS controlling heat? I mean, it's supposed to a little bit, but I don't know. Like, usually when you're talking about thermally regulating something for UPS reasons, you're talking about thermally regulating it at a much lower temperature. I.e., you are setting up a nuclear-powered ship to only load... Like you're setting up a nuclear-powered ship to only load the fuel when the reactor gets too cold, right? So you're keeping it all like at like around 500 degrees and not like 1,000. So it's mainly a fuel saver there. But yeah, it might do a little bit because instead of the inserter like reading the heating tower, the circuitry is now reading it and controlling the inserter. But if I have it set to like 950 or something, is it really going to make a difference? I kind of don't think so. And, you know, as I said, I want my glow. Cheers, Australian detected. You're Australian, aren't you? Tell me I'm wrong. Nearly? New Zealand? Alright, close enough. Yeah, all the fucking Aussies say cheers. I had an Aussie friend for many years who would always say cheers to everything. It started like, you know, it became something that whenever I hear it, I'm like, aha. Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. That looks much cleaner. Whoops. Yeah, it looks nicer with that little thick border around the edges. Have it up top too now. Alright, what else? Yeah, I had some other fancy ass shit here. I'm not doing that. Fuck that. Supply blade needs to provide more ammonia. Yeah, swap to hot fluoro on the kilobus. Yeah, we did that. Egg meter on the Prometheum ships. Yeah, we did that. Swap to hot fluoro bus on the kilo. Yeah, I have a tendency to write down things more than once. Prom platform on off light. I did that. Better Prometheum dashboard. Light for the key. I did that. Safety system. Yeah, so this was the thing. Safety system where if rockets get low, trigger, return, and vent all eggs, send alarm. But that's the part, as I was saying, like, if I can't actually slow the ship down easily, then it doesn't matter. I thought of adding an indicator, light indicators to these, but I really don't look at them very often. Like, once they're set up, they're set up. As long as the bioflux is being supplied, you're good. So yeah, fuck that. Try to reduce pumps on Novice. Yeah, that never happened. Maybe some more concrete on Novice. Yeah, we could do a bit of that. That's just aesthetic shit, though. Standalone rocket part maker on Vulcanus. Yeah, we did that. It wound up taking a lot more beacons than we thought. Because apparently we need like 40 or so per second. I think you need like 10 rocket parts per second for each blade. Seems to be roughly what we needed. We did finish all the efficiencies on every planet, right? On all the silos? Did we do that? Yeah, you're all efficiency'd out. I think we did, yeah. Yeah, I remember doing it on Fulgora. Yeah, we did it. That's all covered. What else? Yeah, I have another line saying to design the standalone. Yeah, we did that. More vids to make someday. I considered doing foundries on a kilo for something. I later gave up on that idea. Not worth the effort. Yeah, so I did want to move the Aquilo hub. I wanted to move some shit around on Aquilo. I keep forgetting about that. I wanted to move you closer to the top. Like maybe put it up here or so. And shift it. I mean, the rest can kind of stay where it is. But yeah, moving the Aquilo hub to the top to reduce the bot distance. It's not a very big optimization. It's just moving it from here to here. I might do that. Well, I'll put it on the list. I wrote down refactor yellow to be more linear. This is a very old note because we did make it more linear. And the idea was to use advanced coal liquefaction to avoid petroleum entirely, but I mean, it's not hard to get the oil, that's the thing. And the oil supply can be separate. It is already separate of the blade anyway. Yeah, fuck that. I did actually... This was actually not a bad idea. I don't know if we'll do it, though. Was have purple... Have purple, maybe have... the refineries built in. It needs a lot of beacons, though. Yeah, I don't know if that's the best idea. It needs a lot of beacons. Like a lot. Like they're completely surrounded. Also, by having these separate from these, it lets me cheat a little with the pipe length. Because if these were a part of these, then I'd have to run the entire way with an oil pipe, right? But by having the processing be kind of halfway, I can run it like, halfway, then process it, and then run the other pipe the other half. And avoid pumps entirely. Whereas having it integrated might force me to have pumps. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. They're like 1k petroleum exactly when fully beaconed. And you need to make... I can't remember exactly how much plastic it uses. It's like a little more than one bell, right? Like 33 times 4 and then times 2. Sounds reasonable. You're just typing that. You're not even listening to what I'm saying. You're just like, uh-huh. Sounds good. Admit it. Oh yeah, we'll leave that out, I guess. It's an interesting idea, but... fix the quality ship backup issue. I don't know. The backup issue was like only an issue on like the modified version. It hasn't been an issue on this, so is it really an issue? I could probably cut off the top lasers now. I don't know if that would increase or decrease UPS, actually. Because now these lasers are firing for slightly longer, but there's less lasers active at a time. Probably figured the oil pumps, yeah. So he was listening. Aha. Yeah, I have this, like... Every time I have an idea for a vid, like, I make a note of it. But, like, I don't make the notes in the same place always. So I actually have all these, like, ideas for vids that I just haven't done yet. Alright, what else? Vulcanus Hub moved to the left side to shorten distance to legendary science blades. Holy fuck, that is an old note, man. Yeah, this was back, Here, I'll actually show you guys. I had some whack ideas at some points. Like, I even started a secret sandbox. Yeah, it was this one. I had like all these grand plans for laying out Vulcanus, like in a much more organized fashion, with doing the hub on like the corner, and then doing all the quality blades down here. You can see. I couldn't sleep one night, and I just, like, sat down, and yeah, this was back when we were still planning on having, you know, Vulcanus supply, like, everything. But yeah, I was gonna rearrange everything, compact it a lot more, move the silos. Make the refinery more vertical, yeah. These were the original grand plans of Vulcanus. Doesn't matter now. We went back to novice with just about everything. That alarm going? Thanks, man. Yeah, that shit's irrelevant now. What else? What else? Okay, we have gotten to the longer term to-do section. Prometheum ship alarm go off if velocity drops below a certain number while shattering. We can add that to the generic alarms that I started working on here. Yeah, here, this is the pulsed egg venting. You can see it pulses the signal. But if we could make it so this flashed red, I mean, right now that flashes. I mean, it's not that big of a change, right? But yeah, it'd be kind of a cool little visual thing if this flashed red while venting. Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah. No. It's not that good of an idea. Because if I get below 50k eggs, then there won't be any light flashing at all. No, yeah, we do want it separate. Yeah, I didn't even realize that. Because, yeah, right now this is like 250, 200, 150, 150. So if we get below 50k eggs, then there are no egg lights. I maybe should change that to have an egg light if it's 50k. Like, maybe this should be greater than 0, greater than 100, greater than 0, 50, 100, 150, greater than 200. Yeah, I might want to change that. Because the whole idea is, like, we want to have lights on if there's eggs there, right? That's the idea. Yeah, let's change it to... You go greater than 0. And you go... greater than 50k. Greater than 100k. Greater than 150. $200, yeah. Let's just stamp that down while the others real quick. Oh, one more. Yeah, because right now, with that at 250, that's only online when it's like, that light's only active when it's completely 100% full. As soon as it uses like one egg, that light goes out, so better to have that at over 200k with the request at 250. Yeah, I really like the idea of having this flash red. And then having that only turn on if the manual event is enabled, because that's something I had a bit of an I was kind of annoyed by. Was that if a hard vent signal is being sent for some reason, then that light's just permanently on, which means you can't actually tell if a hard vent signal is being sent for a condition, you know, from one of these, or you left the manual switch on, right? Like, that should be just if you left the manual switch on. I think we're definitely going to do that. I think of all the things I've been yammering about and considering doing, I think we're definitely going to do the pulse RGB for that. But yeah, Premier Theme Ship Alarm if velocity drops below a certain number while shattering. Yeah, I mean, we could do that on the generic alarm I'm about to set up. Add a dashboard to each blade that signals what is low if something is missing. I think that might be a little over-engineering things. I mean, I already have this. As long as all those lights are good. And, you know, we're not, like, choked on bots. And everything's good. Yeah, fuck that. Put an alarm on Prometheum ship, whereas if the eggs are at a high constant number for more than X minutes, scream end vents. We might do that. Fix up Gleba main blade. Yeah, we did that. We did that. Make mini Mario. Ooh, let's do that. Let's do that. Yeah, let's make mini Mario. Poquito Mario. Okay, so we have, in terms of our blades, we have Luigi, who uses the copper plate into the copper wire. And then at one point I made the mini Luigi, which just does the copper wire directly. And then we have our Mario, which again has the same thing. And then yeah, I was like, we should make a mini Mario. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Here. Hey, look, he's actually doing something. He's actually working on something. It's a fucking miracle. It is going to be longer. It is going to be longer because we need to replace it with the things. We need to watch you guys potentially line. Oh no, you don't have to worry about you lining up with beacons, right? Yeah, you're 4 wides. You never line up. So I should be able to just move this down by 1 tile, and it'll still be, well, with more beacons, it'll still be 41. Alright, let's eliminate the power poles for now. Picturing an animated LED display? For what? Can I get my night vision goggles back on? We can improve the belts to do our side load shit as well. But yeah, one of you is... One of you is GC. Well, I mean, I can just look over here where it's fucking deployed. Yeah, one is GC, one is plastic. So that part is probably going to stay constant. And then we can definitely improve this. Here, let's just redo that whole part. You're gone. Yeah, we no longer have to worry about copper plates going in. Yeah, this has been on my fucking to-do list for a year and a half. No, more than that. No, yeah, probably about a year and a half. Like, we're in the old parts of the to-do list now. We're in the olden sections. The fact that we're actually doing it just shows that we're coming to the end, boys. We're coming to the ends. This is the end. Grasp where Hamster came from? So this is the actual origin of Hamster. It was when I was working on the speedrun shit. I started like you know, I would work on a I mean, I can just show you kind of. I started working on when I was working on different iterations, rather than call them by certain numbers, I just started to give them names. Like if we go way over here, yeah, you can see this is kind of where it started, was here. It originally started with me trying a completely new idea over the previous ideas, and I just named it, you know, Wild Goose Chase. You know, because I didn't think it was going to pan out. Well, the thing with chasing a lot of wild geese, as I tend to do, is sometimes I actually catch them. And this was a case of me catching the goose. Because what I thought was going to be like a random wild idea that wasn't going to work out actually did wind up panning out. And then, you know, I kept iterating. It became goose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you know, so on. You know, and you could see all the goose named blueprints. And then eventually the goose became the duck. And then there were some other duck versions. I removed some of them over here. And then, yeah, more ducks over here. And then eventually, you know, the duck became the hamster on the wheel. And it turns out hamster on a wheel is a very versatile metaphor. And, yeah, that kind of stuck. It just kind of stuck for a while. It's a metaphor you can be very creative with. You can, you know, repackage a lot of quotes and history into the hamster on a wheel metaphor without people really realizing what you're actually saying. It's kind of funny. But yeah, we have fat hamster, final small, but yeah. The hamster name kind of stuck. I became pretty good at coming up with hamster-related stream titles. It's honestly easier to come up with hamster-related stream titles than just regular titles, because as I said, it's such a versatile metaphor. But yeah, that's where the hamster was born, was right here. Wide hamster over here. That wound up being the final versions, or close to it. But yeah, it just kind of stuck. And stuck with it, you know, for the rest of the speedrun shit. But yeah, that's the hamster history. The Hamster Chronicles. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, hold on. We'll worry about that last. Let's get everything else where we want it. So this pattern, yeah, I'm not changing. And you're 41 at both ends. I might want to do the pipe on this side. Because the top is going to get a little crowded otherwise. No way that doesn't reach. Alright, okay, now what we need to do is do you on the inside like that. We can just have you be straight now. Nice and clean, I guess. I'll do it here too. And that way you're grabbing off a straight segment too, which is nice. This is gonna have the same issue though with the side load thing. Like the way I did it here is we had 3, then yeah, I did a double. I actually had a triple output here. And then side load. And then a double output on the last one. I'm trying to avoid the double inserters now. It was a good solution last year, but that was then, and this is now. But since I'm using direct insert, it gets a little more complicated. Yeah, I mean, all I really can do is a double insert here. There's not really room for anything else. Because of the direct insert on the copper wire. I could actually move these up. And then have the pipe go here. Hold on, let me play with that for a minute. Let's get another one down here. Like if we do it like that. And it's still grabbing off straights. Because it's not like you need beacons from both sides. You know, this needs like 120 copper wire. It goes from 600 to 450. It's still way over. I can't remember if that's the recent one or not. That might be my old PC. Let me check it. Oh no, that's my current one, yeah. Holy shit, dude! Oh my god! I didn't realize how much... Oh my god. I never realized how much prices went up. If I were to build my PC today, it's fucking $5.5 thousand. Oh my god. This is almost double what I paid. And that's not even counting the PSU or the motherboard. Jesus fuck. I mean, I guess the 4090 is like out of stock. So that's why it's like 3,300. But yeah, the memory was like 100 something. I don't even remember. The memory was like 100 something. Like I want to say the memory was like $120. Now it's $950. The SSDs are $600. This was like also like I think around 100 at most. Yeah, the case was not 200. I think it was like 150. That's gone up a little, but not too much. The processor is like the same price. Yeah, I remember it was 350 when I bought it. That's about the same price. But yeah, like the RAM, the fucking SSD. Oh my god, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, that is not what I paid. Yeah, the RAM is fucking 1K to buy the same RAM sticks I bought nearly 2 years ago. 2 years ago! My PC is worth nearly twice as much of what I paid for it. It's fucking insane, man. How much of that is tariff? I don't know, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. $209 for a DD4. I don't remember how much I paid. I want to say it was under 200. Yeah, I want to say it was under 200. Here, I can, well, I guess if I look it up on Amazon, it's going to give you the current price anyway. Whatever. Used enterprise SSDs are better value. Prod modules in the Foundry? Yeah, I'll do that. 6400 CL28. I don't think that was available when I got mine. You have to remember, I built this 2 years ago. Like, when I got mine, like, 6000 was the best I could get, CL30. Shit's fucking insane, man. It's actually crazy how much worse it is now. It's actually fucking lunacy. And what we were talking earlier about AM6 and potentially needing to get a new motherboard and RAM again? Yeah, no, I'm not buying RAM anytime soon, man. Unless you guys want to pay for it, I'll put a fucking donation bar up top. The pay for the RAM fund. Yeah. Like, holy fucking shit. And this is all so we can just have, you know, shitty porn and propaganda made by AI. Hey, at least the Iran Lego movies are worth it, though. That's the only good AI shit I've seen. Gets OSC, yeah. That is correct. Even if it's saying on AM5 you'd want new RAM. But, like, I mean, new modern RAM is going to be like $1,500 fucking dollars or something. If 2-year-old RAM is $1,000, like new modern RAM is going to be even more. Best AI vids I've seen, yeah. Yeah, I like the liar one. I think the liar one was my favorite one so far. Like, all the other fucking AI slop vids, I don't care for, but it's like they actually put effort into theirs. They banned that account off YouTube, by the way. You know, just to show how fucking, like, you know, crazy YouTube is with the censorship. They banned that account for promoting violence. Which is unfucking real. Tarukia? I'm not sure I know that one. I'll make a note of it. Tarukia from Gits. Yeah, I just have the main theme song. I think that's the only one I have on the playlist right now. They know how to kick him where it hurts. Some reason I don't think it hurts them. Some reason, man. I don't know. I might just do the double output. Because I can't do this. I was going to do this, but that was before I realized, you know, it doesn't really work. Yeah, we'll just do the double. So if I'm doing the double output, I mean, this doesn't matter. We could just do this one then. Torukios from season 2. Okay. You can get any account that is a major partner banned on YouTube with enough report. Yeah, but you can appeal that shit. But yeah, like the automated shit's nuts. I don't know. Like I've actually started like reconsidering the YouTube dual streaming thing. Like I think it might be something I do sometimes, but not all the time. Because it started to feel really restrictive in terms of what we can do. Because this has always been, this has always been a stream where we discuss things sporadically, right? Like I don't schedule certain things. Maybe I should, but you know, things come up organically. We talk about them in depth, and when that happens, you know, we look at YouTube videos and whatnot, shit like that. And I have to be very, very careful when showing any of this shit on YouTube. I mean, even just earlier today, like last stream, remember I ended the YouTube stream before showing the Taco Bell stuff because I was worried about that. But even earlier today, like I showed, God, what was I showing? I was showing, I've already forgotten what I was fucking showing. What was I showing? What was I showing earlier today on YouTube? It was like 2 hours ago, and I already can't remember. My fucking brain is, you know, old man brain now. But there were a couple of YouTube videos I was showing earlier today, and I was worried about getting copyright striked, you know, for those. Not like the A-Buck shit we looked at, you know, not that. But, yeah, I can't remember what it was I was showing. I've already forgotten. But there were a couple of YouTube videos I showed at the start of the stream, and I was like, I hope I don't get fucking copyright noted for this shit. I haven't gotten any strikes yet, but I've gotten a couple of notices where they're like, hey, you need to cut this part out of your VOD, otherwise, you know, it's not cool. But like it'll trigger so easily on just about anything. Like I actually checked my email after I show those videos because the notifications usually come pretty quickly. And I hadn't gotten notified yet, and yeah, there's still no notification, so we're hopefully good. What was I showing? How does no one remember? I can't remember. No one here remembers. There were like 2 fucking YouTube videos I was showing at the start of the stream today. Oh yeah, the Soviet anthem shit. Yeah, the song requests. Yeah, it was the red alert thing and the Soviet anthem thing that someone song requested, appropriately so. And yeah, while I was showing those, especially the red alert one, when I was showing the red alert one, like I was noticing like the channel I was showing the video of was like 1 million plus, you know, subscriber channel, and I'm thinking like, God, I hope I don't get copyrighted for this. But I was thinking I should be okay because it's video game music. And video game music is usually okay. Well, I mean, the music doesn't go through YouTube. It's like I get copyrighted on the video. That's the thing. Like every time I've gotten the notices, it's not on the audio because the audio doesn't go through to YouTube. I get a copyright notice on the video content itself. But yeah, I don't know. Like it might be something that like when I'm doing like, you know, a long playthrough like this, I do the dual streaming. But like I don't know. Like I have to be careful. Like if we're discussing like politics or anything like in depth, and I'm showing like YouTube videos, I need to be careful. Like I'm showing, you know, only from places that, I know like aren't like associated with like big media, which usually isn't a problem. You know, I'm usually citing like independent media anyway, which is not as strict on copyright. But yeah, it's fucking insane that like on Twitch I don't have to worry about the shit at all. Like on Twitch, like I can just show whatever and it's not an issue. But on YouTube, it's so easy to get a goddamn copyright notice. It's so annoying. Like I've already gotten 2, and I've been careful. Appeal, there's 0 human interaction. Yeah. YouTube is like super crazy about taking down stuff that doesn't fit the Western narrative too. If you want to know if something if something gets taken off YouTube, you know it was the truth. You know it was the truth because you can say the most bullshit fucking stuff on YouTube, and there's no problem with it. Like you can literally make like hour-long videos of pure Nazi apologia, saying that the Wehrmacht did nothing wrong, etc., something like that. You can literally go full Nazi apologia, and you'll never ever get banned. But if you make videos like debunking Western propaganda, they'll fucking just straight up remove your videos without even like giving you an option to contest or anything. They'll just remove it. I've seen it happen to like multiple people I follow, where it's like the YouTube will just remove your video. It's not about spreading misinformation because you can literally fucking do Holocaust denial on YouTube and not get removed. Like, wouldn't that be spreading information? No, apparently not according to YouTube. But yeah, YouTube is like super fucking controlled at this point. Like it's been completely captured. Like I consider the freedom of speech on YouTube to be like relatively low. I think it's actually like a very big part of why there's so much more political commentary on Twitch these days than there used to be. Right? Like I mean there's a lot more than there used to be. It's only been growing. And I think that's a big part of it is because it's one of the few platforms that really doesn't kind of censor anything for better or for worse, right? Like, I mean, there's definitely some people who stream on Twitch who probably should have been banned a long time ago, but it's better to be on a platform that literally doesn't ban anything than a platform that like selectively bans shit like that, right? Like, there's the whole, and then there's the whole who watches the watchers thing, like who actually, if you were banning, like who decides what's misinformation kind of thing that you also have to worry about. But yeah, it's ridiculous. Best on schedule, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm still toying with how I want to handle things going forward. There's still ideas I'm throwing around in my head. Twitch is a pain in the watch, and you like having the music less stream, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I try not to have the music too loud, but the music's always been a big part of the stream, so it is supposed to be, at a decent volume. It's not supposed to be, like, super quiet. That is part of the plan. But if it's too loud, let me know. Okay, that should be good. There's Mini Mario. Big shame the way YouTube is gone, but everything is? Yeah, but like, I don't know. Like, I've literally only ever seen them remove people who challenge the Western narratives. Like, I have never seen them remove, like anything far right, like, ever. But, like, people who challenge Western narratives, like, oh yeah, like, I have seen so many videos removed by people I follow. It's fucking ridiculous. Yep, just an easy pop-in. Swap out one for the other. Oh, power poles. I never did the power poles. I'll have to submerge the belts a bit. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it here. Yeah, seems like 2 should be good. There we go. How is there no power hooked up anymore? There we go. And then we need our copper, and we're good. Yay! Yo, Jim, how you been? How's it going? It's going. We're going through the to-do list and playing whack-a-mole right now. Some have moved to Rumble. Sad that it's mostly political. I haven't even heard of Rumble. I mean, I've heard of, like, Kick and everything, but I haven't even heard of Rumble. Well, I don't know who Google Alphabet sides with. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, that part is pretty obvious. And we got a song request here. I'll pop it in right now. You only say the channels you watch get nuked? No, dude, no. No, like, show me like right-wing channels that got nuked. Show me like the Holocaust. Do you have any idea how much fucking like fascist propaganda there is on YouTube? Do you have any idea how many channels there are that push like, you know, like bullshit narratives? No, it's not just a selection bias thing, trust me. There's definitely an agenda. There's definitely a narrative being pushed. Without doubt. Rumble is Canadian. It was launched in 2013. Interesting stream again. What, with us talking about media platforms? Crowder? I don't know too much about Crowder. I mean, we're not really talking about politics per se right now. We're talking about censorship on YouTube. That's how the conversation started. Was with YouTube being like super fucking censorship heavy. And talking about like copyright strikes and shit. We're up to 18 hours on Research Prod now, yeah. 18 hours per level. Jesus. I think you broke the circuits. Did you use a normal platform? Did you use a normal starter pack and not a legendary? Because if you use a normal, the circuits won't hook up properly. You need to make sure you use a legendary starter pack. It's probably the most common mistake people make when using land game platforms. So they don't realize you can get a legendary starter pack for a legendary platform. And there's no way to, like, upgrade a platform in place either. You have to, like, create a new one. But yeah, all my endgame ones use legendaries. Oh, it's ultra right-wing insanity? Oh, I wasn't aware of that. Yeah, I mean, getting banned off Twitter for being too far right. Like, the whole reason why Musk bought the platform was so that he could unban all the Nazis. Like, literally, he just, like, mass unbanned, like, all the far-right people when he bought Twitter. So, yeah, you have to be absolutely fucking, like, psychotic in order to get banned off Twitter. Like, that's for sure. If you're unsure if you live in a Western country or not, Austria? Yeah, Austria still falls under the Western umbrella. Just about all of Western and most of Eastern Europe, I would say, falls under the Western umbrella. Like, Austria is a member of the EU, right? I'm pretty sure it is. If you're a member of the EU, you're objectively, you know, under the Western umbrella. I would say, like, Turkey is maybe, like, the one country that kind of, in Europe, that kind of tries to, like, that is a little less Western than the rest. But yeah, if Austria is in the EU, yeah, it's 100%. What Western country just means under the Western sphere of influence, which means essentially it's under American hegemony, which means it's part of, you know, the same alliances and security groups that the U.S. heads and leads. You know, and the EU is ultimately subservient to American capital. The EU as an organization or an institution. So, yeah. Also, we got part of the UN and a lot of Russians. What, a lot of Russians in Austria? What do you mean by that? A lot of those same people got nuked off YouTube at various points in time? I don't know. Like, there's so many, like, if you Google historical events on YouTube, like, probably 90% of what'll come up organically these days is, like, generally, like, right-wing and far-right channels. Like, there's so much of it because those get signal boosted so hard. And those get funded so hard. But yeah. Sure, for well tax on Rumble and the results were hilarious. Post CSCM? I don't know what you mean by CSCM. You do have it as legendaries for some reason. Stays as hold on, let me try to help Jim here. It for some reason stays as standard carbonic asteroid crushing and does not switch over to advance. I mean, take a screenshot of what you're looking at right now. Like, hit print screen and take a screenshot. And compare the wire setup to what you're looking at on your ship. And make sure that, like, everything roughly looks connected. Because the governor for the advanced is this one. Here, where if the sulfur is less than 2K, it'll output the sulfur recipe. Right? And if this will output if it's less than 8K. And this one will override that one if they're both being sent. So yeah, make sure that stuff's more or less connected. As was a spy's paradise, according to your president, you're a socialist hellhole. I mean... the number of people who can accurately define what socialism is a very fucking small number these days. Lots of people think they know what it means. Very few people actually know what it means. But no European country is socialist. There is not a single nation in the EU that is socialist. Not even one. If you make this thing on a single Ben Shapiro video, it poisons your algorithm for months. Oh yeah, yeah. You don't have to worry. I'll never make that mistake. Turkey, by the way, is majority not in Europe. Yeah, that's why I said like, Turkey is a country that plays, that plays Western interests, but also plays non-Western interests at the same time. There's not a lot of. I mean, like obviously they favor the West more than they favor non-Western countries, but they're not like Western in the same sense that say like Germany or Poland or Norway, are, right. There's not a lot of countries that do that play Western non-Western interests off each other. India is probably the biggest example of that. But yeah, most are kind of aligned one way or the other. But yeah, Jim, make sure all the wires are connected. And, yeah, maybe restamp the blueprint. And let me know if you're still having issues. Alright, so we did the mini Mario. There was the clean up the belt factory. I don't know if I'm bothering with that. I mean, it wound up being good enough for the entire run. And it's not something that runs 100% of the time anyway, so it doesn't need to be 100% UPS optimized, because right now it's hibernating anyway. Maybe. I'd rather do the Prometheum ship fancies first. Okay, what else is on the list? Socialist countries fail so hard that we only know that what wasn't socialism. I mean, that's a very loaded sentence you just put out there, Ernesto. And speaks a lot about some biases here. But it's, yeah, that sentence is not something I agree with in the slightest. India is what? India is a country that plays both Western and non-Western interests against each other for its own benefit sometimes. Like, it'll, like, look at offers from the West, and it'll look at offers from countries like Russia. They're not as friendly with China as they arguably should be, considering they share a border, but that's a whole nother conversation, because there's always been a little bit of border tension regarding that as well. But yeah, I was just talking about like Western versus non-Western countries, and some that are like kind of undefined. A bit of inflammatory. I mean, it's essentially a false statement. It's essentially a false statement. If socialism failed constantly every single time, then why does the U.S. and the West spend billions and trillions of dollars trying to make sure it fails? Why not just let it fail? Can't spell socialism. Oh, that's a good one. I'm gonna steal that one. Yeah. Can't spell socialism without the CIA trying to stick themselves in the middle of it. It's definitely true. But there have been some socialist countries that have done well. There are some socialist countries that have not done as well. But the one thing they all have in common is the West has tried to destroy them at every opportunity and invested unthinkable amounts of financial unthinkable amounts of money and lives and manpower in order to make sure it stays that way, and make sure that people think that. You're allowed to think anything in the West, as long as you think capitalism is the best system ever created. As long as you think that, you're allowed to think anything. Alright, going down my list a bit further. Redesign Fulgora Islands with legendary silo trick for BCL. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Fuck that. Fix ass turrets on late game ship designs. I thought those were fixed. Yeah, you're already set for vehicle 0. Yeah, I thought those were fixed. Child sex. Okay, I don't know how that relates to what we were talking about. Might be a translation issue. We tend to call those regimes communist, while socialist parties are just the center-left ones. Most socialist countries are led by parties that call themselves communist, because they name themselves by what their goal is. What their final goal is. Not what the current stage of the country is. They name their parties after what the target is. Their ultimate goal, you know, in the far future, is communism. So that's why, you know, all these parties in Vietnam, the USSR, China, you know, Cuba, etc., name themselves that way. Communism is not the same as socialism. Communism is the stage that comes after socialism. But now we're getting into political theory here. Show us the list. I already did. It's got like other stuff on there too, though. Elon Musk has unbanned stuff. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that at all. The carb decider is always active because your ship constantly dropping up carbon so it doesn't build an 8 case that overrides. Yeah. Yeah, you can fix that by adding additional conditions to, you can add an additional condition to here. Where you have, if you have this, you can add a condition here where if you add, if sulfur is greater than 1K, right? Then output that. And if you do that, then it'll behave how you want it. So yeah. That's probably the easiest solution. Yeah, no problem, dude. Fluoro loader and BP on the designs. Yeah. I mean, is it in here? No, it's not in the blueprint, that's right. Okay, just give me a dummy space platform so I can work on that. And then we can just delete it when we're done. But yeah, now you understand why I keep saying, like, people love to use these words, but they don't know what they fucking mean. They don't know what they mean. Like, they just know them as, like, buzzwords to describe certain things that they don't like, or something like that. But words have definitions, whether people like them or not. And it's important, especially when we're talking about stuff like this, you know, that people actually pay attention to what the definitions are and abide by them. I ran it from the lights, right? Or wait, what? Which one did I put down? Put down the missile one. Yeah, that one I ran it from the light. And you don't even have a fucking V on you. What the fuck? Also, I think I should do like V is less than 100 and not 0. Because it takes a while to slow to 0. And during that time, like, an asteroid could be drifting in. So yeah, I think we do less than 100. You wanted to clarify? Doesn't get lost in translation? Yeah. But yeah. Wait, what? Did I have to move that up? Yeah, I moved it up by 1 tile. Enable views 100. Enable view 100. Alright, that's the missile one. Oh, and change this to the new group. No, not that. That one. Yeah. Alright, and you're the missile version. Update you. Yeah, do views 100 now. Cancel that. Yeah, you've already got the maintenance fusion. Yeah, you just have the 1 asteroid and that's it. That's fine. Alright, so you're the laser. Okay. I'll just get rid of that now. Of reflection. You know, get stuff back. I mean, there was nothing on there anyway. I deliberately wasn't launching anything up to it. Okay, I wanted to change the quality ship so one combinator changes everything. I think that's a good project. I think we should do that for sure. Yeah, I'll be doing it after the stream, Skibby. Someone asked me yesterday. It might have been you, for all I remember. But yeah, I have a list. I need to re-upload the blades, the prom ships, the Aquilo stuff as well. And the Aquilo will include the quantums, yeah. So yeah, I'll either do it after the stream tonight, or I will do it when I get home tomorrow. So just check within the next day or so. Or do you really need it right now? If you really need it right now, I can give it to you real quick. Here, I'll upload the Aquila book for you. Did I fucking label everything properly? I think I did. Good enough. My name's already on there 50 times. Alright, there you go. Alright. It's uploaded. Knock yourself out. Why is it giving me a warning? Emergency address on Trump's abuse of power. I mean, the Democrats don't exist to stop Trump. They exist to stop people like, you know, Zoran Mamdani, right? Like, and Bernie has been spectacularly useless these past couple years. I was never a big Bernie fan. Like, even when he was at the height of his popularity. And I like, given the kind of person he's turned out to be, I feel kind of vindicated for never really caring for him. Because, like, I mean, Bernie is just completely useless at this point. So, yeah. Like, I wouldn't expect the Democrats to do anything. Thank you so much. No problem, man. Do you have a video on how megabasing should be approached? I do, actually. I made a video about a month ago. That was streamed 2 days ago. Nice, dude. Yeah, I made a video here. I can show you which one it is. It's this one. Yeah, the starter to megabase progression. This is where I just basically time jumped through my current megabase progression and just kind of explained how I progress things. But yeah, that's the best video I have in terms of you know, explaining how we got to where we are. Purple science is your bottleneck? Yeah, you just need to drop a big purple build at some point. Or there's no way around it. You know, you just have to drop a big fat purple build. That's one of the first large builds you need to drop when going to megabasing. You need to learn more about him? He's just completely ineffective. He's just completely ineffective. Like, he still can't really come to terms with what Israel actually is and how they actually function. Like, he's essentially like a liberal Zionist who thinks that everything that's wrong with Israel is just Netanyahu. Like, every time he criticizes Israel, you'll notice he only criticizes Netanyahu and not, you know, the country as a whole. He acts like if Netanyahu was replaced, everything would suddenly magically be okay. But yeah, that's the big one. The one that I didn't like him for back in the day, what originally soured me on him, was he was very against nuclear power. Like, I remember in the 2016 election, he was the only candidate who was firmly against nuclear power, to the point where he said he would shut down and dismantle existing nuclear power plants. And I was very against that. I was like, no. We should be building more nuclear power plants and getting off the fossil fuel dependency. Right? Like, we should be doing more electric cars, more nuclear power, not, like, less. So, yeah, the fact that he was, like, super fucking, like, anti-nuclear power, like, was kind of a deal-breaker issue for me back in 2016. And now that he's kind of just outed himself as being a liberal Zionist over the past couple of years, I don't really care about him. He's completely useless. He did good things for the state of Vermont. He's done nothing as a senator for this country. He's just, and then you can argue about him getting, like, the thing is, you can argue about him getting, like, roadblocked and sandbagged by the Dems constantly, and that's definitely true. But my big problem with that is that he still just campaigns for the Dems left and right. Like, he just falls in line, like the good obedient little dog that he is. Like, you know, you remember after the 2016 primaries, just how the Democrat establishment, like, rat fucked him like crazy. Like, they basically did everything in their power to sabotage him. They had Elizabeth Warren trying to smear him as being a sexist or some ridiculous shit. Because they would have just called him, you know, an anti-Semite, because that's what they usually do. You know, that's what they did to Jeremy Corbyn in England. And they actually had success with that, is smearing Corbyn as an anti-Semite. But, you know, Bernie is a Jew, so the anti-Semite smearings don't really work as well on him, so they tried to smear him as being a as being a misogynist instead. And instead of like, fighting back against the Democrat Party and dragging them through the mud and just outing them for what they really are, he just falls in line and, campaigns for Joe Biden. Like, he just falls in line every single time. Like, he never really actually challenges them, and it's like, yeah. But then again, if you're gonna ask me which American politician am I actually a fan of, then I don't really have an answer to that, because I don't like any of them. All talk and no do. Yeah, something like that, yeah. Something like that, but I've completely changed my view on nuclear. Yeah. Yeah, for me, my stance on nuclear came from my educational background. As I've said before, I studied physics in college. So I understood, like, how nuclear power worked really early. I also understood, basic concepts such as potential versus kinetic energy. Such as when, as we develop as a civilization and as we develop as countries, our power requirements are only going to go up. And as our power requirements go up, the amount of power we need to generate goes up. And that energy that we generate, comes from stored potential energy somewhere. To give a good example, dams are also, like, super catastrophic when they fail. Right? Like, a dam failing, so some of the biggest disasters we've ever had have been dams, breaking due to, like, heavy rains and shit like that, or poor engineering. Or just, freak accidents like the Vajont Dam overtopping in Italy kind of thing. Where the dam didn't even break. Like, it just a landslide fell into the water behind the dam and caused a huge wave to come out over the top of the dam and basically took out a village down beneath it. The dam didn't even break. The dam was still there. But, people look at the massive amounts of potential energy stored in a situation like that, and, it's kind of, like, understood. That's how the dam works. Like, nuclear power can be made very safe. Yes, it is challenging to make it incredibly safe, but, like, do people genuinely think, like, this is going to be the last challenge we're going to face as a species in terms of technological advancements? No. Like, we're going to keep discovering things, and, whether or not we harness them safely and effectively is a test of whether or not we suck or not as a species. Fucking going full Amish Luddite, and saying, oh, we're going to arbitrarily decide this is the ceiling of where technological advancement caps out, and we're not going to go any further. That doesn't even work. Like, that doesn't even work even just on a global scale, right? Like, Western countries, by and large, have, either abandoned or mitigated or have reduced their, nuclear power production ability, but only Western countries. China is building nuclear power plants like crazy. India is also building nuclear power plants like crazy. Russia, I think, has a number of nuclear power plants. I'm not as familiar with their situation compared to the previous two regarding nuclear power, but, you get my point. Like, the fucking fear-mongering and pearl-clutching and hand-wringing over nuclear power is a very Western phenomenon. Bernie had a chance. He had a large push for 2016, but he sold out to Hillary, which not even caused her to win, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the way, like, the way he got rat-fucked by the Dems and then just completely fell behind Hillary. Like, after you get fucked that hard by the people that are supposed to be part of your party, you should be throwing them under the bus. You should be fighting them tooth and nail, especially because he had a relatively safe Senate seat. The people of Vermont were happy with him. Like, he has done good things for Vermont. Like, he was essentially never getting, challenged or removed from his seat in Vermont. So why is he not challenging the establishment more? And that's because, that's essentially the limit of his politics. Like, he's a sock dem at best. There's a reason why we sometimes call them suck dems. Is because, they never really do anything meaningful to challenge or change things when they get sandbagged. They'll say nice words, and then, they'll just fall in line when the establishment tries to crush them. It's like, no, you should be fighting back against the establishment, not, like, going like, yeah, okay, you guys fucked me. I'll vote for your candidate now and campaign for your candidate now. Like, it's just weak, man. It's just weak. But yeah. Once fusion power becomes viable instead of just research, it'll become a ton of power to just fusion. The way I feel about fission power right now is, I think, the way a lot of people see fusion. Like, I essentially see fission as being what we thought fusion, what we see fusion is going to be. Like, fission can be made completely fucking safe. You know? Like, the U.S. Navy has operated, like, nuclear reactors for decades without having any major incidents. You know? China has had, like, basically no major nuclear incidents and so on. Like, it can be made safe with good engineering, with good discipline. So it's like, I'm also, and this is getting a little bit on a physics tangent here, I'm not 100% sure fusion power is viable. Because, like, the reason we know, like, talking about, you know, talking about stellar fusion and shit like that for a moment, the reason the sun works as an energy source is because it's a massive, you know, ball of matter. It's a massive source of mass. And that massive source of mass generates a lot of gravity. And that gravity, you know, generates a lot of force on the particles that are part of that ball of mass. And they all get compressed. They all get forced together. And then, you know, you compress them tightly enough, they fuse, and they emit energy. And you keep fusing, you know, hydrogen to helium, helium to carbon, carbon to nitrogen, et cetera, up until you get to iron. And iron is, you know, the tipping point where after iron, all the elements take more energy to create than less energy. Something I think a lot of people don't realize, just about all the elements that exist that are heavier than iron were created in supernovas. So when we're talking about gold, uranium, you know, all these heavier elements that, you know, we take for granted, you know, in the Earth's crust and whatnot, these were actually created in supernovas. Like, literally stars exploding and then shooting out their remains all over the universe over the courses of billions and billions of years, and that material getting scattered across the galaxies. That's actually where all these elements heavier than iron come from, is supernovas. Everything lighter than iron can come from stellar fusion, which is why there's such a much greater abundance of those elements, you know, versus the heavier ones in the universe. But where I'm getting at with this is that gravity is the force we know the least about. From a physics standpoint, it's the force we have known about the longest, but it is a force we know the least about by far. We don't know fucking shit about gravity. We don't know fucking shit. We barely understand how it works, why it works, you know, how to replicate it in any fashion. And the only way we know of to, you know, for, you know, I say quote-unquote energy positive fusion, because, you know, the force going into generating the fusion is the gravitational force to begin with, is, you know, is from the sun. It's from the sun. Like, we can replicate fusion in a lab, but the energy it takes us to smash these molecules together tightly enough to actually get them to fuse is always higher than the amount that we get out of them. You know, like we can replicate it in a lab, we just can't make it energy positive. My personal theory, you know, if I may, you know, get on my, you know, smoke my crack pipe here for a minute here, take a nice big drag on it. I don't think we're going to figure out fusion until we figure out gravity. I don't think we'll figure out fusion until we figure out gravity. And specifically ways to replicate the force. But yeah. There you go. That's my little theory. Every coal plant should be dropped and replaced with nuclear if your country doesn't have the space for the dream combo of solar wind batteries. Yeah. Yeah, more or less. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to find any disagreement from me. The only reason it's like that in the West is the vast majority of people think about bombs or anything talks about nuclear. Yeah, well, that too, yeah. Well, I think it's less about bombs and they think about, like, you know, Chernobyl and Fukushima and things like that. Chernobyl was a bad design, you know, made decades and decades ago when we knew a lot less about designing reactors than we know now. Like, there were some significant design flaws in the Chernobyl design. And Fukushima is, you know, a story of them not taking proper precautions. Not building, like, flood walls high enough, that kind of thing. In a very earthquake and flood prone zone, you know. Japan is the tsunami capital of the world. The biggest challenge even if they can make fusion work is the lack of fuel and they're running out of time because the fuel won't be in much longer. I think the fuel isn't that hard to synthesize. Like, if we're talking like deuterium kind of thing. The thing is, those gases are also the most abundant in the universe. So, yeah. It gets a bit more complicated when it comes to that. I thought China released a research paper to get slight positive energy gain, but it was such a minor gain, not worth it. I can't remember. I think I might have heard something about that. I remember I don't know too much about it. But yeah, I mean, you need a, yeah, like, even if it's a very, very slight, yeah, then it doesn't matter. You need a significant energy gain for it to be worth it. Kat, thanks for the raid once again, man. Always appreciated. And Zoe, how you doing as well? Nice to see you, always. So we could try fusion in the Earth's core? No. No, I mean, first of all, the Earth's core is solid. The Earth's core is fucking solid. You know, when you look at the Earth's crust, the crust is, like, super fucking thin on the outside. Then you have, like, the liquid mantle, and the core is solid iron, spinning at a very high rate, and that's what generates Earth's electromagnetic field, is that solid iron core spinning in that molten magma outer exterior. That's what creates, you know, what's called the dynamo effect, if you want to know more about it and which words to type into Google. So yeah, no, I mean, not to mention the pressures at the core of the Earth and the pressures at the core of the sun. We're talking, like, orders of magnitude difference. We're talking orders of magnitude, like many, many, many orders of magnitude difference. Like, we're talking much higher temperatures, much higher pressures. Like, people don't realize how goddamn big the sun actually is. It's fucking huge. It's a lot bigger, you know. It's a lot bigger than those diagrams they showed you in grade school are, right? The sun is absolutely massive. Chernobyl was an accident of inexperience. We call it toxic management culture. I would say it was the combination of bad engineering combined with operators who didn't know what they were doing. It was bad engineering in the reactor design itself, combined with people who didn't know what they were doing. Like, they literally, even with the design flaws in the Chernobyl reactor, they had to shut off every single safety to run the tests that they were doing. Like, they had to completely disable every safety system. You know, you don't disable every safety system on a nuclear fucking reactor in operation unless you know exactly what you were doing. And even then, you do it very fucking carefully. So yeah, I would say it's the engineering combined with, yeah, you know, operators / yeah, you could say managers who really didn't know what they were doing. 8.6 megajoules from 2.8 megajoules of vortex energy gain. Yeah, but I mean, can it be scaled up? A lot of these, like, you know, small tests can't be scaled up very well. But yeah, I still kind of stand by my theory on fusion, which is that I'm not sure we'll ever get there by spinning plasma in a tokamak, or by, you know, shining lasers at each other. I think it's going to take something more than that. At least it wasn't on a truth. Dude, that's enough out of you. Rage bait needs to be believable. Bait needs to be credible, man. You get melon toss vibes over here. They were literally asking for it. Skeleton Crew turning everything on and off at night. Yeah, yeah, they were asking for it. That's absolutely true. $20 more years? Yeah, we've been 20 years away from fusion for the past 50 years. Alright, what else is on my list? We designed Gleba carbon fiber blade to generate spoilage from nutrients without needing to be botted in. Yeah, I mean, it would require a significant redesign from the whole thing. We're probably going to be working on a good bit on Gleba next week, and yeah, I know I said that last week as well. I'll put it on the list, but that's a maybe. Did I end up fixing Gleba? We came up with a bunch of different solutions for the end here. Some worked better than others. Andy came up with a decent solution that seems to be working pretty solidly right now. Like, it hasn't jammed up yet. We've had no stalled blades yet. Yeah, they're all working. They're all nice and happy. And we're already launching at 98% freshness, you know, or higher. Right? Like, we're at, you know, between 98 and 98.5, whatever freshness. So, like, I'm kind of at the point of, what are we going to gain by changing it, right, when we're already this high on freshness? Like, if I refactor to a flow-through design, I might be able to get, like, 0.5% more freshness. Maybe. We still might do it. But yeah, I consider Gleba to be working just fine for now. More or less. So it's one of those, the Band-Aid turned out to be good enough to be a permanent solution, right? The duct tape is now part of the build. Ernesto, what country are you from, by the way? I have my suspicions. We also never make it to the core of the Earth. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a mantle. The mantle is liquid. The mantle is enormous. The mantle is liquid. Like, you're not fucking... Like, who here has seen the core? If you want to watch one of those movies so bad it actually winds up being good... Take a guess. Somewhere in Eastern Europe is my guess. But yeah, it's not just the temperatures. It's the fact that it's literally liquid lava. Not even close, really? Huh. Italy? Italy might have been my next guess. I think you might have told me before, but I probably forgot. I think you might have said Italy, but I can't remember. Does it even turn to spoilage? Out here? Yeah, it'll still spoil occasionally on the belts. But the new system will clear the belt properly. No, I don't think he's Germany. Actually, no way, he's Argentina. Wait, Latin America or South America? I feel like I'm just spitballing at this point. Wait, you're actually from Argentina? Wait, I was actually right about that? Yeah. Okay. I feel vindicated. I feel vindicated, yeah. Yeah, I'm actually, you know, that lines up. That lines up. How do you feel about the fact that you just said Latin America and I mentioned Argentina immediately? Based on what your comments have been. How does that make you feel? Out of all the countries in South America and Latin America. Are you curious to know why I said Argentina? Does that make you the slightest bit curious? Boss for Mexico? What do you mean, boss for Mexico? The idea is so far off from realistic, and its center of mass, the resulting force of gravity is 0. Yeah. What do you mean bad for Mexico since I'm American? What do you mean by that? But yeah, Martin's right. But it doesn't matter that the gravity is 0 because the pressure is, you know, immense from all the mass surrounding you. But yeah, I don't know why we're talking about getting to the core of the Earth. Go watch The Core with Hilary Swank and what's his face. It's one of those movies that's so bad it's good. It's almost a satire of disaster movies, almost. Yeah, Aaron Eckhart, is it Stanley Tucci? I think it's Stanley Tucci, that's who I was thinking of. Fuck, you've actually got me looking this up. Like, that's who I was thinking of. No. Yeah, it was Aaron Eckhart, Hilary Swank. Etc. No, it was Stanley Tucci. Yeah. It was Tucci, yeah. He's just not on the first build for some reason. Yeah, Tucci was in it. No, I was right. Fuck. Why do I doubt myself? Why do I fucking doubt myself? 5.5? Yeah, but it's like... Okay, it's not like a good movie. You're not gonna watch it and be like, this is a mastery of cinema. But it's like one of those, like, kind of like B-movie disaster movies that's self-aware, and it has some really funny and like entertaining moments. You know, it's not the kind of movie, you know, you take a date to. Well, actually, it might not be that bad for that, but You know, it's not the kind of the movie you go watch for, you know, cinema. It's the kind of movie you like, you know, get a bit drunk, get a nice big bucket of popcorn, and just fucking enjoy yourself kind of movie. Because Mexico is the closest Latin than the one in the U.S. Yeah, but I'm not the average geography American. But yeah, I mean, Ernesto, I've noticed some of the comments you've made, you know, and I know some of these you're saying tongue in cheek and a bit rage baity, but I've remembered some of the comments you've said in the past, including some which I didn't reply to at the time because I didn't want to get into it at the time. But yeah, I'm not surprised you're from Argentina because it's like the way I hear you talk about these kinds of things is something I would expect, you know, from like Argentina or like an Eastern European country. You know, lots of demonization and just saying certain things are bad. But without knowing, how do I say this politely, without knowing about it in a great deal of depth, you know. That's why it was kind of easy for me to pin it down to Argentina the second you said Latin America, because Argentina is probably, well, one of the most anti-socialist countries in South America. Let's just put it that way. So I'm not surprised that, yeah. Because I definitely remember you saying things like, I think I definitely remember you saying at one point, like, what did Marx ever get right? Or something like that. And I just remember thinking, that's a fucking wild comment to say. It just shows you've never read him at all. But yeah. Yeah, you definitely have more than your share of Nazis, that's for sure. But it's okay. Captain ANCAP, Javier Milei, is going to keep slashing all the social spending. You know, he's going to keep slashing all of it while bending over for Western corporations and begging for bailouts and loans from both China and the West simultaneously. It's working out great from what I'm seeing. All right, what else is on my list? Oh, I didn't write this down right. Where are my notes? Fantastic plan, flawless. Yeah, pretty much. Fix a kilo supply blade so ammonia voider can double. Yeah, that was a longer not conversation, conversion that I decided I might not do because we have these now. Isn't New York City is going down the shithole for voting for what they wanted for realizing the consequences? Where do you get your news from? Like, I'm actually curious. Where did you hear that from? Gleba blades have a better way to handle eggs, and oh yeah. We should try to do that at some point. Better hibernate system on Gleba. Promethean platform abort system should remove barrel from hub. That wound up being very complicated. I looked into that a bit, but it wasn't so easy. Yeah, we could turn like everything on a kilo into a blade. What is this song? Sirenia. It is My Mind's Eye by Sirenia. Hey Vader. Okay, I got through the first part of the list. Now we go deep. Cash Jordan? Why have I heard that name in a very negative way? Didn't somebody mention that earlier today or something? Didn't someone mention that name earlier today? Like, I feel like I heard that name not too long ago in a very negative way. Cash fucking Jordan? Is that a YouTuber? Didn't someone mention it? So, when we were talking about other... When we were talking about other platforms and like far right wingers getting banned from certain platforms, I swear to God, someone earlier today mentioned Cash Jordan. Hold on, I'm trying to scroll up. Oh, Pazuzu said, I think you're referring to the Tornado Cash guy to someone. That might have been it, what I was thinking. This is why you gotta be careful with YouTube, man. There's so much right-wing garbage out there. Dude, are you serious? This is where you're getting your information from. Like, how can you not tell this guy has, like, an insane agenda? New York goes bankrupt. New York implodes. Iran is finished. Iran is finished. The end of Iran. New York collapses. New York City is finished. New York collapses. New York City is finished. New York collapses. New York collapses. America invaded. Holy shit, dude. This guy sounds like a complete fucking fascist. Like, what? New Yorkers flee. This is more than right-sided. This is far right. This is literally far right. This is about as far right as it gets. Yeah, the far right has been scaremongering about Mamdani for God knows how long. Like, they've been freaking out because he's too brown and too Muslim for them. And too socialist. He's not even an actual socialist, by the way. He's a social democrat. Which is not the same thing. But, you know, we can talk about the differences some other time. But no, like, I take one look at this, and trust me, dude, like, if you want to know about the U.S., because obviously I'm assuming you're not in the U.S. Well, I mean, maybe you are, but I think it's a relatively safe assumption. Yeah, I would not be getting my information from this guy. Holy shit. This is like some of the most biased bullshit titles. Like, yeah, you can tell just from his fucking, California is finished. Yeah, man. Yeah, man, we're totally finished over here. Oh no, save me, I'm being finished. New Yorkers flee. Yeah, look at his fucking agenda. 2 months ago, he's saying Zohran Mamdani is finished. This guy is just a Zohran Mamdani, like... This guy's a racist, man. This guy's a literal fucking racist. Like, look how he's just picking on, like, anyone who's, like, not... Like, you're literally going after, like, Omar and Mamdani. Like, he's even fucking attacking, like, Scheinbaum. Like, holy fucking shit. No, you're literally, like, getting your information from a white supremacist, man. This guy's a fucking psycho. Yeah, fucking like big fucking immigrant scaremongering. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of channel I was talking about when I was saying you can publish the most bullshit like crap ever on YouTube, and like your channel will never get taken down. This is pure propaganda. Out of his 20, 15 minutes, like 3 minutes of good. I mean, I can give you much better sources than this guy. I mean, you're in the channel, aren't you? The Discord channel? I'm going to be posting a good bit more this week. But yeah, I mean, I can give you much, much better sources if you want to know what's going on. But if you want my rough impression of what's going on with Mamdani, speaking as someone who lives in the United States, but I don't live in New York. I live in Los Angeles, California. I don't live in New York City. But the best I can tell right now, he won the election, you know, with a pretty good popular margin. The New Yorkers want him. And he's looking to make things more affordable for New Yorkers, mainly by taxing the rich, mainly by taxing the wealthy. Like, he implemented a landlord tax, like, just a week ago or something. He literally implemented a tax on, like, super wealthy landlords. I didn't think, I mean, if anything, I thought his taxes didn't go far enough. I think he should be taxing them harder. But basically, like, it was like something like out-of-state landlords that own, like, large, like, 5 million plus properties. Or, you know, he's raising the taxes on these people, and that's how he's going to use to pay, you know, for all the social stuff. Yeah, I mean, look at this fucking shit. New York City steals from firefighters to house more migrants. This dude is literally a white supremacist fascist propagandist. And, like, I mean every one of those words. This guy is definitely a white supremacist, and he's definitely a fascist. And he's definitely spewing propaganda. Like, this might be one of the worst channels I've seen. And I don't even have to click on his videos, just reading his titles. Like, it's all anti-migrant fear-mongering, which is, you know, a big part of the right wing in the United States. It's just constant migrant fear-mongering. Yeah, migrant pessimist storm. Even a year ago. Yeah, from the very beginning, he's been nothing but garbage. Yeah, if you listen to this kind of person and take what they have to say, like, you will not be going down a good path, my friend. It begins, Chinese migrants are entering America. Oh, no, the Chinese invasion. Jesus fucking Christ, man. How many of those images are AI? Yeah, like, there's that too, yeah. Yeah. A lot of these channels, like, they will just use AI to falsify things. They will literally invent something. You know, they will create a scarecrow and then beat up the scarecrow and then, like, scream it and get really angry at the scarecrow. That's basically how the right wing in the US works. They make things up and then they get really angry at the things they made up. New York City banned drivers from honking? No, they didn't. Like, what is this crap? What is this fucking crap? New York City landlord stuff is a fucking mess. I mean, it's a mess everywhere, is it not? You'll be moving to Argentina soon? Good luck. Good luck. For a war stuff, I look at Agenda Free TV. Okay, so here's my stance when it comes to these YouTube channels that I'm not familiar with. If you want me to look into a channel and give you my opinion, I will actually look into it. Like, as in, like, I will actually take my time on my days off and spend like an hour or two looking deeply into it, you know, to give you my opinion. But generally, the channels that I would recommend are like channels that I, you know, like here. This is a good one. If you want, like, Geopolitical Economy Report with Ben Norton. This guy's good. This guy's good. His analysis is very spot on. Some of his stuff I linked in the channel like like last week or so. Like here, this video specifically, his petrodollar video was very good in like going over the details of how the petrodollar actually works, and then the deeper economic aspects of both this war and the U.S. empire. So yeah, like, you know, this is someone I recommend 100%. Like, he's not 100% accurate on everything, but he's the amount of things I disagree with him are very minor in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, I have not heard of agenda-free TV. But if you want me to just... Oh, he does live only? Yeah, I really don't like when people do this. Nobody is apolitical. Nothing is apolitical. Like, even the most apolitical person on the planet still has a political stance. They're just ignorant of it. Okay? There is no such thing as being apolitical. There is no such thing as not having an agenda. You know, if you try to think you don't have an agenda, it just means you're ignorant of what your agenda actually is. Okay? Like, I really hate seeing stuff like that. But yeah, I can look over his titles and just give you a quick synopsis, but if I can't tell from the titles, I can look into it deeper off stream and give you, my opinion. I mean, he seems to be doing... Oh, God. Like, that's the thing. Like, I can't watch, 8-hour VODs, I have other things I need to do. I mean, it seems to be just basic news coverage. I mean, if he's just doing basic coverage and not analysis, then that's one thing. But that's, actually one of my big problems with a lot of these channels that people recommend to me, is they don't actually do any analysis. Or they do only the most basic surface-level analysis. Like, I go very, very deep with my analysis. I go as deep as I can. And, the sources that I look at, such as Norton, are also people who go very deep in their analysis. But yeah, who asked me again to look into agenda? Ernesto? I can look into it. If you want me, yeah, I can look into it a little bit. And give you my opinion. But yeah, it's... there's a lot of hours here, so I would just be looking into the most recent ones. But yeah, I don't have an opinion on him, because I haven't heard of him until today. The way New York handles rent control and evictions basically guarantees that there's no incentive to invest in new building properties outside of very specific niches. I mean, the whole landlording for profit thing is part of the reason we're in this mess to begin with. Right? Like, the whole, treating land itself as a profitable asset, when it's limited in supply, is why we're in this mess to begin with. The rentier classes are taking over what's left of the empire. People who don't actually make anything, but they just own things and then collect a rent. That's what you mean by rentier classes. Like, that's a big fucking problem right now. So anything to, bring that down is objectively a good thing. Your fucking building's no longer profitable to rent out, that's fine. The city will buy it off you. I like to get information from both sides. You have to hear from both extremes to find the middle. I don't agree with that stance. It's like, just to use an extreme example real quick, it's, I listen to the Nazis, they say we should, kill all the non-Germans in the country. I listen to, the non-Nazis, and they say, no, we shouldn't kill these people. Therefore, the middle ground is we should kill half of them, right? The middle isn't necessarily where the truth is. The truth is what the evidence points to. The truth is what you arrive at by actually understanding the systems that you're dealing with and the history that they're enshrouded in. So it's not about the whole, I look at the extreme left and the extreme right. I guarantee you're not looking at the extreme left. You're looking at, the extreme right and then the center right, and then deciding, and then winding up somewhere in the middle there. So yeah, as I said, I don't think that approach is reliable for finding the truth. Sorry, I'm a little behind on chat. Let me catch up real quick. What the fuck is this disgusting shit show? How can he post this, get away with it? Yeah, I mean, that's what I was talking about. with like, you know, there being so many just slop channels, you know. I closed the tab, but yeah, so many slop channels that are just pure garbage on YouTube. There's so much. Oh, so it looks like chat already answered you pretty well, yeah. Thanks, Ivan and Smitty. Do I know predictive history? Yes, I am familiar with Professor Jiang. He's a complete quack. He's a complete quack. He has no idea what he's talking about. He has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. Like the few things I've seen of him, he just gets things incredibly wrong, like incredibly wrong. So no, Professor Jiang is a complete quack, and he was artificially boosted as well. He even admits he realizes he was artificially boosted, because he was like, I suddenly started getting billions of of subscribers out of fucking nowhere and shit like that. How about Brett Cooper? I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar. Is that a YouTuber? Here, I'll write these down. I'll write these down, and the next time I see you guys, I'll give you my opinions. So Ernesto wants my opinion on agenda-free TV. I can do that. I think his political leaning is watching things go boom. I mean, that's one way. Check out Metatron. Do I really want to type in like a blatant fucking... Yeah. I don't even know what this is. Yeah, it's pure, like... Yeah. There's lots of... Okay, so one thing you have to realize is there's lots of bubbles of false consciousness out there. There's lots of bubbles of false consciousness where you'll stumble across someone who explains one or two things the right way of, you know, things that you kind of knew about, and then is explaining a lot about things you don't know about, but they're not accurate about those things, or, you know, they'll be like the guy we looked at who was just a straight up fascist. And it's easy to fall into those bubbles because, you know, you've already seen them be right about one or two things that you thought were right. And so you kind of take the rest of it for granted. And that's how people, like, fall into these kinds of bubbles. Like, that's how they fall down these pipelines. It's because they're not grounded. They're not grounded. They don't know history. They don't know theory. They don't know, you know, they don't understand the systems that govern everything. They've been taught nothing about any of these three things. They've never been taught critical thinking. They've never been taught, you know, proper, you know, material analysis on anything. So they wind up being very easily duped and misled. But yeah. Brett Cooper is the top of the alt-right funnel? Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, like, I actually don't get a lot of my information from YouTube. And to be more accurate, I don't get any of my information from YouTube. I've actually been trying to find more YouTube channels to follow. Not because I need to learn from them, but because I need to be able to recommend you guys, you know, stuff. Like, I get most of my information from, like, historical documents, like declassified documents, and, like, actual historians who go in depth, you know, and like, actual, like, real political analysts, such as, you know, Chris Hedges, you know, or Dr. Parenti. Like, those are the people who you know, I consult. But they're much deeper. He was banned from China, by the way, Pazuzu. He was kicked out of China. Like, the CCP was like, no, you're a quack. You're not allowed to fucking preach your shit anymore. Like the Chinese government cracked down on his shit. Because it's the one thing they do crack down on is hardcore misinformation. Like, if you go to China and you start spreading anti-vax shit, they'll come down on you. They'll actually come down on you. They will, delete you. They will, remove your content and deplatform you. It's the one thing they do not tolerate is objective, like, hard misinformation. You may think that that kind of thing is good or bad or whatever, but I mean, we've all seen how. There's a measles outbreak in Utah right now. Okay, let's just make that perfectly clear. There's a measles outbreak in Utah right now. That's where we are in the United States. Because that's how bad the anti-vaxxer movement has gotten in the United States, is that we have a measles outbreak. Measles, which was completely eradicated. There's currently 1,000+ measles cases in Utah at the moment. But yeah, he basically got kicked out of China. His big prediction thing wasn't even that interesting. Like the one thing that the media always cites when they're trying to prop him up, where they're like, oh, he predicted Trump would be elected, Trump would go to war with Iran, and then the U.S. would lose. 2 out of these 3 things were extremely easy to predict. Like, anybody who didn't have their head up their ass knew Trump was going to win. I was saying Trump was going to win. Does that make me, some fucking psychic now? No, I just know how to analyze, the systems and the politics that we are drowned in. Trump going to Iran was, I admit, like a bit of a good prediction. I'll give him that. Broken clock kind of thing. But saying that the U.S. would lose, that's not a big revelation either. The U.S. has lost every single, major conflict it's involved itself in the end of World War II. And our military is way, way more atrophied than it was during, Iraq and the first and second Gulf Wars. Right? Like, it's way more corrupt. There's way more being siphoned off at every level. There's way more things in disrepair. Supply lines have been eroded. Like, the corruption is fully entrenched at this point. And we knew this just between what happened in Ukraine. Like, it's something like there's some statistics that are very hard to believe. Like, North Korea produces more artillery shells than like the entirety of the West. North fucking Korea, this tiny ass little country, literally produced more artillery shells year over year than all of Europe and the US. Like, it's fucking insane. But it's not because North Korea is nothing but an artillery shell factory. I mean, obviously they have some major artillery shell production because it's a big part of their security concerns. But it's more that the West's productive forces have completely atrophied under, the late stages of capitalism that we find ourselves under. There is no reason to maintain these things because these things were ultimately maintained for profit to begin with. And that profit motive, that profit incentive has now rotted out the entire structure. It's why it's the U.S. that's constantly begging Iran for ceasefires, and Iran is like, no, I ain't hear no bell. It's the U.S. that kept begging for ceasefires, and Iran was like, no, we will seek peace if you intend to seriously seek peace. But we're not going to just participate in these ceasefires because we know the West is just using them as time to rearm. Like, it was the same thing with Russia, with Putin and everything. He had the exact same stance that Iran did. He's like, I will seek peace if the West is interested in peace, but I'm not going to entertain these ceasefires because the West never obliges by these ceasefires. They only want to use them as time to rearm because the West's productive forces are completely atrophied at this point. Ugh. Nonsensically strong tenant protections actually make a lot of housing problems and make it worse by people deep pockets to get involved. You can't buy a house and repair it on your outside. Requiring tens of thousands of dollars in upfront capital just for permits. Yeah, I mean, all of the U.S. has corruption issues, but like protecting landlords and protecting landlord profits is not the answer to making housing more affordable for people. Right? Like, I feel like there's two different issues that are being conflated here. Buying a house and repairing it is a completely different story from, what we were talking about. But yeah. Sorry, let me catch up. I'm doing my usual thing where, like, as I said, like, I try to really reply to everything that's being discussed, and I'm a little behind on chat. She does meme reviews and sprinkles and some tradwife conservative. I don't know who that is, or who you were referring to, Smitty. Yeah, I don't know who you guys were talking about. Anyway, moving on. From Shoe on Head, I'm not super familiar with them. The thing is, the thing you have to remember from my point of view is, like, I know a lot. I'm not looking for the people to explain the basics. I'm looking for, the people who go even more in depth than I know. Like, I am deep down the rabbit hole. I am deep in the sauce. The sources that I usually use, I usually don't directly link to you guys. With few exceptions. Like, I've been posting Parenti stuff in the Discord channel, for those of you who have been keeping an eye on it. If you haven't been reading that stuff, you probably should, or watching that stuff, you probably should. But yeah. So I'm not too familiar with Shu. I really don't know anything about her. Whatever happens in Europe and America generally starts happening in Australia, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, American culture and hegemony just gets exported, whether other countries like it or not. I don't say this as part of, like, in America, fuck yeah kind of person. Like, trust me, I'm the complete opposite of that kind of person, which should have been obvious by now. But, yeah, like, the cultural, it's not just the cultural, but it's the economic hegemony that the U.S. occupies. That everything is kind of subservient to American capital itself. Like, from the American political system, the European Union, the European capitalists, Australia, etc. There's this kind of pyramid with American hegemony at the top. That's why we refer to these terms. That's why we refer to these terms as, the West, the political West. Like, that's what we mean. We're talking about the overarching global structure, which keeps the U.S. at the very top. But yeah, this is a good guy. If you're not familiar with Geopolitical Economy Report, yeah, he does very good analysis. He does proper material analysis, and if you're not familiar with this kind of analysis, you will be shocked at the level of depth that he goes into. As I said, I especially recommend the petrodollar video. It's the one that I did watch recently. I usually don't have the time to keep up with every video that everyone puts out. But yeah, I started watching this one because I was trying to, like, post something in the channel to recommend to, like, teach people about the petrodollar. And this video was actually so good I actually wound up watching the whole thing. I was like, it was a really solid video. Did I place a bet on Polymarket? No. Not yet. When your job thing has a supposedly been multiplied is lined up, meanwhile your halfway price is only 600, 700. When you increase costs, these get pushed to use your tenants. Yeah, but, like, we're all talking about private landlords to begin with. Like, pretty much everything that you're talking about, like, we're talking with for-profit landlords and private capital. We're not talking about public housing. We're not talking about state-built housing. We're talking about a private landowner that's trying to make a profit. That's trying to be, a profitable landowner. Fuck, you know what I mean. Tripping over my own words. There's a reason why Australia signed a military shipment with Japan since America has failed to supply demands. I wouldn't rely on Japan very much. I mean, if you want the honest truth of what Australia should do, they should lessen their ties with the West, which is dying. They should lessen their ties. Like, the West is dying. The American Empire is dying. This is an objective fact at this point. The empire is declining. Western hegemony is declining. If the petrodollar goes to hell, then everything is going to suddenly start collapsing at a pace that people are just not prepared for. Like, if oil suddenly starts becoming the petro yuan, it's kind of like there's going to be this domino effect, and things are going to start happening very quickly. But yeah, like, Japan has severe problems of its own right now. It's not something I've talked about too much in depth, but it's something I've actually been looking to a lot lately. But Japan is a problem, to put it mildly. But if you want my opinion, Australia should be building ties closer to China. Like, that's the country. That you're right next to them. You know, the shipping distance between Australia and China is very small. The cost to import and export things to China is very small. Like, if Australia actually wanted to do what was best for the Australian people, they would be slowly cutting ties with the West and building up ties with China. But instead, you know, they're constantly being belligerent, you know, with China and kowtowing to the West. So, yeah, I mean, Australian politicians are just as washed as American ones, unfortunately. At least from what I've seen so far. If removing bad tenants is arduous, yes, but I'm not talking about, like, you know, the reason there's become so many more protections against evictions and whatnot is because rent prices keep going up and up and up. Because rent prices are insane. These rent prices are insane because of these for-profit landlords. Already subbed to GE? Yeah, very nice. I'm not talking about Western public housing, Ravager. Like, you think that because, like, Western has, like, their fucking, like, Section 8 or whatever, their garbage, you know, like, barely funded, you know, for the poorest of the poor housing only. There are lots of countries where the majority of the housing is owned by the government, and rents are, like, you know, nothing compared to what they are in the West. Yeah, but, okay, Section 8 was a bad example, but you know what I mean. And no, I have never lived in public housing. But it doesn't change the point. Your politics on both sides? That's the thing, though. You don't have both sides. You have a left and right the same way the U.S. has a left and right. Or Canada has a left and right. Meaning what you actually have is you have a far right and a, like, lesser far right. And the lesser far right is called the left because they're to the left of the lesser far right. But if we look at it on the actual, like, on an actual political spectrum, like, you know, my country, the United States, has never had a left-leaning president. We have had, you know, these center-right or whatever candidates you want to call them from the Democrat Party, and then the far rights from the Republicans. There's never been someone actual left. The actual left has been erased. It was effectively destroyed with McCarthyism back in the, you know, 50s and 60s and whatnot. And McCarthyism never went away. It just became institutional. It became the default. Like, that's actually how things, you know, are. Hold on, let me make sure my research is at least running. Okay, we're good. Yeah. At least the science is going. But yeah, you are right, though. You are right in the sense that, yes, your country has been sold out from under you. Because it was never your country to begin with. Just as the American continent, the USA, has never been the American people's country. It is the country of the American ruling class. It is the country of the American oligarchs. It is the country of the American capitalists. That's who ultimately rules the country. That's whose interests are actively served. Like, there was a study a couple years back, which, when it got released, should have immediately led to a fucking revolution. But it just goes to show just exactly how cooked we are. There was a Harvard study released years ago. Here, I'll see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, Princeton, yeah. I think there's been several studies. But, yeah, there's been several studies, actually, that have all said the same thing. Let me see if I can find one with the graph that I'm talking about. Yeah, the preferences of the average American have a minuscule, near zero, statistically non-significant impact upon public policy. There's a lot of articles like this. Like here, like I just Googled this. And there's been a Cambridge study. There's been a, Princeton study, etc. The effects of public opinion, etc., etc. And essentially what they found out was that if the public are very much in favor of something or very much against something, it doesn't matter. There's zero impact on whether a policy gets passed or not. But if the top 1% wealthiest people in the country are in favor of something, there is something like an 80% chance it gets passed. If they are against something, if the wealthy are against something, zero. Literally 0% chance it gets passed. That's the country we live in. That's the dictatorship of capital. We live under a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. We live under a dictatorship of the ruling class. We do not live in democracies. Australia is not a democracy. US is not a democracy. None of these European countries are fucking democracies. They have the veneer of democracy, but as soon as what the people want conflicts with what the people in power actually want, the people never get what they want. The American people have wanted no more wars for God knows how long. It's literally one of the most popular things amongst American people, both on any side of the political spectrum, is no more fucking foreign wars, no more conflicts, no more us getting involved in anything. Period. Ever. We're done with it. Of course, the average person doesn't understand American imperialism and its roots and what it actually serves and what it's actually for. They just see all these meaningless conflicts where we're sending our people off to die. We're spending billions of dollars and we get nothing for it. Aside from, the gas prices go up, not down. And it's important to understand that. Like the policies that the people want never get implemented. And the majority of Americans are in favor of universal health care or some kind of major health care reform. More than the bullshit Obama did, which was completely meaningless. Like, they want nationalized, universal fucking healthcare. We all pay into it with our taxes, and everybody gets it. Universal. The majority of people in this country are for that. There is not a single politician on either side of the fucking aisle that is actively campaigning for this kind of thing. I thought we lived in a democracy. If we lived in a democracy, shouldn't the government represent what the people want? Isn't that what democracy means? Or does democracy just mean which color boot you get to lick for the next 4 years? Because there's a lot of people seem to think democracy just means term limits. Oh, democracy is when you get to pick the color of the boot you lick for the next 4 years, and the boot changes every 4 to 8 years. No, democracy means the government acts in the people's fucking interest. Democracy means the government does what the people fucking want. What the people fucking want. Not what the rich want. Oh. Yeah. You want to crash rent prices, take an axe to the shortages by letting people build everything that is allowed us. But yeah. That we definitely agree on, Ravager. That we 100% agree on. But I think new housing should be built. Housing should be built for living in. Housing should not be for speculation. Houses are for living in, not for attempting to grow your wealth via property investments, because the wages in this country are absolute garbage. But yeah, I definitely agree with you on that, yeah. Both parties are called the Uni Party, yeah. Yeah, here, let me find the quote real quick. Hold on. I have I have a folder that I don't tap into very often. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Where are you? I know I saved it somewhere. God, I need to clean this shit up. Where are you? Come on. Don't hang me out to dry like this. I know you're somewhere. Oh, is this it? Yeah, there we go. There you go, right there. This applies to most Western countries. It was a Princeton study? Yeah, there's been many of them. Friendly Jordies? Yeah, Friendly Jordies I've heard good things about. I'm not, like, I don't watch his content very much, because, you know, I'm not Australian, obviously. Oh, I actually did find a channel. I did find a channel the other day. Hold on. Let me show it to you. There was an Australian channel I found the other day, and I was like, oh, this guy's good. I actually subbed to him, even though I'm not Australian. Let me find him. Holy shit, I have way too many. Where are you? Here we go. This guy. It's a really small channel. It's a really small channel. I can't speak too heavily into it because I haven't, like, I don't know, like, how deep his analysis actually goes. But yeah, he's a tiny channel, only 3,000 subscribers. He just started making videos. I stumbled across this video, why Australia closed almost all of its refineries, because I was looking into the oil situation in Australia, because, you know, one of your refineries went up in smoke, right? Like, the Geelong refinery went up in smoke, like, last week or so, a couple days ago. So yeah, I was looking into the oil refinery situation in Australia, and I stumbled across this video, and it's actually really, really good. It was really good. So yeah, I haven't looked into his other content, but judging by the titles of what he's published so far, he seems to be like a relatively objective channel. You know, he's not gonna go super deep maybe on the analysis and theory the way I do, but this was very, very good recitation of the facts and how it got to be this point, and how Australia went from having 8 major refineries to only 2 and now 1. You know, Australia actually exports oil to other countries, and then it gets refined to fuel into petroleum in those countries, and then shipped back to Australia. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine if I was like, you know, it's like me processing oil here, or drilling for oil here, then training it all the way up here, making petroleum, and then training the petroleum back. That's basically what's going on right now. But yeah, the Hidden Crown. The Hidden Crown 1 is his name. Yeah. As I said, I haven't looked too deeply. That's the only video of his I've seen. But it was very good. Punter politics? Yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm not Australian. I need to, as I've said before, like, I try to learn as much as I can, but I have to, you know, I can't go, like, super deep into like, I try to deliberately avoid going super deep into any one country's, like, you know, domestic situation, unless it's highly relevant to the world stage at large, such as it is, you know, in the Middle East, or like Russia versus Ukraine or something like that, right? So yeah, I mean, it doesn't look bad though. How a small group of wealthy people shapes what you think. Yeah, yeah, he seems to have the right idea. They sold our power grid for quick cash. The moment a YouTuber became a threat to the Liberal Party. Yeah. Yeah, we're seeing some of that happen right now in America. The Democratic Party feels very threatened by streamers right now. It's kind of funny. But he doesn't look too bad. He doesn't look too bad. I can look into him for you, Jim. I'll write your name down, Jim. And Punter's Politics. I can look a bit into it and give you my opinion, but yeah, overall it doesn't look too bad. Just by the titles, yeah. Friendly Jordy's is good stepping stones. You realize he's a labor shield, and you move on to our Punter's Politics and Sloan's on. Yeah. Yeah, if you're Australian, and I know that you know a good amount, Smitty, so yeah, listen to Smitty's recommendations. If he's Australian, like he'll know the local ones better than I do. But yeah, my recommendation is the Crown guy. Yeah, the Hidden Crown. Whoops. Well, I guess I closed it. But yeah. Yeah, there we go, that guy. Punter's Politics has no value. His whole shtick is highlighting corruption in the Australian political system and mobilizing people to put pressure. Okay, thank you. Thank you, yeah. Thank you. I actually appreciate that. That's a really good comment, Smitty. That's a really good comment. Because, like, yeah. Yeah, he's good for people who need to learn more, but that's the thing, like, there's levels of learning things right now. And you can't start people out at the highest level. It just doesn't work like that. You need to start out with things they can relate to. But yeah, Punter seems like a good starting point for sure. If you're like relatively new to this kind of thing. This is a nice video about the fuel crisis. Okay, I can check that. I have a feeling it's just going to be the same as this video though. I have a feeling it's going to be pretty similar to this. He did a really good job of going over the facts and the incentives. Sub to the Hidden Crown? Yeah, nice. But if I was that shitty, stupid about Hobbit, I don't know, just some fucking loser who just plays video games and doesn't, you know, make any real content. Yeah, the U.S., there's different types of crude, he's right. U.S. refineries especially are heavily tooled for heavy crude. The refinery closest to me, there's a big refinery in my city, it's called El Segundo, is heavily tooled for heavy crude only. But yeah, it's kind of like heavy oil versus light oil kind of thing in Factorio. You know, Factorio is obviously a gross simplification, but the whole idea about in Factorio about how heavy oil can be used to create a wide variety of petrochemical products, while light oil is mainly good for producing in a fuel. That part is true. No, U.S. is a net exporter at this point because of the fracking boom. The fracking boom was insane for Western oil production. They need to import heavy oil. I think the fracking shit mainly is light oil. We're kind of reaching the limit of my petrochemical knowledge in terms of how everything's actually laid out. But a large reason of why the U.S. refineries were heavily tooled for heavy oil was because we would import it from abroad, and then when those countries, you know, i.e. Venezuela, said "fuck you, Yankee, we're gonna process our own oil instead of letting you rob us blind," you know, we didn't take very kindly to that. Yeah, I was right. Yeah, shell fracking is light. That's what I thought. Yeah. Do I have any recommendations for Canadian or US stuff? I have an anti-recommendation. I have an anti-recommendation. I have a channel to stay away from. Someone recommended me this one once. This channel. This person, yeah. They recommended me this person for, like, Canadian stuff. And I can't remember who asked it, and I meant to, like, get back to them about it, but I like, didn't remember who it was. Like, and then I just kind of totally forgot about it. So if that person's in the channel, feel free to speak up, but I don't remember who it was. But yeah, someone recommended me look into this person. And as I said, like, if you want me to look into a source for you, I'm willing to do that. I will take time out of my day to analyze it and give you my analysis of it. And I actually did do that with this person. I analyzed them, and I realized they're just a liberal Canadian propagandist. Like, basically, if you're Canadian and, on the liberal side of, the same way Canadians have liberals and conservatives, the same way the U.S. does, their political spectrum is basically the same, then, and you're kind of still very much on the liberal Kool-Aid, then this person will sound like they're saying a lot of truthful stuff, but they're completely full of shit. They have, like, their analysis. I found lots of mistakes in a lot of their videos, lots of gross assumptions that had no basis in reality. It was basically just group therapy for liberal Canadians, so they could feel better about not being Americans. That's essentially what it was. It's basically for Canadians to be like, yeah, we're not as bad as the Americans. Like, that's basically the entire channel. Like, no real analysis. It was very poor. So yeah, that's my anti-recommendation. I was asked to look into this person. But, yeah, I mean, as I said, I don't get a lot of information from YouTube. I did talk about Chris Hedges. I do recommend him. He's generally pretty good. He's well-credentialed as well, if that matters to you. But I think in the modern age, that shouldn't matter as much as it used to, right? Like, whether someone is an established journalist or a PhD or whatnot, I think means less these days than ever before, given just how many, established journalists and PhDs are just spewing outright propaganda. But yeah, if that kind of thing matters to you, then yeah, he is, a well-established journalist. He's been around for a long time. Hedges is generally pretty good, but I haven't really watched much of his YouTube stuff, but I've seen other videos and interviews that he's done. I generally do not focus too heavily on domestic American politics, despite being American, because I'm at the point where I have a very deep understanding of the systems and everything that govern it all, and the incentives that those systems create, and how our systems are structured in order to keep those people in power in perpetuity. So I generally kind of roughly know how American politics is going to play out, because, like, I can see the foundations. So I can't really recommend you anything specific on American politics, in terms of YouTubers at least. I mean, Hedges does a bit, I think. I mean, Hedges mainly does geopolitics. He does a little bit, but only when it's relevant, like the Trump administration stuff, but yeah. I mean, that's mainly my focus, is stuff like this. Is like I'm the biggest picture possible kind of guy. Like, I look at the largest picture and then try to analyze and understand it, like, And obviously there's different components, little pieces that play into that picture, and you have to understand those as well to understand the larger picture, but, yeah. You just banned that channel? What, the House of L? Yeah. Yeah, it was not a particularly good channel, unfortunately. From LTT, Linus? Yeah. She's full of it? Yeah, she's kind of full of shit. As I said, it's a liberal Canadian. It's a liberal Canadian analysis meant to pander to other liberal Canadians. Like it's her analysis isn't about finding the truth or understanding what's going on. She doesn't know how to do a material analysis. Like she has a PhD, but not in political science or history or anything like that. So her PhD is completely irrelevant. But she thinks that like she thinks that like means she has some credentials. But yeah, I mean, no, you want to listen to people like Hedges. People like Norman Finkelstein on the Middle East is really good. He doesn't have a YouTube channel though. You mainly just see him roast people on news channels and shit like that. Mearsheimer is also okay. Mearsheimer is definitely, again, more of the liberal analysis, but he is a professional geopolitical analyst. And so he's, forced to stick by the facts. But in terms of deeper understandings, in terms of theory and structures, you'll find him a bit lacking. Chris Hedges does actually have that deeper understanding that I'm talking about. Although he's a little bit of a nihilist sometimes. Which is kind of understandable given the state of things. But yeah, Chris Hedges does have a deeper understanding. So I consider him to be top tier, yeah. Oh, we don't need import heavy. Are you talking to me still, Ravager, or someone else in chat? I'm assuming you're talking to someone else when you're going into depth about the rest of the oil stuff. Because yeah, I'm with you on all that. Like I know all that about him being a bitch to process heavy oil. Canadians isn't the 51st state of America. I mean, it kind of is, and I'm not trying to say this to be offensive to Canadians. I'm just stating, that's the geopolitical reality. Whether you like it or not, whether we like it or not. Oh, you were explaining to Whistler. Yeah, okay, we're good. You unsubbed to House of L? Was it you that maybe recommended it to me before Whistler? I can't remember. Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah, I mean, a lot of the other stuff that, as I said, I don't follow that many political channels yet. I've been trying to get some more. But a lot of the other stuff I follow is much higher level. And if you're not familiar with the lower level stuff, then it's going to be a lot harder to get into. I think I remember this channel being decent too. I'm trying to remember the videos that I've watched. Oh yeah, I posted this one in the Discord channel, yeah. Yeah, I posted this one when I went into depth about what's going on with Lebanon, which is still going on. It's what I've been talking about the most lately. But yeah, Breakthrough News I think is also decent. I think there's also Drop Site News and the Gray Zone, but I'm not. Actually, should be subbed to Drop Site. Drop Site is Scahill's outlet. Yeah, Scahill is good. Scahill is very good. Scahill has a very deep understanding of what things going on. I've seen some of his interviews. Yeah, Scahill is incredibly good. Yeah. He's extremely intelligent and goes very in-depth. I consider him to be top tier. And Drop Site or Gray Zone, yeah, with Blumenthal it can also be decent. Although he has a tendency to be a little more blunt with the uncomfortable truths that people don't like hearing. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have his name on there. But yeah, I haven't looked too much into their YouTube content. But I'm familiar with these people as reporters. Yeah, he does a lot of Mearsheimer interviews and analysis. But yeah, there you go. Gray Zone, Drop Site News, Geopolitical Economy Report, and what was the last one? I forgot. Yeah, Drop Site News, Gray Zone, Geopolitical Economy Report. There's one more. I'm fucking blanking out. Oh yeah, Breakthrough, potentially, are channels that I would recommend if you want to get your stuff from YouTube. Yeah. You watch us for Nationalist? Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, like, the world is super fucking interconnected these days. It's pretty hard to just take things in isolation because of how interconnected everything is. I mean, we just talked about how Australia, you know, is shipping the oil that it drills out to other countries to be processed, and then importing the petroleum back in because they've shut down all their refineries. You plan on doing a write-up in Discord of the channels I do like? I mean, I post videos from them occasionally. Like, if I post a video from a channel, it's usually going to be from a channel that I approve of. So I've already posted a number of videos in there. So generally just clicking through and looking at what else is there will give you a good idea. But yeah, I can give a list. I can give a list at some point. But as I said, like, I don't get my news from YouTube mainly. I get my news from, like, you know, directly from reporters and from articles that I read. Right? Like, my problem with YouTube is I can read way fucking faster than anyone else can talk. Like, way faster. Like, I'm a pretty fast reader. Like, I can easily read, like, 4 times faster than anyone can talk. So it's like, the issue I have with YouTube as an information source is it's a very slow medium for absorbing information. You know, you can put someone on, like, 1.5 or 2x speed, or sorry, 1.25 or 1.5 speed, but if you put it too fast, then it becomes hard to make out what they're saying. Whereas if I'm reading an article, you know, I can just blow right through it. So I heavily prefer, like, you know, long form articles. You know, like, you know, this is the kind of shit that I read, right? You know, like the geopolitics of American global decline. You know, long form white paper kind of shit. You know, this one's not even that long, but that's the kind of shit that I read. And this is 2015. So yeah. The question is, the real question is what kind of media do you want? You know, and if you request stuff on the Discord channel, I can provide. You know, I know the Discord channel right now is very heavily, you know, me posting lots of information. But, you know, everyone can talk in there. You know, if you have a request, if you want, like, sources or, you know, different types of mediums of information, then, yeah, I can provide that. Like, half of all this shit is all political links. Not half, like, virtually all of this is all fucking, like, you know, all these bookmark folders. I like for a lot of places I have a separate folder for different countries because yeah, like I have so much stuff. Like, it's a struggle just to even organize everything. Like, I have literally thousands of sources and I just need to organize everything better. But yeah, I've been trying to work on it bit by bit every week, and, you know, trickle bits of it into the Discord channel. I can start posting things faster in the Discord too. Like, I deliberately try not to post too much every week. I try to post just a few things. Last week I didn't post that much. I meant to post a bit more, but I never got the time. But yeah, I try to trickle it in because I'm trying not to just swamp people with like, oh, hey, here's 50 like hour-long videos kind of thing, right? Just the idea is that every week I talk a little bit about, I analyze a bit about what's going on in the world, and then ideally, if there's not too much going on in the world at the time, which is kind of hard right now because there's a lot of things going on, then I'll post some theory as well. I meant to post some theory last week, but I'll post it this week. It's mainly going to be Parenti stuff for a while before we get into other stuff. Because Parenti is by far the best primer I've found in terms of talking about things. Even though his content's a little bit older, everything is still 100% relevant. Like, pretty much nothing has changed. I thought you were in the Discord, Jim, but yeah. I guess it was somebody else. Someone with a similar name. But I will warn you guys. I will warn you guys who are going to be joining the Discord for Fresh. It's the Discord channel. It's not the Discord in general. There's a private politics channel on Discord that is not visible by default. If you want access to it, you need to DM me on Discord and request access, and I will add you to the group. I do not have it visible by default because, a lot of people come to Discord for like blueprints or the Factorio discussion. And also in that channel, I'm not holding back. I'm not holding back with what the truths are, no matter how uncomfortable they are. So just keep that in mind. If you're new to that channel, I recommend starting at the very top. I recommend starting at the very top and working your way down. And number 2, you need to understand that the entire point of that channel is for me to just articulate the truth as clearly as I can, without having to hold back on anything. So, yeah. It's kind of supposed to be like the level up from the Twitch streams in a way. Like what I discuss on Twitch streams are level 1. The Discord channel is kind of like level 2. Pretty much the number one reason Joanne is not holding back on the truth? Yeah. I mean, you still have to hold back a bit sometimes. Because, it can be a lot to take in at once. Especially on certain subjects. But, yeah, I've been pretty blunt on the realities of the Middle East. Because at the rate things are advancing right now in the Middle East, there's no time left to tiptoe. I can't, like, slowly build up to it over the course of, like, a couple months of what the reality is. Like things are, things are the worst they've ever been. And there's a very high chance that the U.S. is using the negotiations right now as cover to build up a ground invasion. In fact, I would say it's almost guaranteed. Like, the U.S. has not stopped moving troops to the Middle East. They can't hide this kind of thing, right? Flight trackers are pretty public things. They have to be, right? Because planes need to know where other planes are in the sky so planes don't crash into each other. So they can't hide the amount of troops and troop-carrying planes that they're flying to the Middle East. But as of right now, there is probably close to 50,000 American troops in the Middle East. So I think they are definitely gearing up for a big ground invasion, and I think we're kind of in the eye of the hurricane right now. It's calm right now. It's been calm last week. And when I say calm, I mean relatively speaking, because Israel, sure as fuck, hasn't stopped trying to ethnically cleanse Lebanon. They're still blowing up entire villages and, forcing people north in Lebanon. So when I say calm, it's relatively speaking. I mean calm between the U.S. and Iran specifically. But yeah, I think we're very much in the calm between the storm right now, and I don't see how this thing... literally, the best hope we could possibly have is that Trump/the U.S. just gets bored and walks away. Like the way they walked away from Vietnam. They declare some kind of symbolic victory and walk away. But the problem is that... they're not going to do that unless at least the strait gets opened, and Iran is not going to open the strait unless Israel stops attacking Lebanon, and Israel won't stop. But yeah. When is this a Factorio stream? On days that aren't ending with Y. Yeah. I mean, Sundays tend to be... If there's one day of the week, we do tend to go a bit deeper. I have noticed. I don't plan it like this, but if there's one day of the week, we do tend to kind of take a dive. It's usually Sundays, yeah. But yeah, no, Factorio is running in the background. It's running. We got our research prod 81 going. It's still technically a Factorio stream. Is there a reason I decided to make it invite request only rather than just hidden by default with a warning? I didn't know I could make it hidden by default with a warning. I didn't even realize that was an option. But I mean, the current method is fine. I'm fine with it being something that, you know, people need to actively voice interest in to join. You know, like I get like, you know, 1 or 2 messages each week, depending on the week, of people trying to join, and that's fine. That's, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not that hard for me to add those people. But yeah, maybe I can look into changing it. But as I said, the reason I made it private was because, as I said, like, I don't hold back over there. I'm very blunt in that channel. What else? Let me scroll up real quick. This shit is stupid. The only reason the refineries got shut down is due to the government sold off the refineries to major corporations that were not major owned. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, kind of. That's part of it. You should watch the video from the Hidden Crown, Jim. You got part of it. The deeper story was that other countries started building much larger, much more efficient refineries. And Australian refineries were relatively small. So they essentially got, like, you know, out-competed by these larger refineries. But yeah, the Hidden Crown video, it's not very long. It's only like 12 minutes, I think. It goes pretty deeply into it, yeah. YouTube podcast, everything? Yeah, and that's understandable, but yeah. As I said, I prefer text when possible because I can just process it faster. You like newspapers? Yeah, I'm old. Yeah, but there's no good newspapers anymore. What good newspapers are there these days? Are you reading slow to being dyslexic? Yeah. I mean, yeah, as I said. Like, I realize, like, I'm pretty biased toward text, but that's why I've been trying to, like, get more YouTube channels to recommend to people. Because, yeah, it's very easy to listen to YouTube while you're doing something else as well, so. Inside China Business. This dude who popped on your YouTube video pops out of the interesting facts, 5 minutes about economic facts about the world. Inside China Business? What, is that the name of the channel? Zoom tag? Is that the name of the YouTube channel? Inside China Business? Curious of what I think of Joe Blogs. Is that a YouTube channel? This guy? I can do a quick analysis of what its title. Okay. We're off to a great start. Cuba has collapsed. Russia shrinks. Like... I have a very averse reaction to these kinds of clickbait hysteria titles. Like, if you looked at the channels I was recommending, you know, like, oh, that's the video someone wanted me to watch. If you look into, you know, like the Chris Hedges channel, for example, that I was talking about, you know, like, it's not like really, you know, there's a title here, yeah, but it's not like clickbait, right? You know, the strait is the key. Israel won't give up, right? You know, obviously you have to play the algorithm a little bit, but this kind of, whenever I see a channel and it's this kind of these hyperbole, you know, D-Day. Oh, yeah, let's go watch about D-Day. This changes everything. What changes everything? Like, no, this just, yeah. This is probably not a channel I would trust. Like, Jesus, this guy really sucks at titles. Crisis deepens, dire straits. What, money for nothing? Out of control, no way back. Yeah, it's like pure clickbait, and it's just kind of like whatever. These two especially are like, how is Russia shrinking? How is Cuba currently collapsing? Ay, ay, ay. What else? Monitors chat when one of his ops requests access. I mean, there have been a couple people in the past where if they had requested access, I would have denied them. Like if you've kind of shown, like, you know, in the Twitch channel, you're not willing to engage in good faith. Like if you're only engaging in bad faith in the Twitch channel, then no, I'm not gonna waste, you know, everyone's time with you fucking like throwing tantrums in the Discord channel, right? Like, but there's no one in here right now who qualifies for that. Everyone here is fine. Like there's like one or two specific people I'm thinking about who, you know, aren't here right now. But yeah, I'm fine with keeping a manual control on it. But yeah, you need to message me if you want access to it. Very clickbait, but then you listen. His presentation is far calmer than it appears. The fuck is members only? Dude, the bro fucking, like, literally just paywalls videos at random. Is this what I should be doing on my YouTube channel? Is this how I should be monetizing? Just fucking paywalling random Factorio videos? Yeah, I don't know, dude. Like, this seems to be just a very, like, armchair Western, you know, Naphoid type analysis, to be blunt. Which, you know, we're well past at this point. But yeah. If there's a specific video you want me to watch, Whistler, that you think is good, I can watch that video and get back to you on my opinion. But I'm only gonna do it if there's a specific video you want me to watch. Like, this isn't, like, you know, very promising from the surface level. But yeah. It's inside China business. Yeah, I mean, oh, I think I've seen this guy before. I can't remember, though. Pops out interesting facts to the videos 5 minutes in about China and the world. I mean, a lot of channels seem clickbaity. Here's the thing about clickbait. Clickbait works really well on the YouTube algorithm. Like, I deliberately don't do it for better or for worse. You know, I just title my videos as directly as possible. You know, and I'm probably worse off for it. So I don't blame people for doing a little bit, but there's a very fine line between, you know, doing a little bit algorithm pandering and doing full-on, you know, hysterica clickbaiting. China is just another GDP ignore them. What? So my problem with Western Chinese and analysts is they don't understand the Chinese system. Like, a lot of Western analysts don't get China wrong, and that's why you see, like, so many channels. You know, like, how many of you have heard of Gordon Chang? How many of you have heard of Gordon Chang? How many of you know that name? Basically, he's this dude who's been predicting the collapse of China every year for like 30 years now. Like every fucking year, he's like, China's gonna collapse. I can't remember if he has a YouTube channel or not. But yeah, the guy's basically. I mean, there's kind of no surprise. All the results showing up are like Fox and Newsmax and shit. But yeah, he's just a complete quack. Yeah, this guy. And he works for the Epoch Times, which, God, I'm trying to remember. Like, they were like Falun Gong associated or something like that. There was Epoch Times was basically a complete bullshit outlet. It was basically like Chinese, extreme right, kind of like basically Chinese fascists, or some shit like that. I'm trying to remember exactly what they were tied to. But yeah, like, this guy has been predicting that China is going to collapse every fucking year for like 30 years. Is a Falun Gong okay, yeah, I did have it right. Yeah, it's a Falun Gong mouthpiece. And he's been, but the thing is, like, he tells the Western media what they want to hear. He tells the Western media what they want to hear. I don't think he's a grifter in the sense that he knows he's telling lies, because the definition of a grifter means you know you're lying, but you're lying because you know it makes you money. I don't think he's a grifter in the sense. I do think he actually is that stupid. But he gets constantly invited on all these Western media outlets and pumped up and all that because he tells them what they want to hear. They want to hear that China is collapsing. They want to hear that, the dragon in the east is going to take itself out. That's what they all want to hear. Like, what they don't want to hear is that China is now an unstoppable, economic superpower juggernaut that shows no signs of slowing down. That's what they don't want to hear. They want to hear, like, China is collapsing. And the thing with Western Chinese analysts is they analyze China through the Western lens. Like, they analyze the Chinese economy the same way they analyze the Western economy. And they're not even right about the Western economy. Because they go to the, it's the whole, like, Chicago school, fucking, what's his face? I'm blanking out on the name. Friedman. The whole Milton Friedman, Chicago school, whatever, suck the corporations' dicks as badly as possible, treat the people as poorly as possible, and that's how you'll make profit kind of mentality. And we're looking at, what that's done to the West. Not just the US, but to every Western country, is suffering from the same problems that have arisen from these neoliberal economic policies. China is not neoliberal. China has a fundamentally different system. It is not the same as the West. You cannot analyze the Western system through the Chinese lens you cannot analyze the Chinese system through the Western lens any more than you could do the opposite. There are fundamentally different systems that operate in different ways, that are incentivized in different ways, and the people in power are fundamentally very different groups of people in terms of who they represent. So a lot of these these Western Chinese analysts, they're just constantly hilariously wrong. But yeah, coming back to this guy, I can't tell where he lies based on his titles alone. Most of his titles seem to be about just regurgitating basic facts about how the Chinese economy is, doing well. Yeah, I remember seeing this when it came out. This was more than 2 months ago when they deployed that. I remember seeing that like several months ago, but I mean, I sort of get my Chinese news from, directly from Chinese sources at this point, so I tend to hear about things a little sooner. Yeah, if you have a video of his you want me to watch, I can check that out. But I can't tell. My verdict on him is neutral. I can't tell whether he's just doing. Because the thing is, you have to remember, like, there's a big difference between basic reporters and analysts. There's a fair amount of people out there that just report on the facts and then don't do any deeper analysis. And there can be a lot of people like that are correct, right? Because it sort of doesn't matter what their perspective is if they're just sticking to the facts as hard as they can and being super diligent about finding about the facts. Like Mearsheimer, who I talked about earlier, is a good example of that in terms of top-tier Western political analysts. He doesn't have the deeper understanding that someone like Chris Hedges has, but he's very rigorous in his fact-checking and analysis. So he often comes to correct conclusions, just through intellectual rigor without understanding, the deeper structures of how things are incentivized. Who recommended me Zoom? This guy is Zero Analysis? Okay, well, thank you for making that clear. Yeah, I mean, well, in that case, in that case, I'm not sure there is much for me to say, Like, I can check out one of his videos and see if it matches the facts that I'm aware of. Is there one you want me to look into specifically? But, yeah. I don't usually look for people that just do basic reporting. As I said, I look for the deeper analysis. Because that's how you find out, the truth and what's actually going on. Here's another you'd be interested in my opinion on. Chris Norland. I can glance at titles. Pretty short videos. I mean, again, I kind of have the same question. Does this guy, like, even do much analysis? Or is he just, like, reporting? There are boots on the ground? Oh, is he actually in China? Is he actually in China? Alright, well that's, definitely a good thing if he's actually there. I couldn't tell from the thumbnails. Yeah, if he lives in China, yeah. Yeah, he might, then it's definitely a cut above from someone who's just, sitting their ass in the USA and talking about China, But, and yes, I am not, I am not without self-awareness on that comment. But yeah, as I said, like, this is also where, like, there's a really big line drawn between those who actually study political theory and those who don't, right? Because when it comes to, like, going into the deeper analysis, you have to understand theory. You have to understand theory in order to go deeper. Otherwise, you'll never get deeper than the surface level. But yeah, the first video I posted in the Discord channel, the Parenti video, the yellow Parenti, is the best introduction to this kind of theory that I can possibly give. So if you listen to that video and it, strikes a nerve, then don't worry, there'll be more of that coming soon enough. Reporting rather than analysis? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can glance at it, but, yeah, unless there's a specific video you want me to analyze, I don't really have much to say regarding reporters. Like, chances are, I mean, judging by his titles and what I'm reading, I'm not seeing anything that's hugely egregiously wrong. China is mass-producing nuclear reactors and exporting them to friendly countries. It's true. This is what a Chinese export ban looks like out of 1 year. Yeah. Yeah, China basically supplies the world. So China export banning countries is arguably the single strongest non-violent geopolitical weapon on the planet. Yeah, he's even saying the yuan is already a reserve country. And this was 2 months ago. That's not bad. That's not bad. Like, he made that video before the Iran war broke out. So yeah. I mean, I'd say it doesn't look too bad, just from what I'm seeing. I'd say he's probably fine for the basic facts. Yeah, but yeah, you're obviously not going to. I don't know how much of a deeper analysis you're going to get. The Norland guy looks like his stomach hurts. Yeah, he does look like he's in pain in every one of his thumbnails, doesn't he? But yeah, again, this somewhat looks like this is incredibly wrong. People who think that MAGA is gonna die with Trump are sorely mistaken. Sorely mistaken. Like, it's actually scary when people are like, just like, oh, like, if only Trump will die, it'll all be back to normal. It's like, no, it will not. No, it will not. This ties back to something I talked about when I did that long Iran stream. When the Iran war broke out, when I talked a good bit about theory that day. There were two things I talked about specifically that I think bear reiterating. I'll give a small synopsis of both of them. A lot of Western neoliberal analysis is effectively based off what is called in political theory as great man theory. Essentially, it's the belief that countries are just, effectively held hostage by their leaders. And, there are good men and there are bad men, and good countries are led by good men, bad men are led by bad countries. If bad man's in charge, then it's a bad country. If a good man's in charge, it's a good country. It's basically an infant's way of looking at the world. It's like a Harry Potter, like Star Wars way of looking at the world, like Luke Skywalker's, Darth Vader's, Harry Potter's, and Voldemort's. It's completely wrong, and is why liberal analysis tends to always, crash before it even manages to get off the runway, is because they fail to understand that in every country, in every government that exists, and every leader that has ever existed, there is a base of power, both within the party itself and the government apparatus itself, as well as within the populace, that implicitly supports that government. That has decided that government is acceptable. And which is why you can't just knock the guy off the top and expect everything to change. And this is something I've talked about quite a bit when I talk about this kind of stuff, is how we're essentially 3 generations deep of propaganda at this point. In order to make believable propaganda, you need to understand what the truth is, right? So it's like the first generation of propaganda is people that know what the truth is and deliberately construct a false narrative in order to suit their interests and their agendas. Then you get to the second generation of propaganda, where the people who are now spreading the propaganda, were basically raised in it, but there's still people around that know what the truth is, right? And to keep them in check. They're getting older, they're dying off, but they're still around. We're now 3 generations of propaganda deep in the Western world, where the people that are now spreading the propaganda have only known the propaganda, and therefore they are not spreading it because they know the truth and are deliberately trying to spin a false narrative that suits their purposes. They're spreading it because they believe that's the truth now. They've drunk their own Kool-Aid. They've drunk their own Kool-Aid. And we saw this happen very clearly with Iran, because it's one thing for the government and its allies to be spinning lies to the public about how, oh yeah, if we just topple the leader, the Iranian people are gonna revolt and welcome us, and then we'll be greeted as liberators. It's one thing for them to spread that as manufacturing consent, but it's a whole other thing when they start believing that themselves. And that's basically how we got in the situation where we're at. They've actually drunk the Kool-Aid themselves. They genuinely thought that if they knocked off Khamenei, that a victory screen would appear. You know, like beating a fucking video game. It would be like, congratulations, you have won. You know, the Iranian people are now free and love you. They genuinely thought a victory screen would pop up. Which is why, you know, when that didn't happen, and if anything, the Iranian society just tightened and rallied behind their government, they were just completely caught off guard, and they have no idea what to do. It's why this whole moving troops into the Middle East is happening so late right now, and they're trying to use the talks to stall for time. Because if they had actually planned this all the way through, you know, they would have had the troops there ahead of time, so that if the strikes didn't work out right, you know, they would ground invade. Now, that being said, ground invasion's still not going to work, because Iran is not Iraq, you know, and we're deploying a fraction of the troops that we deployed to Iraq, and the Iranian people right now, by and large, pretty much hate us. Like, there's a quote from some general, I meant to post it in the Discord channel, but I forgot, where, I think it was Kane was his name. I'll see if I can find it real quick. Where he basically said, yeah. It's kind of a small picture, but yeah. Yeah, he basically said this, like, during that pilot rescue mission, which is, by the way, complete bullshit. I wrote about that in the Discord channel, but I think it should be pretty obvious at this point there never was a pilot. It was a play to secure the uranium that failed. The down pilot was just the cover story. But yeah, every Iranian who had a small gun was shooting at us. Every fucking Iranian civilian that could see, that had a firearm, and that could see American aircraft, was fucking shooting at them. Like, the country is completely united against the West at this point. Because everything about it being like, oh, a deeply divided country, you know, they're just desperately want to overthrow the mullahs. It was complete bullshit. They have their issues with their leadership, the same way every other country has issues with its leadership. But you have to remember, they put those leaders in because they threw the U.S. puppet out. Because they threw the U.S. puppet out. Right? So yeah. Stuff like that, you know. The cracks in the narrative. You like J.D. Vance, the issue of the people that debated? I mean, I don't know why you would like J.D. Vance. I don't know what you could possibly like about J.D. Vance. Vance is an actual fascist. Vance is actually like a hardcore fascist. Like, Trump is too stupid to be a fascist. Trump effectively serves fascism because he's a reactionary dumbass. But Trump is not like Hitler or Mussolini was in the sense that they understood what fascism is. But Vance is like an actual fascist, so I don't know how you could like Vance. I don't know what you could possibly think is positive around him. I don't know, Jim. After the YouTube channel you linked, I feel like the news you've been getting about the U.S. skews a lot further right than you realize. Like, a lot further right. But yeah. Like, if the news you're getting from the U.S. is giving you a positive opinion of J.D. Vance, then, like, yeah, you need to double check your sources, yeah. Yeah, he's basically Peter Thiel's bitch. You know, direct connections to, like, Palantir and shit. Have the UK assassin declared USA had to do something? Yeah, something like that, yeah. Well, I mean, I think we're at the point right now where if someone did assassinate him, like, the result would actually be probably positive, but, you know, that's a whole other story. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would recommend checking out more of the sources that I recommend, but yeah, as I said, like, I mean, most of what I recommended is stuff on broader geopolitics. You like JD as well? Trump has gone full Biden? What does Trump has gone full Biden even mean? What? Are you guys fascists? Are you guys white supremacists? Like, how do you like JD? How do you like JD? What has he done? What has he done in like any positive way? Like, aside from being like, you know, Trump's little stooge. Yeah. Yeah, JD is way worse than Trump. JD is way worse than Trump. Like, a JD presidency is going to be so much worse than Trump. Like, JD is like I can't emphasize this enough. This guy is a genuine fascist. He genuinely, like, you know, like he's the real deal in terms of fascism, right? Like, as I said, Trump serves fascism, but the thing is, like, Trump is incompetent. Trump is an idiot. Like, it's better to have an incompetent, you know, fool who happens to serve fascist than a competent fascist in power. Like, absolutely, 100%. Like, Trump, for all his bumbling and idiocy, occasionally manages to sometimes do something that's, you know, maybe not necessarily good for the U.S., but good for the world at large. You know, or something like that. You know, like the dismantling of the USA shit or something like that. But yeah, I don't know where you guys are getting your news. What has JD done? I mean, it's made clear from his views that he, as I said, he's a straight out and out fascist, as in round up all my political opponents and put them in camps, type fascist. Like, it's been very clear from his views. Like, I'm guessing you guys aren't American. Well, I know you aren't, Jim, but Narashu, I'm guessing you aren't American. But yeah, I don't know what to make of the sentence Trump has gone full Biden. Like, I'm like, I don't like Biden. You know, like, I don't like Biden. You're not gonna find anything positive, you know, from me out of Biden. But like, saying that Trump and Biden were the same. I mean, they're the same regarding things like Israel, but I mean, yeah, they're like, I would say they're more similar than not. But Biden is a neoliberal. Biden is a full neoliberal stooge. Trump is a reactionary. There's a big difference between these two terms. Full Biden is mentally incompetent. I mean, full Trump is also mentally incompetent. Like, we just went from one mentally incompetent president to the other. But yeah, I mean, we all saw Biden's, like, brains melt out his ears, you know, during the last couple of years. You know, as I said, like, you're not going to find any kind words for Biden from me on this channel. But like, I don't support either party. I mean, of dementia, yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, I can agree with that. I thought you meant like fully in terms of ideology. Yeah, they're both like full dementia. But like the big thing I take issue is you guys having somehow a positive opinion of JD Vance. But yeah, as I said, like, I would very heavily reassess where you get your news from regarding America if the outlets you're getting your news from gave you a positive opinion of Vance. You should look more into his ideology and shit like that. Like, Vance is, like, basically, like, a full-on, you know, in the pockets of Palantir, Peter Thiel, like, you know, techno-fascist, if you want to call it, but I think techno-fascist is somewhat of a redundant term, honestly. Do I think there should be an age limit on presidency? Yeah. Yeah, I think there should be an age limit on public office. Like 75 or so at most. I would say 75 should be like a hard limit. Like, once you hit that age, you're fucking retired, end of story. But age limits are not the problem here. It's not like if we have fucking, like, younger people in, that's magically going to fucking solve the problems. The problem is the ideologies of the people, those in power, and the people who, the political class that those people allow to, you know, be part of the political class to begin with. You know, the politics in any country are the politics of the ruling class. The Democrats and the Republicans are not the ruling classes in the U.S. They are the political class who serves the ruling class. They both do. Sky News Australia, yeah. What is one thing JD has done you think is really bad? I'm mainly talking about his, he's vice president, so all his actions are basically behind Trump. But he's basically supported Trump on just about everything. So it's like, for the same reason that you can criticize Kamala for giving no pushback to the Biden presidency, you can criticize Vance for giving no pushback to the Trump presidency. But I've read a good bit about how the guy is basically just a straight up hardcore fascist that thinks that anybody, anyone to the left of center is basically subhuman and needs to be exterminated. Like, the guy has literally voiced, like, Hitler-level views in the past. That's what I think is bad. Like, he's literally echoed Adolf fucking Hitler. Is that bad enough for you? He would do something and he did it? I mean, it's not a good reason. What has he done to show that? I just answered that question. I'm talking about what he's spoken on his ideology. And the books he's been seen carrying. Like, go look it up. Like, I just explained it the best I could. Like, go look up his ideology. I don't know why you are starting from this premise that you think JD is good and I need to prove that he's bad when, like, as far as I can tell, there's not a single good thing that he's done. Yeah, okay, and what's a good thing that he's done? You go off actions? Actions are based off people's ideology. Your worldview, your ideology, determines your potential actions that you can take. It essentially is the borders. Like, when you have a worldview, it essentially is, the constraints that you are allowed to think. This is true for every worldview. You cannot escape that reality, you can only acknowledge it. Like, everything you are, your worldview sets these borders. So what are those actions? That's what I was asking you, dude. What actions does he do that were good? Name one action that Vance has done that's good, that you think is good. Yeah, I mean the guy, like what Whistler said, he's basically just regurgitates every bit of fascist fucking bullshit that gets circulated. He regurgitates, like, I'm not even I can slander Vance without getting into the couch shit, but yeah, there's the couch shit too. But yeah. He fully wants to, dismantle every fucking organization that doesn't bow to their agenda. You said it was. I literally just said he has voiced that everyone to the left of center is like subhuman. Okay. Like, oh god, let me over here. I'll find this for you since. Here you go. There's your answer. He's a fascist. He's a genuine kill everyone left of center, fascist. Like he is, as I said, Trump is not smart enough to be a genuine fascist. Trump is a reactionary. It means he's a chauvinist. He's, a chauvinist, like, essentially when I'm using the term reactionary, I guess I haven't defined it in a while, and I have to fucking give you guys the definition every couple weeks because we have new people. But, like, reactionaries are essentially people that believe a certain aspect about them makes them superior to others. It's essentially, a brand of it's essentially a catch-all term that includes chauvinists. But essentially anyone who's generally opposed to life being made better for people as a society as a whole. They only want life to be better for their little group. You know, reactionaries are essentially, you know, like the super nationalists. You know, if you think your country makes you better than other people, if you think your ethnicity makes you better than other people, if you think your religion makes you better than other people, etc. These are known as the reactionary classes. They're called that because they will always oppose any kind of forward motion. They're not looking, as I said, to make society better for everyone as a whole. They're looking to make society better for themselves at the expense of other groups. My Megabase makes me better. It does, though, doesn't it? How you doing, Konich? But yeah, that's the definition of reactionary, but that's getting a bit more into the political theory side of things. But yeah, Trump is a reactionary. Like, the MAGA is a reactionary movement. The Tea Party movement, which was the predecessor to MAGA, is a reactionary movement. Right? Like, older Republican presidents were neoliberals. I'm not talking liberal versus conservative, you know, that tiny American spectrum. I'm talking the broader ideological philosophy of neoliberalism, which essentially is the catch-all term for low-regulation free market capitalism. Like, you know, Bush, Biden, Obama, you know, and so on, the first Bush too, Carter, etc. They were all effectively neoliberals. Reagan, you could arguably, really started to toe the line into more fascist policies with the way he attacked unions and stuff like that, and dismantled protections for the working class. This is a post about, telling about the book. I mean, there's more articles to that. But, like, you should probably read the article because it says very clearly. He literally endorsed a book by literal fucking, like, you know, far-right fascists about how, like, you know, they should basically... Yeah. It's basically a Nazi book, dude. If you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you at this point. Like, you can either stick around, and I will try to teach you over time. But if me linking you that article, and you reading that article, doesn't clue you in, like, with the article literally fucking saying, is extreme, transparently authoritarian, and evocative of Nazi propaganda, like... And this is not the only article. You can find multiple articles written on this. If that's not enough for you to realize it, then I don't know what will be, because you clearly don't know really anything about what fascism actually is if you can't see that at that point. But it's okay. That's one of the things I'm going to be posting about a bit, theory-wise, this week, is going a bit deeper into that. But yeah, that's enough of the Vance talk. Like, I feel like I've made my point. You either can accept it or not. Anyway, do we have any more questions? Anyone else have any other YouTube channel they want to, since we're doing this right now, to hurl at me, or anything they want me to look at? Any other questions regarding anything we've talked about before we wrap it up for the night? And yeah, I'll take a look at some of the other channels you guys pointed out to, and I'll give you my opinion on them next time I see you. Who would I like to see as the next president of the U.S.? There is nobody. There is nobody in the actual political sphere who would, you know, be able to change anything. Because the only people, you have to remember, the only people who are allowed to become, to get to those positions of power are people who are already fully bought and sold. They're fully intellectually captured. Right? Like, you have to basically... You have to essentially be a full bootlicker to even be allowed to get near power. Otherwise, they will try to stop you much, much sooner. You know, the same way they, like, look at how they tried to stop Sanders in 2016. Well, which they did successfully do, I might add. You know, and Sanders is barely left of center. Sanders is barely fucking left of center. Look at how Zoran Mamdani got slandered like fucking crazy. just look at the insane slander like around Mamdani. You know, the guy got elected with a very popular election, and by all accounts, he seems to be very popular with the people in New York. The policies he's proposing and trying to implement are very popular. But he threatens capital. He threatens capital. He threatens the rich. He wants to raise the taxes on the rich. He wants to raise the taxes on the billionaires. He wants to raise the taxes on people worth hundreds of millions of dollars. He wants to raise the taxes on the people who have taken the wealth of the United States, taken the wealth that the people of the United States, the working class of the United States generates, and puts it in their pockets while giving the working class peanuts. Those are the people he wants to tax. That's why there's so much propaganda against him. That's why there's so much slander against him. Is because they're like, oh no, we don't want to get taxed more. We're going to spend tons of money, hammering him into the mud. And that's why people, who don't know anything about him suddenly have all these crazy negative opinions about him. They're just, like the propaganda channel we looked at earlier, the one that Jim linked. Like, it's just pure fucking, like, it's just literally was just a Mamdani hate channel. Like, dozens and dozens of videos just being fucking, like full on fascist propaganda. But no way billionaires are leaving the U.S. The thing is, though, the thing you have to understand, if these people aren't paying their taxes, it doesn't matter if they leave the fucking country or not. It doesn't matter if they leave the country or not. Let them leave the fucking country. Nationalize their businesses. Run them to benefit the people. Instead of just lining one person's pocket so they can buy their 11th mansion and their 6th fucking yacht. It doesn't matter. If they're not being taxed anyway, it doesn't matter if they fucking leave. Let them fucking leave. Who gives a shit? So yeah, there is currently nobody in the political sphere. If the Democrats run Newsom, which they might, he's gonna lose. Like, Republicans literally could run Trump's mummified corpse for a third term, and Newsom would probably lose. I live in California. Everybody hates Newsom. I think the only people that, managed to put Newsom in office are, the super boomers. Like basically the boomer, the non-MAGA boomers, basically. Because nobody I've talked about even remotely close to my age, or even, several years older or not, nobody likes Newsom. He's completely spineless. He doesn't stand for anything. He's bent over for he's bent over for corporations at every opportunity and never stood up for the people of California. Like, PG&E should have been not nationalized, but I mean, what do you even call it when you nationalize things at the state level? Statalized? I don't even fucking know. But PG&E should have been seized by the state of California like a fucking decade ago. You want to know what the CEO of PG&E made? Was making per year? $50 million per year. For owning a public utility. For having a monopoly. It's not like I can choose a different fucking energy company. No, there can't be any served to people, because this is what I'm talking about when I talk about, deeper systemic incentives. The system won't allow it. The system won't allow it. Like, they can crop up a little bit at the local level. You can occasionally get like a mayor, or so that will serve the, people at the lower level. Like, again, Mamdani is a good example of that. But just look how fucking hard the system worked to try to destroy Mamdani. Look at how much they slandered him. And Mamdani is like a super lukewarm politician to begin with. Like, nothing he's doing is extreme. It's just, a wee bit more progressive than the norm is. Like, Mamdani is not even left of true center. He's still to the right. He's a sock dem. That's who he is. If you tax the factory owner and leaving, you will just close this factory, meaning employees living. Cool. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's now a vacant factory. Or we can just build another factory in its place. Like, yeah. But yeah, but this is the important thing to understand. And this is what I was warning about with the Hungarian election as well. Like, this is not just the U.S. This is the entire Western world. This is the entire capitalist hegemonic system that rules the Western world. It will not allow, popular candidates like that, because they're not the people aren't the people aren't who the system serves. We live under a dictatorship of capital. Capital itself is what determines policy. Capital and those who control it. Alright, have a good one, Whistler. Do I like illegal aliens? I'm not sure, what do you even mean by that question? I mean... do I like illegal aliens? I feel like that's the most right-wing loaded question I could possibly be asked. I believe in legal paths to citizenship and, migration in a normal, controlled manner. But the thing is, the anti-immigrant movement, or the anti-immigrant shit in the U.S., is very much, almost always, used as a shield to disguise white supremacy. The people who talk about immigrants, the people who bitch about immigrants, they're never talking about immigrants from England. They're never talking about immigrants from France, Germany, or Poland. They're never talking about Italian immigrants. They seem to only be concerned with one kind of immigrant. Every country, controls migration within its borders. That's a normal thing for countries to do. That is a fine and normal thing to have, a proper immigration policy. But yeah, anti-immigration in the U.S., anytime you talk about that, you have to be careful, because there are a lot of people who are just using it as a shield to hide their white supremacy. I like space aliens. Have I read the book, The Creature from Jekyll Island? No. No human is illegal and no machine gun is illegal. Forced migration is a direct result of U.S. of origin countries? Yeah. Brown ones? Yikes. Wait, what are you guys replying to with the brown ones and the yikes? Did I misunderstand something? Yeah. Yeah. As I said, there's nothing wrong with having a proper immigration policy, but the thing is, there's two big factors at hand here that get completely ignored when it comes to why there's so much migration in one direction. One is that the number one cause of people needing to migrate from their home countries is American imperialism. Right, when it's Europeans love to complain about these Muslims that are trying to come to Europe. Yeah, because you keep bombing them. You keep bombing their home countries. It's why do people from the Middle East want to wind up moving to the U.S.? Because it's the one country they can move to that they won't get bombed. If you're in one Middle Eastern country, you fucking, get bombed, try to move to another Middle Eastern country, the U.S. just bombs that one the next year. If you move to the country that's dropping the bombs, then you can't get bombs dropped on you. So it's you have American imperialism is a huge driver of these, migrations policies. If Iran were to somehow collapse, if the U.S. were to get what they wanted and Iran were to collapse, you would have one of the largest migration crises the world has ever seen. You're talking about destabilizing a country of 100 million people. You're talking tens of millions of people are suddenly going to be trying to get out as barbarism and warlordism, tribalism essentially takes over, as what happened in Libya after they toppled Gaddafi. The U.S. brought slavery back to Libya. That's Obama's legacy. He brought slavery back to Libya after him and Clinton ousted Gaddafi. But yeah. I don't believe the U.S. will not bomb the U.S. The U.S. actually has bombed the U.S. in the past. They have bombed striking workers. You should look into labor rights around the turn of the century. And just like how de facto fascist the U.S. used to be in that regard. Like just straight up dropping bombs, yeah. Yeah, the move bombing in Philadelphia in 1986. I'm not even talking about that. They used to drop bombs off like, you know, striking coal miners in Pennsylvania as well. Like, you know, I'm talking like 30s, 40s, shit like that. When we bomb them, they should forgive us? Oh wait, I have a meme for that. I have the meme. There you go. Have I played Baldur's Gate 3? No, I have not, unfortunately. I'm not big into turn-based or like dice-based games. Like it looked like an interesting game from a story point of view, but not that interesting to me from a gameplay point of view. Anyway. Any other questions? Since we're, Sunday evening, enjoy? Enjoy what? Last call for any questions. Before I get off. Yeah, I am about to get off. That's why I'm asking if you guys have any, like, last second questions before I get off. Enjoy? Oh, okay, thanks, yeah. When did history begin? When some fucking asshole fish decided to sprout legs and crawl on land. That's when it began. I'll never forgive that fish, man. I'll never forgive him. Song request to finish the night. Guillotine by Arcana. I think we should kill anyone. That's how we're starting it. Making over 9 figures of money. Yeah, I guess that is an appropriate song. But I just want to remind. It's not about how much money you have. It's about how you made it. It's about how you made it. Selling Factorio blueprints? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, as I said, like, it has to do with, like, how much you exploit other people and exploit the working class in general. How much you use the system, you wield the system as a weapon against the people. That's what really matters. Andy, you were here at literally the last minute. As you can see, you got here at an interesting time. Bernie was like, tax the millionaires, then he came a millionaire, tax the billionaires. Bernie's messaging has always been kind of shit. It's one of the reasons I've, never really cared for him. He's like, he may be one of the further left people in the U.S. political sphere, but he's not exactly a good messenger, or I think, like, a good person to look after in terms of policy. But yeah, Bernie's messaging has always been fucking dog shit. So you're not going to hear me defend him on anything there. Because I was never a big fan of his. There are better, more principled people than Bernie Sanders to listen to. Now, can I stop procrastinating and finish my Factorio Megabase? I don't know, man. But yeah, what Smitty said, yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah, it is true. You do have to remember, Bernie is fucking ancient. The dude's like 85 years old or something. Like, Bernie is positively fucking ancient, so yeah. But yeah, like, as I said, like, it's not about, like... The last part I just said is important to understand. It's not about how much money you have. It's about how you made it. You know, right? Like, if I make $100,000... If I make, you know, $100,000... Hundreds of thousands of dollars via literal slavery... It's still unethical, even though I haven't made that much. And I deserve to be separated from that wealth. Did we have a sacrifice ship? No. No, they've been pretty stable for a week now or so. I'll try to keep the game running off stream as well a bit this week, but we'll see. You know, get a bit more time in here. Should switch... Wait, it's cryo that's low? I guess it's because I redid the blades today as well. If the US president was below 50? Being young, as I said, being young doesn't mean anything. You can find young fascists. Young fascists exist. Like, being old or young is not an indicator of anything. Yes, I do think that there should be an age limit for public service. You know, we talked about that. Like, I do think, you know, having an age limit of like 75 or so. But this is more of a, you know, that's more of an anti-dementia measure than, you know, expecting different policy measures. Do I only stream on the weekends? I stream either Wednesday or Thursday through Sunday. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, although the past, like, couple weeks I've been taking Wednesdays off. Which is something that, like, is going to be a 50-50 in the future, you know. Sometimes I'll take Wednesdays off, sometimes I won't. There won't be an announcement on whether I take it all or not. But yeah, sometimes you'll see me on Wednesday, sometimes not. If I check out other game demos or whatnot, it'll usually be Wednesday. And I may or may not start doing, like, dedicated political streams. And if I do those, I'll do those Wednesdays as well. You know, it won't be on YouTube if I do those, because of all the copyright shit on YouTube. It'll just be, you know, a Twitch-only thing. But I haven't made up my mind on that for certain, but I don't know. We keep kind of incrementally heading in that direction, so... It would be nice to see, yeah. If you do want a good example of a young politician who I think is worth following, I've been following this guy basically since he got into power. Since shortly before he got into power, even. So several years now. But if you want a good example of somebody who... of a young person who is in power, who is absolutely dead set on doing the best by his people and serving the people, you should look up Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso. Basically, a lot of the African countries right now are throwing off the shackles and the remnants of neocolonialism, and they've been kicking the French out and stuff like that. The French are not very happy about that. But yeah, they've been kicking out the French and, you know, nationalizing all the French-owned shit that was there, where they were just being plundered by foreign nations for their resources. But it's the beginning of a new Pan-African movement. Right now, it's Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali, I believe, are the three countries. The Sahel African states are working together for mutual benefit. And to stave off Western colonialism. Faso is the one that I would pay the most attention to, because Traore seems to be a man of very high principle, and very high motivation. And I have not seen him make any major... I have not really seen him make any major missteps so far, given the material conditions he's been working with. But yeah, the West has been starting to slander this guy over the past year or so. It was funny because as soon as he came into power, like, we could tell immediately. It was like, up, start the countdown till the Western propaganda machine attempts to fucking drag his name through the mud. But yeah, if you look up in detail, like what he's actually been doing there, like, he's been doing great things for the people of Burkina Faso, yeah. You like Trump has kind of kicked Australians' politics into hornet's nest? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I would be careful saying I like Trump, you know? Right? Like I would say Trump is useful because he's kicked the American politicians' hornet's nest. Like, I agree with that to a certain degree as well, even in the U.S. Like, Trump has exposed just how rotten the U.S. is. Like, a lot of the things Trump does aren't that different, or even any different from what prior Americans did. You know, what Obama did in Libya is arguably worse than what Trump did is doing in Iran. But you will see people, you know, sing praises about Obama while demonizing Trump because they don't care about the policies. They don't care about the principles. These people have no principles. They only care about aesthetics. They only care about aesthetics. Obama was proper. You know, he looked good in a tan suit while he was, you know, bringing slavery back to Africa. Right? You know, he spoke well and he spoke politely while he was bombing weddings and shit like that. You know, Trump is rude. Trump is crass about it. Trump is in some ways the most honest American president we've ever had. Because Trump doesn't try to sugarcoat American imperialism the way other presidents tried to do. He doesn't try to put a facade of respectability on it. He's vulgar. He's brutal. And he's exposing what the U.S. really is to a lot of people for the first time. So no, he's great for getting people to wake up and see things for what they really are. But that doesn't mean, you know, he's a good fucking person, right? He's useful in that sense. Have I seen Salvador, how the country was changed by the president? No, I'm not super familiar with the current state of El Salvador, no. I have lots of files, and I think my notes on El Salvador are pretty light right now. I can double check my notes. Let's see. Nope. No results. Yeah, I don't really have many notes on El Salvador. Sorry. I can't know everything, guys. I try, but I can't know everything. He imploded the Liberal Party, given space to allow the grifter as one nation to gain relevance and further entrench the Labour Party. Yeah, I don't know between, you know, the Liberal or Labour and One Nation. One Nation sounds like a fucking fascist movement, though. That's anytime, like, some fucking political group puts, like, nation or something like that in the title, it almost always is, you know, reactionary. Alright. Okay, so I was right then, yeah. One Nation is basically the reactionaries, yeah. So Labour and Liberal are are basically, like, you know, are both neoliberals. And One Nation... I mean, the thing is, like, this is what always happens under neoliberal, quote-unquote, democracy. Like, the only thing it's fucking good for is breeding fascism. It's the only thing it ever really does successfully, because neoliberal policies are incapable of improving the living conditions of the people. Because the entire point behind neoliberal policies is like, we're gonna go to the ruling class, we're gonna go to all the billionaires and the company owners who are, like, you know, drowning in cash, and say, hey sir, can we pretty please have a little bit more money for the people? And when that ruling class says no, liberals are just like, okay, we tried. We tried. And that's it. That's it. We tried. Vote for us next time. That's all the Democratic Party ever has been in the fucking U.S. Unable to make a single fucking... There hasn't been a single policy, a single important policy of note, any single action that the Democrats have ever done in my entire life to significantly move the country forward. You know, the people who are like hardcore Democrat shills, they are just tunnel visioned on incrementalism. Like, it's gotta be baby steps, it's gotta be baby steps, it's just like one little fucking, like, you know, millimeter at a time. It's, these things are slow, these things are slow. Really, these things are slow because fascism is moving at light speed, bro. Like, you're moving at snail speed, fascism is moving at light speed. Like, fascism seems to move pretty fucking fast. But the point of these left-leaning, these left-liberal parties is not to make things better for the working class. The point is to stop movement further left. The point is to act as a bulwark, a stopping point which says this is the furthest left you are allowed to go. You are not allowed to go any further than the liberals in the United States. You are not allowed to go any further than the Labour in Australia or whatever. This is your limit. You are not allowed to go further than this. Obamacare was a thinly veiled handout to insurance corporations. Though the whole gist behind Obamacare is that if you can't afford insurance, the taxpayers now subsidize your insurance, which still goes through for-profit insurance companies. Someone is still making a profit off the taxpayers' dime. The whole thing is a fucking sham. Like, we need actual proper universal health care. But there's too much money to be made off private health care, and that's why we don't get it. Neoliberalism literally in world... It hasn't, though. It hasn't, though. If you take, like, people that got lifted out of poverty... If you take people that got lifted out of poverty over the past 100 years... and you remove countries that are to the left of center... It's like a flat fucking line. It literally has not, though. And don't conflate technological advancement with, you know, economic... with political success. Just because technology moves forward doesn't mean, you know... And your iPhone is your screen is bigger than last year, doesn't mean the economic policies are working. These are completely different things. Obamacare opened up the Dems being lobbied by pharmaceutical corps? Yeah, that too. No, ending pre-existing conditions is good, but it's a band-aid on a much larger problem, which is the for-profit private health insurance to begin with. That's the real problem, is that everything in this country is run for profit, and it's the same in any other capitalist neoliberal country. You know, the ones that are better off are the ones that manage their national resources, at the very minimum, to not be purely for private profit. You know, such as Norway with their sovereign wealth fund, with their oil. But Norway is not a great example, because that's a very high ratio of amount of oil to number of people. Most countries are not in that situation. Norway mentioned? Yeah. That we weren't reliant? I mean, we burned wood for the longest time. We burned wood and coal. What do you mean time in the history of humanity? Oil and fossil fuels and that boom is only a couple hundred years old. Yeah, the oil boom specifically is really like, you know, barely more than 100 years old. Norway next after Iran? I did joke about it a bit, yes, the other day. I said, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if sometime within the next couple decades Norway got invaded by another European country who decided that Norway had too much oil for too little people. But that, you know, but a lot would have to change before it got to that point. Okay. I'm off in 10 minutes at most. If you have any more last questions, get them in. Because I'm definitely out of here in 10 minutes at most, if not a wee bit sooner. Is it night? It's almost morning. The sun is just barely starting to come up. What was there before the Big Bang? The Big Crunch. What countries am I most impressed by these days? I mentioned Burkina Faso. I think that's one that I'm keeping an eye on. They have, you know, the right leader, and you know, they're doing a lot of things correct. I think not mentioning China would be, you know, a bit of a deliberate omission, right? If I didn't mention China. China is way, way, way beyond what people think they are at. Like, China is developing at a rate that is difficult to comprehend. Both in terms of how, you know, both in terms of, like, actual, like, rural development, you know, for the people and whatnot, and, you know, hard technological development. But yeah, China is, like, effectively the world's #1 superpower right now. Just, most people haven't realized it yet. But those in power have started to realize it, and they're scared. They're fucking scared. It's actually a big part of why we keep attacking all these other countries. The US, I mean. Because we can't go after China directly. We can't go after China directly, so we keep going after their weaker allies. You know, Venezuela was supplying a lot of oil to China, we went after them. Iran, we're trying to go after them, etc., etc. So yeah. A lot of the grander geopolitical game being played right now is trying to isolate China on the world stage. But it's too late for that. It's too late. The West... You cannot stop the collapse of the West. It's already begun to collapse. This isn't like... You know, collapse isn't a sudden, immediate thing. It's a process that happens over time. That process has already begun. And it cannot be stopped. It can maybe be slowed a little bit with the right policies, but it cannot be stopped at this point. What are China's biggest weaknesses? Their foreign policy is pretty bad. They're hyper focused on their own domestic shit. They're very much, you know, hyper focused on China itself, like entirely concerned with internal affairs. And they're not doing a good job of adequately supporting their allies around the world. A lot of this has to do with the remnants of the Cold War and American policy following that. Because essentially, like, China's philosophy is like, whatever we do not give the Americans an excuse to start World War III. Because the Americans are desperately looking for a reason to start World War III with China. So that's why, like, a lot of what they're doing is, you know... It's why they're being so restrained regarding, you know, Taiwan and shit, but that's a whole other story, which I know is going to bring up a lot of questions, which we don't have time to get into right now. But yeah, their foreign policy has always been their weakest aspect. They generally, if they're not careful, they're going to find themselves in a world where their only allies left are, like, North Korea and Russia, basically. Like, if they're not careful, if they, you know, let the U.S. continuously stamp out their allies around the world, you know, they could find themselves in a world that's essentially almost entirely hostile to them. That's probably my biggest criticism on them. Other criticisms, or other weaknesses, sorry. What are China weaknesses? Well, the single biggest weakness I would say is that there is a danger of capital power reasserting itself following the Dengist policies that were implemented a couple decades ago. Like, they're doing a good job of keeping those forces under control and serving the nation and not, you know, capital itself. But it's a very dangerous game they're playing. Like, Z seems to be a very strong leader in that regard, but, you know, we'll see who succeeds him. Kind of thing. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, we can talk about China some other time. China is obviously a very big topic of conversation, and, you know, there's a lot to go into regarding that. Okay, Harry Seldon here. I'll take that as a compliment. On stopping the development for the Bureau to eliminate the need for it to make the U.S. Navy meaningless. The U.S. Navy has not been meaningless. The U.S. Navy's reason for existing is not to enforce some freedom of navigation bullshit. Or, like, stop piracy bullshit. The U.S. are the ones committing piracy right now. With Iranian ships. Like, what they're doing right now with, like, hijacking Iranian ships. This is literal piracy. We're shooting at and disabling Iranian ships in open waters now. In international waters. And trying to seize their cargo. Like, we seized, like, Venezuela. Like, the U.S. is the biggest conductor of piracy in the world. They just don't call it piracy. They're like, oh, we just seized it. But no, the point of the U.S. Navy is to be able to deploy aircraft carriers off the coast of less developed countries so that they may be bombed from the sky with minimal danger to U.S. troops. You know, it's for bombing goat herders and stuff like that. That's the point of the U.S. Navy. Okay, we'll play that one song request that we had. And I will raid Mucky. And we will end it there. But yeah, there you have it. I mean, I'll give you guys a last second quick poll for the people who are still here. Would you be interested in me doing an occasional, like, just chatting politics stream instead of hijacking Factorio streams? So we can discuss things in more depth. And, you know, actually look at YouTube videos, like, in more depth without worrying about it being censored. Surprised to see you say yes, Andy. I didn't think you were that interested, but I'm happy to see you do that. Unless you're just trying to get me to separate the two. Factorio politics. Yeah, the biter versus engineer politics. Why the engineer is a settler colonialist? Why were the bad guys? Starship Troopers? Yeah, okay. I'll think about it. But yeah, if I do that, it'll be on Wednesday. And it'll be for a shorter amount of time. Alright, have a good night, guys. Enjoy Mucky. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thanks for watching. I'll see you later this week.